And we're live. Hello, hello. Welcome, everyone, to the ARRL Teachers Institute. What did I call this thing? Fundraiser. We've got some amazing guests lined up. We've got Steve Goodgame, K5ATA, who is the managing director of this whole shindig for the ARRL. We've also got Josh Nass with us. He's from a small little YouTube channel called Ham Radio Crash Course. He also runs the Ham Nation videos every other week. And I want to thank you all for coming out. We already have $230 in donations. And I just want to show you guys briefly where you can donate. And I also want to mention that 100% of the money that is donated today is going to the ARRL's Teachers Institute. I am getting nothing. Nobody is getting anything. YouTube is not getting a cut. Nothing. 100% of all donations today, and I've left the donations open. So even if you're watching this video after this live stream ends, you should still be able to donate. I'm not an accountant, but I'm also told that this should be tax deductible, whatever your donations are. So we don't have to give the government as much money. And I just want to show you, if you're watching the live stream here, we can go right down here underneath the if you're not in full screen. Here's the live chat here. Here's where you type in your little messages and stuff. But if you want to donate, scroll right down below the live chat, click this donate button, and you will be an amazing person, and we will thank you for that. So again, thanks everyone for coming out. Let's get this shindig started. We're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to go until it ends. So we're in for the long ride. So let's go ahead and bring in my guest host, Josh Nass, K5ATA. How are you?
How you doing, man? It's good to see you. I love the it's going to go until it ends. $200 someone just donated, and along with Mark J with another
fantastic.
50. Man, insane.
Fantastic.
That's insane.
Yeah, so you should also get when you donate, you should get an email from YouTube or from Google with a receipt for your tax deduction. So how is Josh? How is everything in Ham Radio Crash Course world?
I'm good. I'm actually a little behind on my Christmas light antenna. We'll be doing the Christmas light live stream tomorrow, along with my giveaway.
Always
and
a favorite.
Yeah, so depending on how long this goes, I'm going to start building that antenna right now, and I can show you some of my pointers that I've accumulated over the years of how to build an effective and bright Christmas light antenna.
A little sneak peek, maybe.
Oh, you'll just see me twisting all the lines together and showing you my tricks to how to make them the best way possible. But the actual antenna build, you won't see until the live stream tomorrow.
Okay. Well, we're certainly looking forward to it. Everyone tune in tomorrow night at 5 p.m. Pacific, 7 Central, 8 Eastern, and I guess that'd be 6 Mountain Time for the Ham Radio Crash Course Christmas Light Antenna. This is your 6th year doing this, yes?
6th year. It's insane. Yeah,
yes.
It's crazy.
Yes. Josh, are we ready to bring along our guest of honor, Mr. Steve K5ATA?
I think
Mr.
we
Steve
must.
Goodgame?
Explain where all this money's going.
Look at that coffee shot. I'm also going to bring along, we've got Mr. Grinch, Mr. Jason, KC5HWB he's got a YouTube channel called Ham Radio 2.0. Hello, gentlemen. Welcome to the shenanigans. And Steve, thanks for coming out. Thanks for everything you do. Steve is the you're the managing director of the Teachers Institute. Is that your title?
The Education and Learning Manager. So by far the biggest thing that I do is Teachers Institute and youth outreach. And that's kind of obviously from my teaching and YouTube experience before, that's where my passion is. So
yep. Now, before we started the show, you mentioned you had you wanted to.
Yep, I have a couple of things I'd like to say first. Gentlemen, thank you very much for doing this. You absolutely didn't have to do this. Everybody watching this is 100% organized by Mike and Josh. The ARRL, we promoted it, we advertised it, but thank you guys for doing this because you absolutely didn't have to.
Well, it is our privilege.
So where this money's going, this money, like he said, 100% of this money goes directly to our Teachers Institute. It doesn't go into any general fund or anything. It goes straight there. You will get a receipt in your email that shows a donation receipt. And we should, assuming YouTube does this, YouTube is supposed to send us a list of everybody who donated, and we'll gladly, put that in your account notes and whatnot. If for some reason we don't, or if I'm not sure if it's going to send it to us if you donate anonymously. So if you donate anonymously, if you would, and if you want the acknowledgement letter and everything like that, just call Kevin or call me at the office. Excuse me, and I'll connect you to Kevin.
You're at the office.
Yeah. So,
Jason, I think your mic's a little hot.
Yeah. Way hotter than it was earlier. Yeah.
Really? It's got to be that's got to be StreamYard. Hello, 1, 2, 3. Okay, how's that?
Much better.
That's better. Thanks.
All right, good. Yep.
And so, like you said, it's definitely a everything is like you said is going straight to that. YouTube's not taking a cut. From what I understand, nobody's taking a cut of anything. So,
yep.
It
goes right to you.
This is the first time that we're doing something like this through this mechanism on YouTube. So this is awesome. So like I said, thank you. And a bunch of people have already donated. So folks,
let's acknowledge
$1,000. It's 6 minutes in. We haven't even hit the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, $840 right now we're at. So I set a goal for $10,000. I had no idea what to expect, but if you give $1, if you give $10, $100, whatever you want to give, every single little bit helps, and this goes towards getting teachers involved in amateur radio to further our hobby and to further STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. And I know that if I had this, I was always into science as a kid, and I know that if I just wish that I had ham radio in my life when I was a kid, and can only imagine where I would be now. So we've got one more yokel here in the stream here. Let's bring him on. You guys might know Tank Radio.
Oh my gosh, we just passed.
What is up?
Holy
Look what happens.
Wow.
I come on and $1,000 is passed.
$12.85.
Unfortunately, I'm not seeing in StreamYard the donations, so I can't highlight them, but let's just recap. Seth N2SPG just donated $20. Mark N4BCD donated $300. Thank you so much. Mark K5YAC donated $100. This side of the radio donated $5. Sean KJ5BYD donated $20. Ham Radio Fun with KO4PDI donated $50. Thank you. Bradley Batchick, I'm sorry, I probably murdered your name, donated $50. Scout75 donated $50. Wayne W5WNR donated $20. Let's see. Rob Ferguson KZ9C donated $100. Ken AC0TC with $20. Kenny Ray donated $50. Steve KO4AFL donated $20. Mark J Tharp donated $50. We got an anonymous donation for $200. Thank you, anonymous. I wonder if that's the hacking group. That'd be so cool. We had a couple very early. The very first one, Alabama Andrew KQ4APD donated $100, and Clint Bradford coming in second donation with $100. Guys, thank you so much, every one of you. And Phil Muth W0RHP just donated $50, and I think that's everyone. So we're already at $1,455. This might be a quick stream, boys.
Yeah, wrap it up.
We've got at least one of our teachers in here, Aaron Radford. He's in the chat. He came through TI. So
nice. Hi, Aaron.
How good it is. And I think you said Mark Tharp. He's one of our vice directors up in the northwest part of the world there. So
fantastic.
So thank you guys for
yes, thank you everyone for your tax deductible donations. So Steve, I kind of have an idea of what you do, but I really have no idea what you do. So give us the lowdown. What would you say you do here? What is the Teachers Institute? How do people get involved? Give us spill the beans. Give us the beans.
What would you say it is you do here?
So what Teachers Institute is it is obviously for teachers, educators, public school, private school, homeschool, co-op teachers, who if they teach a group of kids, then I want to hear from them so that we can bring them up. What this money goes for that we're collecting today goes to basically put butts in seats. We provide everything. We provide travel, we provide lodging, we provide food.
Wow.
And then we provide equipment. about $1,000 worth of gear. I would be remiss if I didn't thank the manufacturers and vendors who help us with that. You know, I mean, there's a
Give
ton
some
of
shout outs.
Yeah,
you know, our RT,
we got
RT
plenty
systems,
of time, Steve.
our RT
Explore
systems
the
gave us programming software for the and cables for all of our Yaesu FT70s.
Mm-hmm.
We experienced some programming headaches in the first couple rounds of TI, and when I reached out to them and said, "Hey, you know," I asked everybody for a discount because, you know, I try to squeeze everything out of every dollar I can. And
As a
they
good
did
ham
better.
should.
They just said, "Hey, take these for free." And so
That's
they
great.
gave me 23 of their cable sets. Yaesu gave us a heck of a deal on the FT70 radio. Radioddity cut some money off of, the Baofeng was cheap enough, and they still cut money off of it for us to do this. Trying to E-Tron.
And I would
Circuit
imagine.
Lab.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. But E-Tron Circuit Labs is a relatively small company that builds or puts together he's got great lesson plans included with it. But basically just electronics experiment kits and he gave us a heck of a deal on that. And he's continuing to work with us even on some other projects too. So, you know, if you're looking for that. While we're talking about that, ARRDC, I recently got a little grant from ARRDC to after teachers come through teaching. Now, it doesn't actually fund the Teachers Institute sessions. What this grant does is it allows me to send the gear to teachers after they leave Teachers Institute.
That's cool.
TI is great in that every teacher gets a set of stuff, but they get a set of stuff. They have somewhere between 20 and 100 kids. So that one set of stuff, all of a sudden, so you know, ARRDC stepped up and they're like, okay, well, let's look at helping you get some of this stuff out in classrooms. So we're going to get Arduino kits, these electronic kits, and geochrons out to schools.
Nice.
Ooh,
Very
nice.
cool.
Geochron, Geochron's helping us out with pricing. Bionics, if you're
Patrick's a
looking
great
for a
guy.
Fox,
Yeah.
You know, Bionics gave us a heck of a deal. Aero Antenna gave me a much better deal than I thought I was going to get. I mean, he gave me a deal. And then when I showed up at Dayton to pick him up, because I was just going to pick him up and ship him on our pallet back to save the shipping money, he actually gave me the one with the diplexer built in, and I paid for the regular one. So, I got those suckers for like half price. And so thank you for that.
Beautiful.
Well, that's awesome that so many different vendors are on board. You know, we all we're all interested in growing this hobby. I mean, I don't think there's a ham alive that wants to see other hams succeed. And I mean, I know that we all do what we do.
I bet I could find you some
ham radio.
I bet I could find
trying
you
to
some.
be positive.
I mean, challenge considered. Okay, you know. So.
But you know what? Not everybody sees eye to eye. But even those curmudgeons in the chat,
tis the season to be honest.
Listen, I'm trying to be optimistic. Okay?
Tis the season to be ornery.
For a change. Oh God.
So $1,665 we've already raised. Thank you so much.
In 13 minutes.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
That's awesome.
That is fantastic. Again, the goal's 10,000. So,
so we'll take more than that if you want to keep throwing it in. I mean, we want.
Yeah.
So.
Well, like I said earlier, I'm pretty sure I left this fundraiser open. So even after this stream, if people are watching after, they want to donate. If they catch this, you know, as team replay, they should still be able to do that. And even if you don't, just get a hold of the ARRL and say, hey, I want to give Good Games some money. I'm sure they would probably be able to make that.
Well, he has a link for just normal everyday gifting that we used on my stream. So you can do that as well.
And,
it's just
I mean, I'm extremely fortunate, and Kevin is our development guy, and he's very forward thinking, and he sees the vision. You know, I've got a very clear vision as to what I want to do with this and where I want this to go. Yeah. And so Kevin sees that, and so he's got a great staff of people working for him that they're getting quite used to people calling up and saying, "Hey, how do I give Good Games some cash?"
Yeah, that's great.
So,
And I want to, for those of you who aren't familiar, I mean, Steve and all of us have known each other for years through YouTube. Steve actually used to have the Coffee and Ham Radio's channel was Steve's. He's the one that started that. And then the ARRL found out that, hey, this guy's a teacher and he's getting kids into ham radio. We need to hire this guy. So they uprooted him from Mississippi to Connecticut, which I'm sure was a bit of a
different up here, by the way.
bit of a culture shock for you.
It's a little different. So, and one last, well, I say one last shout out. I'm sure there'll be more, but I mean, obviously, our CEO, David Minster, letting me run after my vision. I got there and he was like, we want to grow this youth stuff. And he's like, okay, do what you do. Yeah. And so, I have very few limitations on basically if it betters the hobby and advances youth and ham radio, I don't have to argue with them. And then our board, obviously, because I get funding and budgets approved through the board. So, yeah, I couldn't do it without those groups of people either. So for all the people that every now and then do want to complain about this and that and the other, there's a lot of good work happening. And I mean, we're going to run 7 of these suckers this year.
Wow.
I got awesome.
So now
That's awesome.
So let's go through, actually, let me take a quick, how do I show just me real quick? I want to show those of you who might have just came in new. This is a fundraiser. 100% of the proceeds are going to the ARRL. So if you're watching YouTube and you're looking at the live chat here, right down below is where you can donate. You hit this donate button, and you can see here right where Ham Radio Tube donated $100. And you get to have your name on there. You can stay anonymous if you prefer, but that is how you do that. And now back to...
And I want to say, as there is no donation that's too small. I mean, I seriously, I email every single person who donates to us.
That's awesome.
I catch a little flack because you're like, you shouldn't be spending your time doing this. That's why God made coffee. I get up at 4 in the morning.
Oh my!
There it is. It took 17 minutes to start talking about coffee.
I figured nobody had to click a link or type in a URL to give me $1, much less some of these hundreds that we're seeing today. The least I can do is email and say,
absolutely,
thank you, because I truly believe we don't say thank you enough. So
I am a huge sayer of thank you. It is. It's a great feeling to say thank you to someone, I believe, and it's so easy. So now, by the way, I want to welcome Shane, K5QBF from Ham Radio Clubhouse, and also this side of the radio. Thanks for coming on. How are you, Shane?
I'm good, man. I've been playing radio all day today.
Wonderful.
I see you're in the guest cabin.
I only had to work a half a day.
Awesome.
So
nice.
I got to play. I got Callum on the radio on 40 meters and 17 meters. So it's been a good day today.
Nice. We just got a question from Life at Terminal Velocity. How do we donate without YouTube? Is there a link? Is there a way to do that?
Yep.
Steve's got it. If you drop it in the chat, one of us can drop it.
Give to let me.
Yeah, post a link, and I will pin that to the top of the chat. So if you're not donating through YouTube, you can follow whatever link we're going to do here.
That should get you there. You might have to put the tips in front of it.
But... And pin that. Done. Okay. So at the very top of the live chat, there is a pinned comment to arrl.org/give-to-STEM. So Steve, take us through, say I'm a teacher. How do I get involved in this? What are the processes? What happens at the Teachers Institute? Walk us through that.
So, initially you apply to come. We've got, in fact, we're at a point now where I don't have enough capacity, money, to have all the teachers come through. So, I'm having to say no to some qualified people. But basically, you fill out the application. I go through the applications. I'm at a point where I definitely have to see where I'm going to get the best bang for my buck, because I can't take everybody, obviously. So who's going to have the most, the biggest impact on kids? And that's what it always has to boil down to. Where am I going to get the impact? So they make travel arrangements. They fly up. I put them up at the Marriott when they get here. We fly them up on a Sunday. And they generally get together on Sunday evening, kind of get to know each other with the instructor. Another shout out. I could not do this without my instructors. I've got 4 of them, and I'm going to have to hire more.
That's awesome.
You're going to.
It's a good problem to have.
It is. And, but I knew it would go this way. So
where do I need to submit my resume, Steve?
No, I'm good.
We want them to be able to actually communicate, Frank.
Yeah. So, these are teachers, not. They can spell.
The people that are instructing for us are teachers or have been teachers.
Okay.
We've got 4, but a couple of years ago when I started at headquarters and I ran the first TI, I left it alone. I left it the way that it had been designed. And it was a good program before, but it hadn't changed in a lot of years. And, they were doing the same thing, and people liked it. It was okay. But I started watching teachers, and I had a couple of them that were they were there. You can kind of tell who's going to be that. And so I had them immediately come back for TI2 because it's right now it's a 2-part series. It's about to become a 3-part series. So TI3 right now.
So take us through these series. So I'm a teacher. I get there Sunday. I meet with the instructors. What happens?
So Monday you show up at headquarters and do a little, obviously getting to know you kind of thing to get to know each other a bit. Then they jump right in. Usually it's basic electronics on the first day.
And let me add, would it be fair to say that the majority of these teachers have no experience in ham radio?
It's usually half.
Okay.
About half of them show up with a call sign. This year, 95% of the teachers, I think the final number was, 70. I forgot. It's like 70 teachers or so from 31 states. So, we had 70 of them come through. 95% of them left licensed.
Wow. That's awesome.
So, and several of them upgraded. So,
that's great. That's the sign of they're into it.
Yeah, so hang on, I'm gonna check my audio real quick.
So Monday morning we get there. We're doing some kind of electronic. What? Give us the rundown on what happens and what these teachers could expect and what the donators can expect their money to go to. How is this all working?
So is that audio better, Shane? Shane dropped me a note that said I was on apparently the webcam one.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that. I had so like I said, they show up Monday, they do basic electronics. They kind of know up front what they're gonna do. They do they spend some time installing some software that they'll need for various programs. They go through their pile of goodies. It's like Christmas in July.
Nice.
Because they get a big pile of stuff. Day 2, they normally do a little bit more basic electronics, and they do a soldering kit. This year was just a cheap FM receiver, just so that if they burn a hole in it or something like that, it's not that important. I'm looking this next year at something similar. I'm hoping, with hacker boxes. I don't know if you're familiar with hacker boxes. I'm discussing with them. So great kits. It's like a monthly subscription sort of thing. But he's agreed that if we want to go with this, he'll just create this kit. And he creates a software codable 2-meter radio that you build. I wish I've got them on my desk.
That's cool. That's really cool.
The extra cool part is it is completely software codable. So the kid jumps into the Arduino IDE and it comes with the sample program that you put in there. But then the kid has the ability to change and has to change the frequencies if they want to put repeaters in and stuff like that, or the McDonald's drive-through frequencies or anything like that.
Every time I drive by the McDonald's here in my town, I've always got a repeater on one side of my radio and 14652 on the other. Whatever's happening at McDonald's, they always desense my radio on 52. So this ADHD Life asks, do any of our membership dues go towards the Teachers Institute? How does that work?
No, they do not. Your dues. This is a completely donor-funded program, and it's your dues go to help pay salaries from me, and like for example, the dues money and some of that Diamond Club money for people who give to the Diamond Club. Just past $3,000.
Again, the goal is $10,000.
That's $3,100 in 25 minutes.
Pockets.
That's freaking awesome.
That's wild.
Give to the next generation of ham radio. It's tax deductible. 100% of the money. I get nothing for doing this stream. I'm not getting a cut. YouTube's not getting a cut. Nobody but the ARRL is getting this money.
It's only going to the Teachers Institute. It's not going to any other fund. It is just it doesn't even pay what I was about to say with the dues money. We budget my travel to go to teacher conferences out of our general fund. I could probably justify using that education fund for that, but that's not what people gave money for.
Yeah.
People gave money to put a teacher's butt in a chair and train them to take this to a classroom. So indirectly, your dues money helps advance it, but no, it doesn't actually go to this specific program.
100% funded by us. So if we want to help the next generation, it's really up to us to do that. You know, the membership dues, I mean, the ARRL just increased the dues because it's, you know, for reasons I won't, you know, we're not going to get into. I don't really care. I think it's what is it, $55 a year? Who cares? It's worth it.
59.
59. Okay. And
that's
I renew.
That's a good bottle of scotch. Just do without one for the year.
I renew every February at Hamcation is when I renew my dues. Because usually when you renew at the ARRL at a ham fest, they usually have some kind of swag they give you. Like last year, I think I got a T-shirt.
Usually.
The year before, I got a book, which actually I moved before I got the book, so I never got the book. It got sent to my address in Michigan.
No.
What book was it?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I'm onto the Bucky's coffee cup now.
Nice. Nice. So I'm sorry, Frank, you wanted to say something?
I was gonna say when we hit the $10,000 goal, I could ship that horrible spicy pickle whiskey to Josh that he said he wanted to try.
Yeah. No, you do not want it, dude.
Dude, this gave me a stomach ache the next day.
Yeah, so that's I want to give that to whoever who was brave enough to try it.
I think the question is, how much did you drink? Stomach ache, how much did you drink? Not much, right?
One shot.
Oh, one shot it gave you a stomach ache?
Yes. Now, that night, though, I think I had a good half bottle of another whiskey.
So more than
wouldn't
one
have
shot.
anything to do with it.
So
Nothing
more
to
than
do
one
with
shot. Okay.
I got a headache, but I don't know why. Could have been this whiskey.
Josh, I was at Frank's house earlier, like in the spring of this year, I think it was.
Yep.
And he had that, and I tried some.
That was the mango habanero.
Now, I don't, whatever it was gross. Oh, yeah, that wasn't the pickle. That was the mango habanero.
Yeah.
I don't do sweets much. I mean, I like me some chocolate and cookies every now and again, but then you'd never know by looking at me, but I don't eat a lot of sweets. I just, sour, I can do all day long. I can eat a lemon whole, and I'm a happy camper. This stuff was so cloyingly sweet and sugary, and then the habanero on top. Like, why would you do that to whiskey? Doesn't make any sense. Anyway,
was so bad.
So back to the.
I'll get that bottle to Josh when we hit the goal.
All right, sounds good. So if you want Josh to get some pickle, what is it? Pickle jalapeno whiskey.
Spicy pickle whiskey.
Oh yeah, I'm down. I gotta try that. And if we don't hit the mark, I'll pay for shipping. How's that sound?
Done.
We're going to hit the mark. We're third of the way there.
You should ship it to North Korea.
Yeah.
So, real quick, somebody had a question about, do we have enough for one teacher? Pretty much. That's it. About the exact amount it costs me.
Oh, great
for
question.
a teacher.
We're working on it,
So,
Jody.
it cost me somewhere between $300 and $3,500 to do this for a
Wow.
teacher.
Yeah, you got to think.
And-
You got to fly the person up there. You got to hotel them. You got to feed them. You got to do all that stuff. Transportation.
Got to pay the instructors. I mean, all of that stuff.
Yep.
Factors.
So
into
day
it.
one, we're doing the electronics. And you were meant. Was that what you're kind of doing? That software. What was it called?
That'll be the HackerBox radio. That if we. He's got to do a little modifying on it for us to be able to use that. So, hopefully he can get that worked out and we can take that. But the day one is electronics. Day two is a little more electronics. And
what are we doing in electronics? Can we elaborate a little bit?
Learning about, and Wayne, one of my instructors, is going to be on here in a little while he's kind of going to go into some of the nitty gritty about some of the stuff they learned. So I don't want to steal his spiel.
Okay.
But they learn some of the basic components and circuit design, stuff like that.
Which one of you has a microphone on your keyboard?
Oh, it's my mechanical keyboard. It might be. Is it me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It might be. I don't know. I thought it was Mike. I thought it was Mike, but just then
Get one of these, Josh.
Yeah.
They're very quiet.
I don't know. Mine's pretty far away.
Or it could be me. Hello, my name is.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah,
It's Frank.
Yeah.
It's Frank.
Definitely Frank.
I kind of thought it was.
Why would you want a keyboard that makes that much noise?
I am using a condenser mic. I'm guessing Frank's on a dynamic, and so we hear everything around.
Get a better mic.
Well, it's not a dog barking in the background, but I wasn't hearing
That's
Josh's keyboard earlier, so
I'm impressed. I'm impressed that my
hear
dog got
Josh's
all the way
dog.
in there. That's crazy today.
But anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Whoever was talking, go ahead. I was just like,
So-
who the hell is typing in the background?
Right.
Circuit design. I think is where we left
then we
off.
dig into design. Oh, now I should say, actually, the very first thing that we do after introductions is we administer a test. I send them, as soon as I accept them, I send them all the study materials to study for. If they're not licensed, they get technician. If they are licensed, they get whatever their next level is to test for.
Mhm.
And so we administer that test, so that the idea is we don't want anybody leaving without a license, because if they can't take anything that transmits without being licensed. So
Yeah.
I'll gladly ship it to them if they get licensed after. But fortunately, like I said, 95% of the folks that have come through and most of them pass on that first day. And what we end up finding is they take the test the first day, they pass on the first day, and then they go and they start cramming for their general, because we walk them across to W1AW, and that they get to they get to see a little HF.
That's how they get you.
Yeah.
And they're like, holy smokes, I can do this. And we're like, yes, you can. And so, we get a lot of teachers end up getting two licenses during TI.
That's great.
And we'll test them as many times as our October one, we took 20 people in October, which in a conference room designed to fit 12. So,
Jeez.
we took 20 people. I mean, we brought extra tables in. Wayne, the guy that's going to come on later and talk a little bit, he's the instructor for that. I'm sure he'll commiserate a little bit because it was tight, but it was a good thing, honestly, because there were so many people in there that the other people in the building, Joe Karsh out at W1AW, the lab staff, when it came time to start soldering and we needed more eyes to help and hands to help these people learn how to solder.
Yeah.
I mean, where else can you go and have that many people who have those skills? And
right.
It's just, it's like, hey, all of a sudden you've got, people that are like, this is what they do. And they loved it. So
how many people are at the ARRL headquarters that are working there in any given day?
There's 80-ish.
Wow,
80-ish
many.
or so full.
Wow.
I don't. There's 80 employees or so. I mean, I'm guessing.
Okay.
I know the number's about that somewhere.
See, I would have never guessed it was that. I don't know why, but I was thinking it was like small, like 20 people working there or something.
No,
but
it's not.
No,
I guess being the American Radio Relay League, it's got to be a little bit bigger.
No, I mean, just the radio sports section for all those contests and stuff has got, I don't know, 6 or 7 people in there with all the club services people, that whole section of the building. So, and it's just one corner. I mean, you've got, I don't know, 8 or 10 member services people upstairs. The folks that answer the phones and help you when you call for help all day. Those are the troopers. And
yeah, I'll bet. Jeez,
they are awesome.
You got to donate just for those people,
right? Yeah.
So
right.
and they are awesome, and that's those people upstairs. They take every single phone call that comes into that building.
Yeah, and
so I mean, the vast majority of them are nice people that just need help with something, or maybe, but they deal with everything that comes in, and so those guys and gals,
that has got to be a tough job.
So
they were super kind. I had to call them when I just signing up for my prescription. I started it years ago, and for some reason didn't complete the account process, and my account was locked up. And they're like, "Oh, no thing. Hold on." They were typing on my keyboard. I could hear it. And
they were as loud as Tank.
Yeah,
right
on the keyboard. So
we're $3,711. $3,700. Can we pass the $4,000 mark?
$3,700 in 36 minutes.
For those who just may have tuned in, we got 236 people watching. We've got a fundraiser for the ARRL. 100% of the proceeds are going to the ARRL Teachers Institute specifically. I get nothing. YouTube gets nothing. 100% to the Teachers Institute. Your donation is tax deductible, so please think of the children. It's all about the children. It's all about getting the teachers in there so the teachers can learn about this great hobby and service that we love so they can pass it along to the next generation. So,
and guys, there's some really cool success stories. You're going to have a couple weeks ago, I drove out to Erie, Pennsylvania for a guy that, his students had an ARRL contact, and he's going to hop on here in a little bit and kind of talk about his club there. But y'all, this was the kids at this school. In fact, that's where I was on Jason's stream. I was actually in the hotel at that contact. Every kid that talked to the astronauts was licensed.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow.
So, normally you have these ARRL contacts and you've got the old guy who's the technical guy or whoever the club he's the control operator. No, the control operator was a sophomore in high school who was an extra class ham. And the young lady that was sitting next to him, helping him do everything, was a general class ham. The two operators at the backup station, they were high school kids. I don't know what grades they were in. All of them general class hams or better.
Imagine how cool you would be if you're a sophomore in high school and you're an extra class amateur radio operator. That's what this is all about. Dude, if I would have gotten, I did okay in high school. I did okay in high school, but if I had my extra class license, and by okay, I think you know what I'm talking about.
You lived.
I would be like EME okay.
Holy smokes. So
nice reference.
I missed it scroll by, but George Allison just put us over the 5,000 mark.
Oh, nice.
I just saw that donation.
Holy crap. That just went from 3,000 to 5,000 real fast.
So,
George Allison, I can't see any of the donations to make them pin.
Let me scroll up and see Central Parks. Thank you.
$1,000, George Allison. Thank you so much.
Jesus
we
Christ.
really appreciate that. That is awesome.
K5ATA,
thank you everyone.
For that.
Whether you donate $1 or $1,000, every single one of you we thank with the bottom
That's
of our heart.
Amazing. Thank you, George.
So much.
Wow.
Thank you.
That deserves a drink right there.
Yep. Hold on. Wait.
This is what's going to get it.
There we go.
Are we? I didn't even ask. I just started drinking, so hopefully we're okay with that. On
yes.
On
this is my stream. This is not an ARRL sponsored stream. This is me wanting to do good things.
Yeah. I was saying on my stream earlier, I was like, someone, either Mike or Steve, at the end of the night is going to regret doing this. I don't know which one it is yet. Jury's still out on that. So,
dude, if I don't have any regrets from last year's stream.
That's true. You do not have any.
I don't.
No regrets.
No regrets.
Not one letter.
No regrets.
At this rate, this is going to be a short stream, Mike, because we're only 39 minutes in and we're halfway to our goal.
Well, so again, I
Oh,
set
no.
the goal.
It's the goal.
I set an arbitrary number of $10,000. I'm like, there's so many great people in ham radio. And I had no idea. I was like, do I put like $1,000? I'm like, screw it, go big or go home. You know, you shoot for the stars and aim for the moon, or however that goes. You know, it's for a good cause. Like, why not? So, and I would be so humbled if we even went over that.
Some people need that, that last minute tax write off. I'll gladly help you with that.
Heck yeah.
George needed a tax write-off.
Yeah.
George's got it. He got it.
Apparently he did.
You get all the paperwork you need for that tax write-off. So
staying in good graces, a ham radio Santa is what that is. Right there.
That's interesting. I can't even highlight the chats inside of my chat pop-up.
Yeah, I can't either. So that's why I just put it floating on my screen.
Yeah.
Right.
Josh, real fast, man. Are those the Christmas lights for tomorrow?
These are the official Christmas lights. And I don't want to disrupt this, but I can talk a little bit about that when we get to a lull. But there is a method to the madness, guys.
Okay.
And
We
it's
can pin that
definitely
for
a
later.
process. Yeah.
I was just wondering.
These are the Christmas lights. This is it.
Can we divulge what kind of lights they are?
And actually, that's a very good question. Very important. I actually have an unboxing. Something showed up literally.
I know what that is.
Went live.
No, I don't.
No, you don't. You don't.
No.
So they have to be incandescent. And if you want the brightest light, go with the white ones. Don't go with the colored. Something to do with the tinting, the color that they put on the Christmas lights. Really doesn't make them pop as high and bright as they do if you run with the white ones. I've also noticed that some of the colored ones will die faster. After now my 6th year of doing this, 3 of the years were with colored lights, and the blue and the greens, for some reason, the filament died on those faster once you start getting up into 600 watts of power that we're driving through them.
Mm-hmm.
They start to go. These guys though, the clear, just regular white ones, they're the champs. That's what you want.
And I'm sure hopefully there's people who on this stream right now who have been brought in through the link that the ARRL sent out in their newsletter. For those who may not know who you are, Josh, can you tell the audience what exactly you're doing and why and when and all that?
I'm the Ham Radio Crash Course here on YouTube. I've actually done a couple of videos with the ARRL. Most notably, I really enjoyed doing the SuitSat video. I kind of produced an interview on a documentary that was done on SuitSat, which is a really cool little piece of amateur radio history. But I make videos here on kind of helping people get started in amateur radio. And every year, this is my 6th year of making an antenna out of Christmas lights. This is not for best performance. This is more for the show and the fun of doing it. I've made dipoles and end feds. I made a literal Christmas tree that was just a long wire that went up a form that I had built. Last year, I did a vertical 40-meter phased array. So 2 driven elements that were phased with a harness in between 2 different lengths of coax. That was really impressive. This year, I think I might beat them all with the best performer, but we'll see. It's a different style. Nothing new under the sun in ham radio antenna design, really. So it's a traditional wire antenna, but it will just be with Christmas lights, and we'll see how far I can get out.
Nice. Those are always. I think I got licensed in 2016. So is that?
I'm going to make the child unit stick her head in and say hi real quick.
Hey!
She just
Come on in, Jerica.
So, oops. She's home from college for a minute. I get my baby for a week, and hopefully we can throw a POTA in.
Now, Steve, the important question is, did you all devour those garlic rolls, or are there still some left?
There are still a couple left. So
those look fantastic, Jerica. Good job.
She has turned into quite the little Chef Boyardee, so
really,
I
did not hear of these garlic rolls.
So they're on my Insta Snapchat at Tweetagram.
That's it. That's how I found it.
I haven't checked. So not on the. Oh well, you said Tweetagram. Okay, I haven't been on.
Yeah, it's on
Twitter.
I don't know.
Since yesterday.
But, I saw it on Facebook, which we know. Now I know.
He's one of our instructors. He's in there.
A land that Mike does not tread is Facebook. So
yeah,
I don't do the book face.
Thank you, Mike.
So let me finish stepping us through week 1 anyway. If you didn't.
So getting back to the topic here.
lose track of where I am, and I only have 8 pots of coffee available. So,
So we got about 20 more minutes with Steve.
Right. Yeah.
yeah,
We got to wrap this up here in about 15 minutes.
yeah. So day 2, usually the end of day 2, beginning of day 3, they start programming radios.
Okay.
We give them, like I said, a Yaesu FT70, and we give them a Baofeng. The reason for the Baofeng is because the kids are going to buy a Baofeng. And the reality is the kids are going to buy it. The teacher might as well know how to use it and program it.
Yeah.
So, and where else am I going to get a radio for? I think Radioddity gave me those things for, I don't remember, not much.
Cheap. Yeah.
And so, so they start programming those, and they start programming the Foxes, which is part of why I want to test them on day 1, because life gets a lot easier if they have a call sign and they're programming things, because they can't program anything without it. So by then, we test them on day 1, they get it. I go upstairs to the VEC and they put their teacher stuff in right then so that they get the payment link for the FCC, and then boom, they get their call sign usually the next day. So
that's awesome. Somebody said I needed a radio with APRS. It's right there. It's right there. Okay, I'm sorry.
And then we go on that they build the arrow antennas, and then we go and start having some fox hunts. At this point, they usually start playing a little satellite with the FM birds. So
nice.
We start kind of tracking when the satellites are coming over. If you scroll back through my Snapchat tweetogram, you'll see a few of them. That one young lady that made her first ever satellite contact, and if that look on her face doesn't give you a reason to want to help make this happen, I mean, she jumps down. She drops her iPhone 15 and didn't even care.
Oh, no.
She's jumping up and down just like, oh my gosh, I did. Because, I mean, that's pretty stinking epic. With a little handheld radio, I pointed something with my hand into space. I hit something in space. That's kind of on the impressive side right there.
I mean, they're like 5 inches cubed.
It's like smaller than a shoebox.
Yeah. Those
satellites and then somebody else did the same thing, and we actually communicated. And so that's pretty darn epic. So, they at this point they start every single pass that we have a decent pass on a satellite. It's kind of like everybody runs outside, try to get the bird.
That's great.
They start working through the Arduino stuff as far as microcontrollers and whatnots, doing some projects there. They've got another kit that they usually build. This depends on, honestly, it depends on what kind of deal I get on what.
Yeah.
Ed, N2XDD. If you don't know Ed, you should know Ed. He just donated $75. Thank you, Ed. But Ed is also a part of the M17 project, which we are. We are anxiously awaiting for Wojciech and his crew, Ed, and the other Steve and whatnot there to help. As soon as they have something workable with M17 that teachers can use with kids, we're looking forward to trying to work with them to send this stuff to, because everything that I want to give them, I want to give them something that when it goes back to a classroom, it can be used ready, set, now.
Yeah.
That's the idea of the Fox. A Fox, it's a film canister. The teacher can go back with a bunch of kids that aren't licensed. They can go out, hide it behind the goalpost on the football field and say, let's go do this little lesson on, what map reading, now, however they want to build it in, they can do it.
Yeah. So now, excuse me, are these primarily like science teachers, math teachers? I mean, are they just teachers of any walk, or what's your demographic?
So we tend to get teachers of a bunch of flavors. Like I said, though, the fact that I have more applicants than I have spaces, so we're having to be more selective about what teachers we take. So unfortunately, and it is unfortunate, a lot of people are like, well, what do you mean a third grade teacher? I had third graders doing ham radio in Mississippi. Wow. So, the third graders can do it. But the reality is there comes a point because of funding that I can only run so many sessions. In fact, I've not even told the executive office, David and Diane and Danielle in there, that I've booked the conference room for the entire summer because I'm running 7 of them. So
Surprise!
Yeah.
like, oh well, and that's where we're holding them. So the entire summer. Now, one of them may move off site to a NASA facility because we're building TI3, and so
Wait a minute. What
but
happened
we'll get to TI3.
to
I was gonna say, oh shucks, they
Well,
have to
we're
go
about
to
to do that.
NASA.
So TI2 is still there. So TI2 is Mike's favorite thing in the world, APRS, remote sensing using APRS and stuff.
Wow. All right, stream's over. I'm gone.
They dig into more, Arduino stuff, and they get deep into the weeds.
So you have 2. That's right. You mentioned that earlier. You have 2 different classes. So so what are these 3-4 day classes?
Each one is 5 days. So they come for that first week, then they go home, and generally they apply to come back the next summer. We're much more selective on the next summer just because it's in the weeds. It's
So
a
do you
lot
expect
more
them
technical.
To apply what they learned in the first summer to then
They have to
usually?
have to already be licensed to do this. They have to it gets a little deeper. And then TI3, which is still very much in flux as far as what it's going to focus on some ballooning stuff. And then space. We're looking at doing some linear birds, stuff like that with it. And that's the one that we're hopefully going to be doing at a NASA facility. So
I should also say that
it's a better place to nerd out.
I'd also like to say that M17 mentioned a moment ago is another ARDC grant recipient. They're doing some really cool things in M17. But Mike, Jody was asking a question, and Jody was asking a question that is pretty cool. Maybe Steve can cover the application process for teachers, like submission deadlines. There you go.
Yep. So I've just finalized the schedule, like this week, that we're going to have. So I'll post that right after the new year as far as what those are. But basically,
hey, hang on. Ray N9JA just donated $100.
What's
there
up,
we go.
Ray?
From ICOM. Ray,
Thank
you.
Ray is also living down in
Thank you so much,
stomping
Ray.
ground now. So down in the Mississippi area.
Is that right?
Oh,
Ray, if you want, I can send you a link. You're welcome to hop on here.
So I did a little podcast for Ray, also for talking about this on ICOM's Radios in Action, I think is what it was called. So, but it's, and Tommy's in the chat right now saying, as an instructor for the program, it's the highlight of his year, and it is. These instructors, I mean, yes, I pay them because they work all year. These guys answer questions when these people go back to their classrooms. Holy cow.
Oh, look at that.
Ooh, K5ATA collecting some big money.
The wizard took us to $6,000.
Oh man, thank you so much.
Fantastic,
K5ATA with a $500 donation.
Holy cow! Thank you. Jeez.
Thank you so much, Adam.
That's great, man.
The real Adam.
The real Adam.
Thank you. So we just passed $6,000.
Yeah.
Let's give another plug here. So because there's still people coming in that are new.
Mm-hmm.
This is a fundraiser to raise money for the Teachers Institute for the ARRL. 100% of the proceeds are going to Steve K5ATA and his Teachers Institute. It's not spread across the ARRL. I get zero money for hosting this fundraiser. YouTube is taking zero money for doing this. 100% of the proceeds go to the Teachers Institute for ARRL. Your donations are tax deductible. And let me solo this here really quick, and we'll show this screen right
How
here.
do you do that?
That's a great question. I'm glad you asked that. So here we are looking at my ugly face. Here's YouTube. Here's the live chat here. And if we scroll down below the live chat, we see right here a little donate button. You can click on that. Whether you donate $1, whether you donate $500, whether you donate $1,000, every single penny of this goes to the Teachers Institute. And you should be able to donate afterwards through this channel. I left the donation. I think I did. Left it open. You can also, there's a pinned comment at the top of the live chat where you can donate directly to the ARRL if you don't want to use that donate button on YouTube for some reason. But this is all to help basically just further our love of this hobby and get teachers educated in amateur radio so they can bring what they know back to the classroom and teach the next generation about amateur radio to further science, technology, engineering, and math, which I wish to God I had when I was in high school, because I loved science. Science was the only class that I ever paid attention to or cared about. I've always loved science, and I can only imagine where I would be. I wouldn't be a YouTuber. I would be some kind of engineer. I'd be a Josh working in...
I am a YouTuber.
doing something.
Yeah.
You can do both.
Well, okay,
Same
you can
here,
do
man.
both. But
so the lesson learned here is get kids into amateur radio young so they don't become Mike.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't have said it better. That is exactly.
I mean, that's what I heard you say. So
I think so.
Yes.
It's over, guys. We just got
You said it
$20
more
in
eloquently.
Canadian money. That's
Nice.
like $1,000, right?
Oh wow, yeah.
So
I think that's,
I did want
Only
to point
in-
out.
Loonies and Toonies, though.
All right.
So some of you guys remember back when I was running my YouTube channel doing this in my classroom in Mississippi, I had a young man named Cody.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
a lot of y'all met him. He just texted me yesterday because he got interested in STEM doing this stuff. He went into junior ROTC and he just got accepted into hang on, I don't want to say the name wrong. It's a prestigious, it's like, where is he? Cody.
I think I
The
gave him
National
an
Flight
antenna.
Academy.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah,
nice.
he just got accepted as a junior in high school into the National Flight Academy, which is a hands-on Air Force sponsored STEM program. So, it's not just a license factory. It's these are kids that when we get them interested early and we inspire them and we give them the tools to actually do something fun, because kids like to do hard crap. They just have to be allowed to do it.
Yeah.
And when a kid succeeds at doing something that's complicated and difficult, they want to step it up, and that's what interests kids. And
Yeah.
I mean, Cody's the perfect example of that. He's traveling to, I think it's in Pensacola. I think Adam just posted a link to it. You can look at that link and see just how he's the only kid in the state of Mississippi that got accepted to this.
Wow.
That's
So-
awesome. Congratulations, Cody. Yeah, I think
So,
I met him
that's-
at Huntsville.
You did. You hooked him
2
up
years
with.
ago?
Yeah.
I think you
Yeah.
gave him an antenna or something.
Yeah, that
So,
the loop. It was like an MFJ loop, I think.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, but
because he had just gotten a G90, I think.
yeah, and now
Yeah.
a certain other person that's in the chat, Ray Novak, helped him get a heck of a deal on a 7300. If I remember correctly, he walked over to Ray and they were talking, and basically it came down to, how much
Yeah.
money's in your pocket, and that's what the 7300 happened to cost that day.
Yeah.
I
And
may have the story
shout
slightly
out.
wrong, but
It's
that's
just
Huge shout out to Ray Novak, because he's
Totally.
that's
he's kind of a humble guy when it comes to this, I think, but like he's so into helping young people get on the air.
He
And I
is.
know
I mean,
was a
he
big,
helped my
he was a
daughter,
big help to
I
you
mean,
and Jerica, and when he found out you were just a teacher doing your thing before all this ARRL stuff.
Yep.
He just latched onto that, and he's so supportive of I think he's got a big piece of his heart into getting the younger folk into amateur radio, and that's just so great to have someone like the sales manager for ICOM. Like there's an ICOM there, there's an ICOM there, there's an ICOM in front of me. It's like that's just so cool. So
You're not a fanboy or anything. Hey,
Not at
shout out to Ron, a W4ORH. We all know Ron. He hangs with us at Huntsville every year.
yeah.
Mhm.
He just donated $100 as well.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm sorry I can't in the way I have this stream set up. Usually I can highlight things like
it won't
this.
let you highlight the donations.
You can't highlight the donations.
I can't either.
Really weird.
Cool.
So
I
kind
can't
of-
do it. That's why I'm doing this thing.
Yeah, that should be a suggestion we all send to YouTube. Say, hey, let us
Yeah.
highlight the donation, man.
YouTube listen. So we have Drew AC3DS joining us.
Yep. Go ahead and throw Drew in. He's the teacher from Harbor Creek, Pennsylvania.
I'm sorry, I've only got a 6 limit thing. I thought I could bring 10 people on.
What?
So one of you guys has to get yeeted. That's kind of. I'm not using the paid version of StreamYard.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah.
Go ahead and put me out. Put me down.
Well, Shane just dropped. Shane, are you leaving?
He just turned his camera off.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
let's get rid of
I can step back.
All right, get out of here.
It'd be really fun to see you kick Frank, though.
Yeah. I know.
Well, Wayne, the instructor, is going to be here shortly. So this is Drew, AC3DS. He is the assistant principal now at Harbor Creek High School, about to become the curriculum director. I think I've got your new title right. And I kind of bragged on his ARRL contact a little while ago. I'm going to let him brag on his students because he knows them best. I spent 2 days roughly with these kids, and I'm just telling you, these are some amazing. This is the exact thing that we want to happen with Teachers Institute. They come out, they're inspired, they hit the ground running, and I don't want to take your thunder. So Drew, take it away, bud.
Go ahead, Drew.
Yeah.
Welcome to the show.
Tell us about your advanced technologies group and what you've done and what your kids have done.
So hang on, let me clarify. So you went to the Teachers Institute, and now, okay.
So for me, my journey started a few years back, and we started doing stuff at my school. We started doing stuff with weather balloons, and we started to get into the radio end of things a bit. And
who's we? Give us a little background.
My students and I, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when we realized that we wanted to go more in depth with the radio side of things, 2 other teachers came on board. They got their licenses, and we were able to get a school club call sign, right? And that was a huge step for us, just because then all of the students could then start to use the club call sign regardless of whether they had earned their license yet or not. But kids being naturally competitive as they are, they wanted their own, right? And so then it became, I don't want to use the school's call sign. I want to use mine. I want to get my own.
Good, the way it should be. Way it should be.
Wait a minute. Are you transmitting until robots replace us?
Yes.
Thought I recognized you. Nice. That is the greatest YouTube ham radio name ever.
Yeah.
So we've been doing this for a little while, but the ARRL Teacher Institute was huge for us for 2 main reasons. First of all, because we were living in isolation in our school, and we were trying to do our thing, but honestly, it was very stifled because we just didn't have a lot of outside exposure to other folks. And really the vision that we thought that we had, we didn't see outside of our school. We didn't know anyone else. We know of no other school that's doing or attempting to do this stuff. And so, when you don't see it around you, it can be very disheartening because you don't know if you're just living on an island. You don't know if what you're trying to do is worthwhile or not. And you can start that little creep can start to, enter in, and you start to say is this worthwhile? Is it worth the investment? Is it worth it for the kids? And we just kept saying, yes, we know that it is. We know that it is. But the ARRL Teachers Institute was huge because it showed us very, very clearly that the vision that we had was the vision that Steve has. It's the vision that Tommy Gober has. It's the vision that Wayne Green has. And, all of these great teachers and folks from the ARRL, they have the same idea that schools are a great place to, give kids exposure to these ideas, because the technology is the thing that is going to help them to be able to, flesh out their dreams, right? It's going to allow them to do whatever it is that they want to do.
What subject do you teach?
So I'm right now I'm the high school assistant principal. So no
better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Little flex there. Nice.
No flex. That is the low man on the totem pole.
No.
Right
No. That's great. Congratulations.
Do you want this job? Here, I'll hand it to you.
So Yeah, I mean, but it's been great because the school has been very supportive. The school has been very, encouraging in all of the things that we've tried to do. But again, there's that general sense of, is this worthwhile? Nobody else is doing this. There's no other school, anywhere around us at all, within a few hundred miles of us that we know of, that's doing anything. And so, it leaves you with that lingering question. Right?
And where are you, Pennsylvania?
Yep, up near Erie, Pennsylvania, right along the lake.
Yeah.
So-
Okay. Yeah.
So I have a question for you.
By the way, it's colder there than it feels. I'm just saying it's cold.
Oh, I know.
Eerily cold.
So how do you tell the students about the ham radio club you have there, or try to get them interested? Because you got it set it up and you got it going. The ones that are there are enjoying the program and it's challenging and they love the little mini games that we're making it. But how did you get their attention initially?
Okay, that's a great question. And this is going to sound absolutely ridiculous, but we do nothing. We do not advertise. We do not say a word. We've never put an announcement out to the school. We don't nothing.
Wow.
And the kids come to us. The kids find us because the word of
Go ahead
mouth-
and tell them how many kids, Drew. It's not one or two.
Right. So in our club, we range somewhere between 25 and 30 any given month or so, as kids flex in and out for different reasons and for different things that they need to do. Right now we've had about 30 or so students over the course of the past couple of years that have graduated and moved on to college and whatnot. Around 30 or so that have earned their licenses, and we're about 2 years old at this point. So it's been a wild ride, right? But we have not advertised in the sense of telling kids that we're there, because the kids do all of that for us. The kids go out and they say, hey, look, we're doing something really cool. This is what I'm doing, right? I don't need to sell anything. I don't need to try and convince anyone of anything. The kids do all of that themselves, which is great, because that's really that's
so cool that there's that much interest and excitement about that going on in something so tech related. I mean, I remember when I was in high school, I graduated in 98, and that was the early days of the internet and stuff. I mean, is technology in schools now in general just more of a thing because we're just so in the computer age now, and we've got spaceships past the Kepler belt or whatever, Is that what's going on in the schools now? Kuiper, whatever the heck it is.
It's because they took out all the wood shop. So what else are they going to do? So.
Right.
What is going on in the schools now? Is that just a thing?
So, I mean, I'll say, the maker movement was huge for the entire country, right? That was in the world, right? That was a really big thing, and it really helped to revitalize the way that schools were looking at wood shops, looking at technology, looking at STEM, right? And saying, well, what is it that we can do? And the accessibility of something like 3D printing or robotics becoming a lot more, financially or fiscally, possible, for schools was huge for everyone. I mean, our school, which we are not an affluent school at all, we are very small in most regards compared to most schools out there. I mean, we've got, 17 3D printers in our building. Wow. The kids have the laser engravers. They've had them for years. But, schools are specifically bringing on teachers now for the purpose of STEM. And that was one of the main reasons why I was brought on, was to help foster, STEM in our particular district. Yeah. And so when I was given that mandate, I mean, it was carte blanche to be able to try and create something good, which was great. I mean, who would not want to have that mandate given to you? Go do something awesome.
Nice. So we've got another guest coming in. Frank, I'm going to drop you and bring in Wayne.
Okay.
Bye, Frank. Hello, Wayne. And welcome, Wayne. Okay, so I'm sorry, Dre. Didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, I'm actually glad that Wayne is here, because Wayne was one of the two Institute mentors, instructors, facilitators for that session that I was there. And, I came away from that with a tremendous amount of respect for Wayne, for Tommy, for everybody at the ARRL, which, again, that was my first introduction to all of it. And what an amazing introduction it was to all of those folks, and the amazing things that the ARRL is doing through that program. hands down, easily the best training that I have ever been to.
Awesome.
Bar none. Like, it was the best. And granted, most teacher trainings are really boring, but this was phenomenal on its own right. Like,
awesome.
So
Drew, let me ask you, how did you?
Drew's actually coming back for part 2 this year.
Oh, nice.
So
how did you, Drew, learn about the Teachers Institute and get involved from a kind of a student aspect in this? What would you have to say to a potential person who's getting into this? What was your journey through this? How did it all happen?
Yeah, I mean, finding out about the Teachers Institute was, I think it probably happened through one of the QST magazines. I think that's probably where I saw it first. And, and then just looking at it online and trying to find if I could, make it work in my summer schedule, because I work all year round, and just trying to figure that out. And, eventually, once the stars aligned a bit, and, I'd asked my administrator and said, hey, is this something that, you'd be open for me to go to do? She was like, yeah, absolutely. Go do it.
Nice.
And then it was amazing because all of the costs were taken up by the ARRL, which is, again, beyond huge, because it's not like we're living large on, on our salaries or anything like that to be able to go off and to do these things. And one of my colleagues, he went to Dayton, and he did his Teachers Institute in Dayton. And so, like, for two of us to be able to go, for two of us the same summer to go to get training and then to come back and to be able to collaborate was phenomenal for the school. And really, it advanced us probably the better part of several years by being able to get us on the same page and seeing that all of the really amazing things that Wayne and Tommy and Steve and all of the folks had prepped out for us.
I want to correct one thing. Drew said that ARRL picked up the cost for that. Absolutely not. The donors picked up the cost for that.
Yeah.
So we funneled it. So everybody who is donating tonight, again, thank you. But this is the exact thing that you're giving to. You're giving to create programs like Drew is creating, like several of these, and we've got these things all over the country that are starting to pop up now. So
it's so cool. It's like watching POTA from its infancy. Nobody knew what it was, and now it's this big thing.
Yeah,
it's getting to that point where there's no doubt we have momentum. We're building faster than I can afford to build. That was a discussion I had during my budget meetings, and we are pushing heavily into the STEM space, and this is by far in my opinion, one of the best avenues to do that with. So we've got kids that are starving for something cool to do in school, as is evident in Harbor Creek, and as soon as they get it, they don't have to advertise this stuff. The kids run that. I kid you not. I showed up on a Sunday afternoon. I walked into their classroom shack, and there's a dude sitting there coding in the Arduino IDE on a Sunday. It is a Sunday. He is at school, and he's coding in Arduino.
So cool.
And I'm like, they're not using it. I mean, they're not using it for the ARRS contact I was there for. He's just like, what? Why not? It's just, I'm here. I'm like, okay.
James at Quirky QRP, he had to drop. He said he was going to like a holiday party or something. But he did say...
This is the holiday party.
Yeah, exactly. He did say, tell Steve I'm going to snail mail him some goodies for the Institute. Time for caroling party. So Quirky QRP, go Google that. He's got a Etsy store. But the best thing about James tonight is he donated $5 like 5 or 6 times. So he was donating QRP style. I love it. It was great.
And what a great
segue. Wayne.
What a great segue. We'll get to Wayne in just a second. Whether you donate QRP at $5 or you donate QRO at $1,500, 100% of your donations, our donations. I gave $100. Jason gave $100.
Yep.
Everybody's throwing money out there. I am getting nothing as a YouTube streamer for hosting this. YouTube is taking nothing for hosting this. This is a fundraiser. 100% of your donation. Our goal is $10,000 to raise for the ARRL Teachers Institute, and hopefully we can get past that. We're already 2/3 there.
We're going to get there
in an hour and 14 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you. thank you, every single person who's donated, and thank you everyone for just watching and learning and just educating yourself for what the ARRL is doing. They hired Steve Goodgame because he was just a teacher in Mississippi who was doing this anyway,
right,
out of the kindness and selflessness of his own heart. And the ARRL was like, holy crap, we need this. But it is 100% donor funded. And all of your donations are
Jenna's here. She's a TI grad.
Well, welcome.
I got excited. I saw another TI grad in the chat. I interrupted, but
so Wayne KB4DSF, thank you for joining the stream here. And Steve, if you want to give an introduction, or I don't know.
So Wayne obviously attended TIs, and when we started expanding the program, we had to expand instructors, and we were fortunate that we reached out to Wayne. Wayne said, "Heck yeah, this is kind of like the dream gig, I guess." I mean, these guys, this is it. I mean, this is their high point of their year where they get to do this. So Wayne, I'm working Wayne more than Wayne probably wants to be worked. I've got Wayne doing three sessions this year, but he is one of our instructors in the program, and I figure he's also a homeschool co-op teacher, which is an important element for us to realize. There's a huge homeschool community out there that these people are also looking for STEM activities. I came from a public school system. Drew's in a public school system. People will tell you all day long it's impossible to get into the public schools. Absolutely not true. Call me. I've seen a couple comments in there about how to do that. My email is mycallsign@arrl.org. I will step you through that. I've got a video on how to do that. But the homeschool community it's huge. And Wayne being a part of that, he's really helped us kind of steer things and reach out to those people. So I'll let Wayne come. Oh, there's Megan Tucker. She's the hairbow girl. So
she's skydiving.
She is too. Yeah, she is one that I talked about those teachers that came in and got their technician and then studied and got the general. That she's one of those.
Awesome.
So she is a general. She is the one that you see in the parking lot jumping up and down when she actually made the contact who dropped her brand new phone.
I know exactly who she is.
I hope she had a case on it.
So, but Wayne, they were asking earlier about what a week consists of, and I was very vague because I didn't want to steal your thunder there. So, have at it, brother.
Hey, first off, thanks for having me on, guys. I appreciate it. And Drew, I watched the live stream. That was a lot of fun, dude. Those kids are amazing, man. That was awesome. So,
thanks, Wayne.
Yeah, good deal. So what does a week look like? I'm assuming a TI, right? A week of TI.
Yep.
It starts off with a lot of laughter. In the middle, there's a lot of laughter, and in the end, there's a lot of laughter. So we have a great time. So for the TI1, I'm sure that Steve has said something already. For the TI1, a ham radio license is not required for that one, but we obviously. How do we get Mr. Beast involved? So
Mr. Beast, if you're watching,
right. Good luck with that.
So
never hurts to ask.
Yeah, we focus on basic electronics, basic radio frequency and antennas. We have some great activities. We do some fox hunting. We build a number of projects. Get people who've never soldered before to solder, and that could be interesting, right? And then
don't hold it close to the tip.
No. Yeah. A hot soldering iron looks just like a cold soldering iron. So, one of the things that we did actually, I think I saw Jenna on a while ago. She did something one of our TI1s that was absolutely awesome. The TI1s now we issue two HTs. A Yaesu, the FT70, and a Baofeng. I know, sorry, TI2, baby, TI2.
Told you, programs are growing and changing. So, and I will go ahead and say real quick, as you're donating, if you think in terms of if you give $100, you're putting an HT in a hand, basically.
Yeah.
$20, you're putting some of these license manuals and stuff in a hand. That's if you think in terms of that. So everybody who's well, I don't know, $5 here, $5 there, it all adds up to stuff. So $100.
We're already at 69.20. Let's see how fast can we get over that 7K mark. But yeah, great point.
All right, so go for it, Wayne.
Yeah, no worries. No, so a number of the folks that do come to TI1 are licensed, a number aren't. Jenna had this phenomenal idea when we ran her, that TI1. And she suggested once we got the radios all set up and programmed that we run an impromptu net literally in the parking lot of the ARRL headquarters. Yeah, I mean, we're spread out all over the massive property. And we had folks who didn't have a license teamed up with someone that did. So we had a lot of third-party stuff going on. And a lot of people made their first contact on the radio, on that net, with other students. And QSL cards were made and everything was awesome. And I carried that on into the next TI1 that I'd run. Actually, I think that was a TI2. I can't remember. Anyway, so a week. We start at 8 o'clock in the morning. We go till 4 o'clock in the evening. Sometimes a little bit later, and we cover for the TI1. We cover basic electronics, RF theory, real basic stuff. Antennas. We build stuff. We, of course, we ran the net. We introduced them. Each of the students, they get an ARRL antenna as well, and we introduce them to being able to at least pick up satellite signals, so they're listening to the FM birds.
What's the reaction from folks like when they hear a satellite?
It's actually kind of fun especially when you're sitting there and you're waiting for the satellite to come over the horizon, and you hit the 10 degree mark, and you start to worry, okay, is this thing even going to come on? And as soon as you start hearing voices, like, oh, wait a minute, I hear something, which is kind of cool. We also do pick up weather stuff from the weather satellites, and all of the students, teachers, students, right? All of them, they have their their hair up there, their HTs, their ARRL antenna. They have a computer set up, and they're watching that signal walk on their SDR. They're running an SDR and picking up that satellite thing. So, and it's what's really kind of fun is, especially if you do the satellite thing, a lot of the weather thing, a lot of them's done that for the first time. We sit down in the classroom, we pull up the projector, and we start showing everybody what their images look like, and it's kind of fun. Everybody's like, yeah, it worked, So it's kind of cool. Now TI2, we get into remote sensing. So we actually build a, if you will, a weather buoy, not a seaworthy device by any means. The flotation device, if you actually build it all the way through, the one that I built it. We built ours all the way through when I went through TI2. The flotation device is literally made up of PVC tubing and pool noodles, and everything is inside of a dry box. But you program an Arduino microcontroller, which we do our microcontrollers as well in TI1. So you program this controller to be able to use sensors, and we collect the air temperature, water temperature, barometric pressure, GPS data. We also build a circuit so we can read the approximate battery life from our battery, and all of that gets brought down into APRS. Sorry, Mike.
Hey, I'm just one guy, okay?
And aren't you so glad that you become the one guy that people reference APRS to every time?
You are the one guy.
Guys, we have passed the $7,000 threshold. It was actually a donation by Jason KC5HWB. Thank you again. We are now at $7,130 towards our $10,000 goal for this stream. Thank you, everyone. We're almost there. We're almost there.
We should when the donation amount gets to 7,300, Mike, I think you should buy a 7,300 and give it away to somebody on the screen. That's just my opinion. I mean, that's what I would do.
Ray Novak's here. Maybe
you got Ray Novak's phone number, right?
We can call Ray.
We can call Ray.
Ray, what say you?
Hey, right.
I think when we get to the $10,000 mark, maybe ICOM could donate some of the new ID 50s.
Ray, you text me if you want to be on the stream. Let me know.
He already said he said he had his kids or grandkids.
Oh, yeah, he's got family going on there.
Yeah, he's got family in town.
Yeah.
So
That's okay. That's okay.
7,300 at 7,300 and an FTDX 10 at 10,000. I call it right now. Let's go. Let's do it.
All right. So
Are you called John?
I'll call John.
So about this pool noodle thing. So I'm sorry. What? How are you deploying that?
When we do it in ARRL headquarters, we set everything on top of a bucket of water, and then sit one of the thermistors down in the water, and the other ones in the air. I've actually deployed mine also in a bucket of water here in my driveway. If people want to deploy them, it's definitely not seaworthy, but a river, tie it down, or a lake or something.
So this is more proof of concept kind of thing.
It really is. Yeah, it really is. So the idea though is to get it serialized and down into an APRS transmission, and then we go the next day. We hop on to APRS.fi. And we teach them how to collect the data, how to sift the data, and then pull up spreadsheets, and you can actually see all the weather information's on there. So it's kind of nice if you have any, like a weather front coming, you can see the changes in barometric pressure. So a lot of different applications I can go there. I will have to say it's kind of funny because my wife and kids are watching this in the other room, and my son was just over here at this other window. They're just like shooting faces at me, so that kind of distracting me a little bit. So.
Now, is he licensed?
No, so yeah, I wish I had this picture. No, he's looking at me again. Okay, stop. So no, I'm a big fail there. I'm the only ham in my family right now. I did get my boys a long time ago. They were real young. A couple of FRS radios,
Mm-hmm.
Those things that go 37 miles.
No.
Sure.
The package says anyway.
From a Summit.
Soda, yeah.
From the ISS. From the ISS.
Yeah. I'll show this picture for my intro. I don't have it up right now, but my two boys were standing on top. We had a plastic log cabin, literally standing on top of it, next to each other, both holding the radios. I've got a picture of it. It's like every time it shows up on Facebook, it goes back out as a memory. Literally the conversation by Brian and Matthew, right? The conversation literally was, Matthew, can you hear me? Matthew's like, yeah, I can. No, on the radio, dummy. Oh, yeah, I can hear you. It's like, oh my God.
You big dummy.
Anyway, but yeah, no, I'm the only ham right now. So I'd hope to be able to get them licensed. But I will say, interestingly, my daughter did ask some questions. I built a QRP radio, and it's for 40 meters. I was testing it out and told her I don't know that it's going to work all that well because of the time of day, whatever. And she started asking questions. What does the time of the day have to do with it? So maybe we'll see. Anyway.
Well, if your daughter gets licensed, then your son is going to definitely want to get licensed.
Oh yeah. He can't let that. He can't let that.
I mean,
go.
kids, you're listening. If you want to be just that little bit much cooler, I mean, look at all of us. We're here live on YouTube.
That's right.
Raising money. We've raised $7,180 so far. So
I want to answer a question real quick. Apparently, and I missed the comment.
Go ahead, Steve.
But apparently, at some point, there was somebody was asking about getting receipts. You will get a donation receipt from Google, and you will also get an acknowledgement letter with our tax ID, all of your tax stuff from ARRL. Kevin in our development office, he's ready to handle all those and get those sent out. So I'm sorry, I don't know who it was that asked. I saw somebody trying to answer the question.
Yeah.
But yeah, you absolutely get whatever.
Yep. I'm looking at it right now. I just got my receipt from YouTube. It says YouTube donation receipt. Thank you for your support. Your donation support ARRL Teachers Institute fundraiser is completed and we processed by Network for Good and blah blah blah, and gives you an order number and everything. So yep.
And
it's legit.
Really quick. Yep, 100% legit. Another quick shout out. George, who hit us with that $1,000 earlier. I can't thank George enough. George is a Maxim level donor. He supports the education department in a big way. He's given, I don't know how much, a lot. I mean, he's he is a huge supporter. So Rick Roderick, the
Yeah, there's
ARRL
Rick.
president, is here.
See
I saw
that?
that. Look at that. Rick is in there.
Thank you, Mr.
You know,
Rick,
Rick,
for the $100
like I said,
donation.
you know, I couldn't do what I do, and Wayne couldn't do what he does, and we couldn't help teachers do what they do without the board of directors and, you know, Rick and all of the boards. So thank you, Rick.
Yep. We're $20 away from 7,300, by the way, which is a milestone number because there's an ICOM 7,300 right there.
Absolutely.
Oh, the screensaver's on.
I want to mention too that one of the other things that we really strive for is as much education as we or as much education as we try to be. Inspiration is a big thing, and when these teachers leave and they're inspired, that just goes right over to the kids. And look at what Drew did with his school there. That ISS contact. I mean, that's hard to get, and they pulled it off nicely. It's beautiful. So nice job on that.
They pulled it off a whole lot better than nicely. That was epic. It was. I mean, guys, the Today Show was there. The Today Show interviewed these kids. You know, they didn't want to talk to most of the old people. They wanted to talk to those kids, and they did. 3 or 4 hours. Nice. Harry Smith was in there talking to these kids. I think you can look for that thing to come out in February, I think it is. I think they're shooting for February. They're going to have one of their Hometown America specials focusing on amateur radio and the ARRL contact. And I mean, it's like I said, big things are happening, and the momentum's there. So sorry, go ahead.
And I'll
Wayne,
there.
Go ahead,
Drew.
Drew.
Say that like the ARRL contact that my students were just able to do though was in a large part made possible by the contact that we made at the Teachers Institute. So while I was there up at, up in Newington, Connecticut, I was able to meet Joe Garcia, and Joe is the station manager up there. And through that contact, we were able to understand the requirements that ARRL had for making a ground station. And so our students went back and they built the antennas, right? Like they figured out what they needed. They got the stuff, they built it, they put it together, they ran the coax, like they were able to, they put the ends on the coax, like they did all of it to be able to have that contact over a year later, right? But that was huge because what we didn't have at that particular moment that the ARRL provided and at that Teachers Institute was a little bit of that institutional knowledge and a little bit of that understanding that we just didn't have. Like I had never made a satellite contact before. And so to get a little bit of that experience, to be able to then take it back to the kids that have said like, yeah, we were really excited. We want to do this. But like, I just didn't have that experience, behind me, let alone the understanding of how an AS-L system works and how to mount it on a flat, roof that has to be a non-penetrating roof mount that has to be, ballasted down, so that way it doesn't, interfere with anything on the roof. Like it's not always as simple as it seems to just go do this thing, right? But they had the people there that were able to help us and explain to us and give us those little, incremental experiences to make the big thing possible, which was huge.
Yeah, Joe and Drew went back and forth well over a year. I mean, just getting this stuff worked out. So, it's kind of it's a family thing. I mean, they come through, they get to know everybody. David and Diane and all the poor editorial staff for QST, they're right across from where we have these things, and they get loud. They're having a great time in TI learning stuff, and nobody mind because it's a family thing. They're like, oh, these guys, they're taking this back. And, he had questions about antennas, and you've got Joe Karsha, the guy who runs W1AW, answering his questions to get that squared away.
Yeah, and to be fair, like a lot of those questions were the kids' questions, right? Like, I don't know what I'm doing. Like 3/4 of the time, I have no clue as to what I'm doing. But the kids, like they were the ones that were figuring out what they wanted to do, and then being able to have that intermediary step to be able to ask somebody that actually does know what they're doing, so that way we can get it going. Like it's like the true Elmer type of a situation, right? Like to actually have it, play itself out.
Josh and I are arguing about who's going to give next.
Yeah.
I think Josh should get us to 7610. He actually has that radio. It just makes sense in my head.
I do.
Come on. I've got a 7700 sitting right there. You could have said that. So
I'm team 10. I'm team 10K. So we're pushing for 10K, but we're gonna drive up to that number.
We're gonna do it.
I will be right back. Carry on.
Thank you for the warning.
Are you going to get the Festivus poll, Mike, before you go?
Did you see? Let me solo myself here. Did you see the Bioenno Christmas tree that I made with some beautiful ICOM radios, some Bioenno batteries? There's my Yaesu 818. We've got some Messi and Poloni cable there, and we've got the obligatory banana.
Oh, there it is. Good. Yes, the banana.
Always in the shot. All right, I'll be right back.
Oh boy.
I was on Jason's stream this morning, and the night before I was on the podcast with my wife, and I'm like, "Yeah, honey, I'm going to be on Jason's live stream in the morning." She's like, "What are you guys going to talk about?" I'm like, "He hasn't told me." And she's like, "Well, it's a couple of days before Christmas. Is this a Festivus thing? Is this the airing of grievances that we're going to be having?"
I think the airing of grievances. I think the airing of grievances was with Bob 2 days ago. Honestly,
I watched that.
I know you did.
Buddy.
That guy, you got to either love or hate or both at the same time with Bob. I mean, it's just like, oh my God. Yeah, it was a fun stream. I had fun with Josh today. Josh was a great guest. He always is. Callum was a great guest yesterday. Bob was a great guest on Wednesday. I had fun on all the streams. I'm glad I did all that. But
I was thinking about projects, and 'tis the season. We're almost through Christmas, and let me just give you my spoiler alert. So my Christmas light antenna, I'm working on it right now. And what I do every year to refuel for the subsequent years is I go to Lowe's the day or a couple of days after Christmas when they got all the clearance Christmas lights up. You can stack up on these deep for dollars, right to the 20s of dollars.
Yep.
A Christmas light antenna is an actually really fun project to just do a demonstration with, even on 10 meters, because you can literally see the illumination of the light. And if you do a long wire, this is my recommendation. A long wire will actually, the intensity of the lights will move as you change bands, which is really fun. So if you get a long 40-meter-ish antenna up, because, by the way, these are all just massive inductors. You can't really tune this. If you move from like 40 to 20 to 15 to 10, you can actually see the light, the intensity move. And that's a really cool demonstrator. That might be really fun for people. Just throwing it out there as an idea.
Yeah. Should we take this opportunity?
Dan Grady.
Go ahead, Steve. Sorry.
Dan Grady is one of our vice directors.
Hey, Dan.
Colorado. So Dan, thank you. He's like, I can't say it often enough. I can't do what I do without our board supporting what we do. So thank you, Dan. So
absolutely. Yeah.
Good job, Dan.
Thank you.
What did I miss?
Our host is back.
Oh, Dan, thanks for $100. All right. So here's the deal. So we're at 7580 right now of our $10,000 goal.
We're not even through the first hour of this stream.
I know. You got, I want to,
yeah, we are. We're
enormous.
We're an hour and a half. Yeah,
thank you to every single one of you who is here watching, who is here donated. There's people coming in and out throughout this whole stream. So I'm going to give this spiel again because this is a telethon, and I'm just going to show my screen here.
Grayman Poda has a good comment as well.
Yeah,
actually, I'm not going to show my screen because I screwed it up.
We'll have Drew answer that after Mike gives his spiel.
Awesome.
This fundraiser, this telethon, is for the ARRL Teachers Institute. And hopefully you read the description below, but the ARRL Teachers Institute is 100% funded by donors. And this is our way to give back to our community. I am not making a penny for doing this live stream. Usually with super chats, those go to the viewers, or the creator. I'm not getting anything. YouTube is not taking a single penny from this. 100% of your donations are going not to the ARRL, but to the ARRL Teachers Institute, specifically to Steve K5ATA and his team, to get teachers involved in amateur radio so they can bring it back to their classrooms and further STEM, further amateur radio in the classroom. So your donations are tax deductible. If you're watching the stream, right below the live chat,
7,700.
There is a button that says donate. We're at $7,700 now. My goal is $10,000. If we can get above that, that's great. But here's the deal. Got a little bit of the Jamers left.
Uh-oh.
This whole stream was inspired by last year when I did a live stream for 9 hours. Hopefully we don't have to go for 9 hours tonight, because I'm not going to let any of you guys go.
Mike, I think you should get your cat a necklace that says Ventura. That way you can walk up to him and
I see where you did. So once we hit $8,000, I mean, I don't have that much, but once we hit $8,000, I'm going to take a little shot. Every $500, once we hit $8,000, I'm going to take a shot until this bottle's done. So
8320.
All right, there it is.
There you go.
That's pretty impressive. That's insane.
So here we are. I don't even know if I'll have enough.
Hey, Digital Rancher Rob with the $500 donation up there, guys.
Whoa!
Yeah,
Rob is the man.
I'm not doing.
Rob is the man. If you guys want to know about satellite stuff, go check out Digital Rancher. He's got an awesome. He's very knowledgeable in the world of satellite amateur radio.
And the only one daring enough to do a
Why do I not see? Oh, there it is.
Satellite.
Right.
Live streaming.
Yes.
Live streaming.
Live streaming. More than once.
Crazy.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Yep.
Whew. I'm glad I don't drink crap whiskey like that. What was Frank talking about? That jalapeno
Irish
whatever,
whiskey is not exactly
stuff,
regular whiskey, but
Mike, I don't know.
I mean, this is only like $30 a bottle. I'm not. Listen,
our Irish
I ain't ham radio crash course money here. I'm still, sure. He's got 300,000 subscribers. I got 34,000, something like that.
Mike, if you remember, our Irish friends that we met in Orlando, they scoffed at our dare to drink Jameson.
Scoff away.
It's
Just
like
I
tried to get Hayden to drink a Foster's beer when he was over here, and he wouldn't do it. He's like, we don't drink that crap.
It's like getting an American to drink Bud Light. Come on.
Right, yeah,
right.
yeah.
Try that in a small town.
That's right.
We're not going.
Try that down under.
So,
there you go, Miss Betsy bringing the coffee for Wayne.
Nice. There you go. Boy. Where did we leave off with Wayne?
So I think we got through what you're doing with TI2 and.
Oh, I know what I wanted to ask. Forgive me if you mentioned this already, but I asked Drew, Wayne, how did you get involved with the Teachers Institute? What's your story? How'd you find them? How'd you, what was your whole path of going through this, and how'd you get to where you are now?
So I forget how many years ago it was now. We homeschool here. We're part of a homeschool community. We have a co-op. It's now an association. What the difference is, I don't know. But it's not mandatory to be part of the co-op. But the co-op, they meet over one of the local churches, and we actually have a large co-op. It's I think nearly 300 kids in this co-op.
Wow.
So they put out classes. They actually do classes. We meet once a week, and it's kind of like school. There's 3 different periods you go through. And I happen to notice that when we were going through the list of classes, there wasn't much in the way of STEM. There was a little bit there, but not a lot. I was still working at the time. My wife was on the co-op board, so I just asked her if I were to put if she would reach out to the board to find out if I were to put together like a basic electronics class, a one-time shot, because I'm still working. I'd have to do it in the evenings. What would be the interest? And it turned out the interest was high, so I put out a post then to all the parents and said, hey, if I do this, what is your interest? And man, the interest again was high. I actually had parents that reached out to me and asked me if they could take the class if their kids don't. I was like,
nice.
Sure. Yeah. So the very first one we held, I think we had near 30 attendees. It was pretty large. Again, remember, one-time shot. And I write all my own stuff. That this I did. It's a history survey, if you will. I call it how the telegraph changed the world. So we follow the development of the telegraph, but we start in like the 1740s with a gentleman by the name of Nolay, shocked the piss out of a bunch of monks and such, and then go all the way through to the beginning of World War I. And there's projects that they built all the way through. I actually had skits made up. The parents that participate in the skits, they wear costumes and stuff. It was a lot of fun. It really was an 8-week class. The last week, I had kids coming up and said, Mr. Wayne, what are we going to do next? I'm like, oh, yeah, I got something planned. I didn't. It was a one-time shot.
It doesn't take much, honestly, in this world.
Right. Yeah, I think we're about 8 years now into that one-time shot, and we've become a not-for-profit. But I happen to be, as far as getting involved with the Teachers Institute, I was doing some research to find some inspiration for other classes, stuff to build. I was on the ARRL webpage because they had stuff that other teachers had done. And I saw this advertisement for the Teachers Institute. So I read it. I read the requirements and stuff, or what they're looking for.
Where did you
see
it?
On the ARRL website.
Okay.
Yeah. When I was reading it, it didn't explicitly say that it was for, I guess it just, regular school teachers, those, licensed teachers who are in the public system or in the private system, whatever. It didn't really match like me, who's doing like a homeschool co-op kind of thing. So I called, told the person who I am and what I'm doing and such. And hey, is there any chance I could get into this thing? And I think I threw them for a loop because they were, oh, wait a minute, homeschool, can you run that by me again? So I told them again. And she said, let me ask some questions. I'll call you back. So
yeah,
it was the next day. I got a call back from her, and she said, hey, just fill out an application. And let's see where it goes. So I did. And I ensured I threw in a whole bunch of pictures of my classes and stuff. So that whoever's voting on who can be in the class could see that and such. I was shocked. I got a message saying I was accepted. So nice. I think I was the first homeschooler accepted. I'm not sure if I'm the only one. I think we had one maybe last year. Steve, do you remember?
Yeah, we've had a few now.
Okay,
we've spent a little time reaching out to. In fact, there's a homeschool co-op group that is going to have an ARRL contact, and she came through. Dara teaches in a homeschool kind of group out there in Colorado, so they'll have an ARRL contact. So
I'd like to get a chance to chat with her. So anyway,
I'm sorry, Wayne. You said this was how many years ago?
I
think with ARRL.
I think we're 8 years into this one-time shot thing that I said.
Oh, with the Teachers Institute. I'm sorry.
Oh no! I'm the newest new kid on the
block.
I'm about to enter my second year.
Okay.
So, no, not teaching. I think he wants to know when did you come through TI?
Oh,
yeah. When did you?
Oh my gosh. It's been 5 years, maybe so, when I went through TI1, and it might have been a little bit longer than that. And then I was accepted into TI2 the next year.
Okay.
So it's been a few years, but yeah, and then 2 years ago or so, I got a phone call and was asked if I would be interested in becoming one of the instructors, and I thought about it for a millisecond and said yes. So yeah, and having a blast ever since. So yeah.
A couple more quick shout outs. Obviously, we're almost at the $9,000 mark, guys, and I can't say thank you enough. But my mother-in-law is in here. My mother-in-law, Ginger, she ponied up a little bit of cash money in there. For those of you who don't know, my mother-in-law tolerated me living in her backyard when I got hired at the league, and they were very flexible with my work arrangements while child unit was graduating from high school. My house sold faster than I expected, so I lived in my camper for way too many months, like 7 of them.
I remember that.
In her backyard. That was my home. That was my office.
When did you move up there? Was that 3 years ago now?
No, I've been here, full time. I've lived here for a year and a half. I bought the house 2 years ago. Okay. Because I got tired of hotels. So, and honestly, we just found a heck of a deal at a house that we jumped on. But also Kristen McIntyre, K5ATA, ponied up $100 in there. She is one of our directors. She works for a little fruit company up there in California that sells phones. So
just got that.
Thank you for that, Kristen. And guys, I know I've said it over and over again, but I cannot do what I do without the board supporting us. So thank you for that.
Yeah. And once again, thank you everyone for your donations. We're almost at the $9,000 mark. We're almost ready for Mike to take another shot.
Somebody's asking about Child Unit. Child Unit's from back in the day. The Cone.
Oh yeah, so Child Unit. I'll go ahead and go here for a minute. Back in the day, as he said, I had and technically it still exists, a small YouTube channel that I was doing this in my classroom, and I was attempting to fund it through YouTube. I say attempting because for those of you who say that YouTubers make a killing, they don't. You've got to get really, really, really huge before you make a bunch of money. But what I will say is I ended up funding it through my YouTube channel, not because of the money that I was getting paid, but because of these guys on the screen with us and several others. Because, I mean, I would show up at a ham fest and people would walk up to me with a box of radios, Mike and Adam. You know, I would come home from school one day and there's a box of Baofengs on my porch. So
we love analog super chats.
You know, I had, something like 60 kids or so licensed. And my thing was every kid who got a license got a radio. And so the guys that put this together, this is not the first time they have helped support this kind of thing happening. They have supported youth getting into amateur radio since, gosh, what's it been now? 5-6 years. I mean, it's been a minute. They've supported me in my classroom, and now they're supporting us this way as well. So, and we have hit the $9,000 mark.
There it is, $9,000, guys. We're only $1,000 away from my arbitrary $10,000.
And the night is young.
Amazing.
Yeah,
amazing. I'm glad I do not have a full bottle of Jameson.
There it is.
It was Jason that did it. Angela, we'll give Matt.
Well, yeah, but it was
Matt
and Rick also.
KF and Rick KF9. KF9. There's Rick.
That's
Ryan's dad.
Yeah, KF9
IV. The good IV. Thank you so much, guys. So here is to Rick. I'm sorry you raised your son the way you did. No. He turned out.
Ryan was in there poking at you earlier, Mike. I don't know if you saw that or not, but he was.
Ryan texted me earlier saying he was going to get good and drunk before this stream. So
it might be. It might be.
For those that didn't watch last year's stream, this is way tamer than it was last year. Let me just say that.
All right, we got to give another blurb. Has it been too soon?
No, go ahead.
It's never too soon.
Well, I mean, there's always people coming in and out, so I feel because this is a telethon to support the American Radio. I almost said amateur. The American Radio Relay League Teachers Institute. 100% of your donations. Now let's do a not a Rubicon. You, my favorite viewer. Every penny that's donated.
You have the wrong shirt on for that.
Goes to Goonies never say die, man. Goes to the ARRL's Teachers Institute. I am not making anything for hosting this live stream. YouTube is not taking their 30% cut that they usually do. Everything, because I set this up as a fundraiser, and the ARRL is a nonprofit organization. Everything that you donate goes to the Teachers Institute, and I'm not an accountant. This is a tax write-off. You will get a receipt from YouTube for your donation, and you can use that as a tax write-off come tax season.
And you will get the acknowledgement letter from us as well. So
thank you, everyone. We're only $995 away from our $10,000 arbitrary goal. This is in less than 2 hours, guys. Do you understand how awesome this community is and how awesome it is? Like, I'm so humbled that all of you guys are showing up in support of what we're doing. Like,
we should start doing this on a regular basis.
I'm a little verklempt.
I've talked to Steve before about having him on my channel about once every month or two, and now that we have the YouTube donation thing settled up and working correctly, we should totally do this. Like, make this a normal thing.
It's cringy, but it
I will.
I'm honored that I'm the first one. I'm the first ham radio YouTuber in history to do a fundraiser.
Well, they couldn't do it on my channel a couple weeks ago. It wasn't working.
Not my
But yeah,
problem. That's
great.
a you problem, not a me problem.
No, it's a YouTube problem.
Now, that was a
great.
Google problem, actually.
I was agreeing with you. I was agreeing
Tenth of a
with you.
point. 10th of a point to Jason.
Yeah, 10th of a point. Yeah,
Jason gets the assist. Yeah, I know, because actually, we Jason and I break balls.
I have
balls with everyone, but
I have the assist with I have the
you-
assist with building a DX commander too. So just remember it that way.
Did you see the DX commander that's sitting right there? Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think some of us should probably do a wardrobe change then.
A wardrobe change?
Some of us got something else in that package. With
Not
the
on-
DX
Oh no!
Not on
Don't
camera.
stop talking. I'm doing something on
Okay,
Christmas
all right.
Day.
Okay.
Callum and I already
Don't-
talked. We spilled the
don't-
beans on that on my
don't-
stream yesterday.
I didn't.
I
didn't hear everything, Jason. I know what I got. I know what's here. I'm doing. I'm going to be doing a live stream on Christmas Day.
Oh,
Not during my time. You're not.
No, at my time,
Okay.
at 3:00.
Oh no, I'm going to do in the morning.
Yeah.
all right.
In fact, I'd like to
for
talk
Mailbag
about that.
Monday. Mailbag Monday is usually I answer people's questions, but I'm like, it's Christmas Day. I don't have any plans, so I'm going to be here and I'm going to open the presents that Santa brought me. That oddly enough, he used my debit card for. So I'm gonna, right, bollocks,
It's
right?
very strange. Very strange. I don't know how that happened. You got to
So
call
I'm-
the
I'm
bank
going
and have them
to,
change your number.
And actually, that's what inspired my Bioenno Christmas tree right here. By the way, speaking of Bioenno, did you know that I am the first YouTuber to have a discount code with Bioenno? It's not an affiliate link. If you go to Bioenno and you order a battery, anything, and you use code HRT, Hotel Romeo Tango, you'll save 10%. I don't get any kickbacks. It's not an affiliate link. It's just because me and Kevin, the owner of Bioenno, are from the same freaking town in Michigan, and we're friends.
That's awesome.
I just talked to him for like an hour the other day on the phone, and I'm like, "Can we get a discount link? Because I have a lot of batteries, but what are the batteries that I actually use? They're Bioenno. So if you go to bioenno.com, put whatever you want. It's actually bioennopower.com.
Yeah.
Put whatever you want in your shopping cart. When you go to checkout, somewhere in the checkout, there's a place to add a discount code. Hotel Romeo Tango, HRT. You will save 10% because you are my favorite viewer.
Right.
Back to the show. We've hit
we're over 9,000. I've been waiting to say that.
I already took that shot. So another $170 is I might have to go in
TC Fitz.
Yeah,
Yeah,
TC
TC
Fitz donated
Fitz.
$100.
Where is TC
And,
Fitz? Usually he's like he's on
TC
the
I think I just emailed TC Fitz today, maybe yesterday. Because
TC's
like
good
I said, I email every single person who donates.
Oh, there he
And,
is.
I emailed him today.
He's a bit of a
He's a regular supporter of
He is.
of the
he's a bit of a
education.
he's a bit of a sadist because every time I come onto my stream and talk about how I'm going to take a drink of this nasty beer for a donation,
Oh, that's right.
he donates like $1.
Dig,
So,
dig,
yeah,
dig,
yeah.
dig,
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 yeah,
dig,
yeah, like
It's
very-
a death by 1,000
Yeah.
cuts. I think was.
I know,
the
yeah,
yeah.
1,000 different cuts. Yeah, totally, yeah. So, good dude though, really. TC Fitz is a good dude, great dude. I'd like to talk about my giveaway, Mike, if you don't mind.
Of course, please do.
Okay. All right. Well, speaking of Christmas Day live streams, I will be live Christmas morning, probably about 7 a.m., between 7 and 7:30 a.m., somewhere like that. I'll schedule it tomorrow so you guys can see it on my channel. But we're giving away 2 Yaesu radios, an FT891 and an FTM 400 XDR. Both are B-stock radios purchased through Maiden Training Company that were refurbished by Yaesu themselves. And I'm giving away 2 of those. 2 radios, 2 winners, 1 radio per winner. And,
Have you let me interrupt you for a second
Sure,
because
go ahead.
I bought that Yaesu 818, which I'm in love with.
Mhm.
I've got a video coming out next week
Mhm.
about that. I bought it from, it was like the last one that Gigaparts had, and they're like, it was like a return or something. Like the guy never used it, but returned it. And they're like,
Oh.
it's totally factory refurbed and all that stuff. I open it up, and there's still like the memories from the guy you had it.
See, so Gigaparts is talking out of both sides of their mouth because they told me they sold me the last one, but it was the
they didn't
model.
tell me anything. I went on their website and it was like there's one left. And
okay. I got mine after that.
So I bought it. They did bring in more stock after that. Yes.
Yes, they did.
I'm just breaking Gigaparts balls. Do go to Gigaparts and you can save 5% with code KMRD. Anyway.
Correct. Yes, you can. Save 10% with my code, but yeah, save 5% with mine. But no, Wars. So I'm legit giving away 2 Yaesu radios on Christmas morning. hamradio2.com/Christmas23 to sign up. And I think
you drop a link.
I'll drop a link right now.
I can't pin it because I want to keep
No, don't pin it. Don't pin it. I'll drop a link right now. I think Josh is giving away some stuff tomorrow night. So
I am.
I heard something about that.
I can wait, or do you want me to do it now? Just get it out of the way.
We've got $100 before we get to $9,500.
All right, I'll do it quick then.
Thank you.
No. Take your time, Josh. Do whatever you need to do.
Thank you, Frank.
I hit 300,000 subscribers as a ham radio YouTuber. That's insane.
That is
huge. Considering my humble beginnings as a YouTuber that started back in 2006, just dinking around with all of my hobbies. I decided to get focused and do what YouTube told me, and look what happened. I have 300,000 subscribers now. Literally, just hammer it out, make the videos. That's nuts. But because of that, I went and bought a bunch of radios: an ICOM 705, a Yaesu FTDX10. I have a MobiLink TNC kicking around that I'm not using. I'd rather gift it to one of you. And I have 2 PowerFilm solar panels, a 60 watt and a 10 watt, or 20 watt. And I use the 20 watt all the time for my QRP radios, particularly when I'm out portable, like over a weekend or whatever. Works great with the 705. I'll drop the link in the chat. It is open until the end of this live stream, and we're going to use the secret word ARRL. So ARRL is the secret word.
There we go.
There you go.
Just is that case sensitive?
No, it's not.
Okay. Somebody posted in my Discord server earlier today. They're like, "Hey, can Ham Radio 2.0 subscribers sign up for the HRC?"
Absolutely
like,
not.
well, yeah, of course you can.
No,
I'm like,
you have to be a subscriber to me and Jason.
And Josh, I want to say a
yeah.
big congratulations, man.
Yeah,
that
cheers.
is as you know, I mentioned earlier, I was licensed in 2016, and your channel was one of the first that I came across and subscribed to early. And I watched all your videos. I really remember the one where, like, I think you had a radio in the middle of a football field, and you had like this emergency plan, and your wife came in the kitchen and opened up the radio. Like there was like a nuclear bomb that went off. Yeah, like we're going back. All right.
Yeah.
So I was a fan of Ham Radio Crash Course and Jason K5ATA.
Sure,
this is much for you because I watched his video on how to program the TYT 9800.
9800, yeah.
Greatest video ever. But I'm just so privileged and humbled to now call you guys like legit friends.
Absolutely. And just to piggyback on that, we're all generally friends. Like if you see us on the videos, we're all friends. We're all working together in this crazy thing called YouTube.
Hang on.
Yeah.
TC Fitz just donated.
TC Fitz.
You can always rely on TC Fitz there.
9,500.
I gotta go find another bottle of liquor because the Jammers is out.
Well, you better get it fast because I'm just gonna clear it out right now. Here we go. So I will say that
I will be back with
all
another
friends,
liquor.
And subscribe to all of us because we all have our own take on things that we're all about and fun things that we have and all that stuff. Like, I mean, we were talking about this on Jason's live stream.
Yeah.
I go to all their videos about talking about their favorite things in 2023, their favorite radios because they have different takes than I do. Yeah.
Oh, damn, Josh, you timed that very well.
Josh just hit it.
Yes, I did, sir. So yes, I did that. You know, there you go. We hit it. Mike, take a big.
He didn't even see it.
Pull on that.
He didn't even see it.
But
no, I saw it. There's a reason I went.
Oh, okay.
So, but seriously, like some to all of us, because you may not like my takes on some radios. Like you may be really into DMR. That's great. Jason does a lot of videos on that. There's some things you might like of mine. You don't have to watch all of our stuff, but we definitely are diverse enough that there's got to be something you enjoy from all of us. So yeah, sub to everybody. Subbing is free. And if you don't like what we're selling, you can always unsubscribe later.
Yeah. You don't realize how people think that ham radio is a narrow niche, and it is. But once you get into it, you realize how vastly unnarrow it actually is. There's a lot of stuff in ham radio you can do, and all of it can be fun. All of it is fun. And yes, absolutely what Josh said is 100% true. And we're all, and that we were talking about this on a live stream a while back about how the fact that we all kind of met up for the first time face to face at Hamvention of 2019. And then 2020 happened, and it was like, hey,
let's see you in 5 years.
Yeah, but we got
whenever this is done. Yeah.
But we got on live. We did a bunch of live streams.
The YouTube Hamfest became out of that. Yes, we created a Hamfest because we weren't able to get together, right?
You know, the other thing that I'm proud to be of, and that I'm proud to see happening again. We, really the four of us, because Steve was there too. So me, Josh, Steve, Jason, a few others. We created that whole Monday night ham radio, Thursday night ham radio thing, right? Yep. And now
Smoking Ape had a big part in that, but yes,
a lot of people
was there
did.
too.
Yeah,
so was I think
Frank
was
there.
There were a lot of us there. But now what's happening on Tuesday nights before Ham Radio Clubhouse? They're doing that again. Grayman Poda, Scout 75, Shane, Frank K, whatever the hell, Ham Radio Wilderness.
Oh yeah,
there's a whole new batch of ham radio creators who are doing a Tuesday night playlist now, kind of piggybacking off of what we did.
That's great.
And I was watching last week, or what is today? No, I was just watching on Tuesday. I'm like, guys, you need to pin the stream in the chat, you know?
Right, totally.
So it was cool. So anyway, I'm gonna hijack for a second. We just passed $10,000.
Yes, we did.
$10,000.
$40.
Thank you.
We just raised in 2 hours for.
And that's enough for 3 people, right,
for
Steve?
The
a little bit over 3 people?
That is enough for, it's a little over 3 people. So
where are you going to find half a teacher, Steve?
So I'm just going to have to get some more money.
So I've only got half a brain, so if you need me.
I guess I could find a really short teacher. I mean,
that's it. Yeah. So, wait, Steve.
That's not hard for me.
Everybody's short to you, buddy. Everybody's short to you.
This is a truism.
It's not fair. That's not fair.
So I just where the hell Satan's got the zoomies right now. He just ran out of here.
Ventura.
I can't believe this just happened.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
We just made $10,000. 100% of that $10,040 is going to the Teachers Institute. So for that, I brought out the most expensive bottle of
Jameson.
No, it's not Jameson. I brought out the Macallan.
Oh, that's good stuff. Right. That's good stuff. Okay. All right.
Jason, we lost you there. What happened to your face, bud?
Let me read this comment real quick. Met y'all at Belton, my second Hamfest. Mike, Jason, and Frank were awesome. Welcomed my noob butt right in. Mike even helped me RTFM for WSJTX on the Mac. So, hey, there you go.
Hey.
Fellow Mac and Crash user. There you go, right there. So, go ahead, Mike. Sorry.
So, I had no expectation. Well, I didn't really know what to expect. Like I said, I set this arbitrary goal of 10,000. You know,
it's a good goal.
Shoot for the moon and aim for the whatever the hell that is. the stars thing, right?
Aim small, miss small.
We just did that, boys.
Yeah.
And I say we. The night is young.
I couldn't do this by myself. We did this collectively as a ham radio community, as makers in the ham radio universe or the ham radio YouTube world, and as teachers. I mean, Wayne, Drew, Steve, you guys are the ones who are really the heroes here.
Yep.
We just make videos. We're just dumb enough to put a camera in front of ourselves and hit record, right?
Yeah.
You keep saying that, but you speak for yourself there, bud.
Well, yeah, he is speaking for himself.
But it's so amazing to be part of this community and to give back. And I say it a lot, but I don't say it enough. The reason I started my channel was purely to give back to the ham radio community. And it's like I look at my channel as a way to like document my ham radio journey, what I've learned, what I've failed at, what I've succeeded at. And I just hit record and bring you along. So thank you, everyone, for everything. Here is the $10,000 shot of McAllen, 12-year-old.
That's good stuff.
$10,000 we just raised.
Good stuff, man.
Oh,
so,
hey!
Oh, look at that.
No,
Drew's got it. Drew's
Raise
got
your
it,
horns. Raise them up to the sky.
Yeah.
Cheers.
So this is evidence that we should make this a normal thing. It doesn't necessarily have to be every month, but between now and next December, I think that Josh and myself and Mike and Frank would probably be willing to do this. And Ham Radio Clubhouse, here's a challenge to you guys. Let's get Steve K5ATA onto all of our streams and get this Teachers Institute thing set up for the donation thing. And let's see if by Christmas of 2024 we can say that the YouTuber community, the YouTuber ham radio community, just completely decimated the Teachers Institute and made it a real thing in 2024. I would love to see that. That's great. And it's not because of us, really. We are the vessels. You guys are you guys who are donating. Y'all are the real heroes here. So it's a symbiotic relationship. So we appreciate all you guys being out there for sure.
Well said.
Steve, you got anything to say?
No,
Are you out of coffee, Steve?
He's out of coffee. He's out of coffee.
No, I'm not out of coffee. Child Unit has filled me up a couple times. But guys, I mean, seriously, thank you. And I didn't know what to expect as far as how I know that we've done this sort of thing not through the fundraiser tool before on several channels, and I knew that this community would step up. But
totally,
Hang on, Wayne, I'll do another one with you.
I'll drink more coffee with you, Wayne.
All right,
Drew, get yours ready. I'm going to do a smaller one though.
This is the very expensive Henry McKenna.
Ooh. That's so expensive. I don't even know what it is.
It's like a $20.
I started off drinking 10 high, man. So,
all right, good job.
Salute to the Teachers Institute and to all of you donors. Thank you.
Awesome.
Cheers.
Yeah.
The stream's not over. This is just a milestone.
Yeah, we're gonna keep rolling.
We got a good 7 hours left, guys. Come on.
Yeah. So, but it's like my big travel season, I guess, is just starting up. Where I'm going to be going to teacher conferences, recruiting more teachers to come, and what this is doing is this is helping me get that many more teachers in.
So how does that work?
I've slated.
What do you have to do to? I mean, are you like cold calling teachers? What's your?
No, I go to. So when I took this job a couple of years ago, it was when you ask where are you going to get teachers and whatnot, they were having a limited number of people apply for this, and they weren't going to teacher conferences. They were going to ham fests looking for teachers.
Right.
And not that there aren't teachers at ham fests, but they're fishing in the wrong pond to catch the right fish. And so, like I said, I'm blessed with the support I get from the board and from David and Diane and everybody there. And I said, look, we're in the wrong pond. We need to spend some money to go do this. And it literally was like, go forth, find teachers. So I started going to several of these teacher conferences, and I agree, Ted. Let's go for 15, and then when we hit 15, we'll evaluate again.
Yeah.
But
so
we started going to
Josh Johnston is in the chat. He's got a really great first name, but an excellent last name.
Yeah, this
and he's your guy. He's your guy, wild. Right? Yeah, there you go.
So Josh Johnston is our director of emergency management, and
good dude.
He's a great guy. And I've seen several people from HQ in this thing, and several of our board members. Christina Lassard was in here earlier. She works in the development office. In fact, she made a comment. Great job, Steve. No, it's a great job to the donors and to the people that put this together. I'm just the guy sitting here drinking coffee, you know. So
you do.
I'm just saying.
That raises a good question.
Come on.
So I'm talking about tonight. Tonight,
how much of this money is going to go to your coffee fund? No.
See,
Zero.
That's not fair. That's not fair. Steve, you do a lot more than that. The reason tonight is happening is because of all the stuff you've done in the past. So don't sell yourself.
But I'm talking about tonight. Tonight, guys. It's. And we did,
you put in all the footwork before that.
This is the culmination of an effort that you put forward, Steve.
Yes.
It's about relationship building, your ability to be there for people and to explain your mission, and then work it and achieve it. Mm-hmm. So there's nobody, I think, that can question your ability to like get things done and do exactly what you say you're going to do. So congratulations to you, Steve. Again, like you're a good friend. You're a good guy. We really do appreciate you and what you're doing, because it is outreach for our entire community. It's not just for, sure, it's for kids. We love that.
Yeah.
Right. But it also helps grow our amateur radio community. And at the end of the day, that's really what we're all passionate about, is continuing to grow this great hobby and bring in those new people and show them how excited they are. As we heard, an entire ham club. It's like the Fight Club of STEM. We don't talk about the ham club.
Talk about
they
it.
find us.
Yeah,
we say nothing.
Yep.
Right. And people find them. And how are they doing it? It's because they got the right methods of outreach and the cool stuff that young people, even older people, we heard like someone couldn't go and they're like, well, can I go in their place? Can I just go? Like that's ham radio is fun. And Steve, you're literally in the spear tip of making it happen.
And ham radio is not, let me tell you something, because I get this comment on my videos all the time. Ham radio is not people commenting on YouTube. Ham radio is people actually keying up their radios.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's a different crowd, and it's not people chatting on QRZ. Okay. So it's a different crowd. Ham radio is fun. Yeah, Josh is absolutely right. Ham radio is fun. Mm-hmm. You meet some of the best people in the world on ham radio, over the 2-meter repeater, over HF, and then with us through YouTube as well. I've met some of the best friends I've ever had in my life through YouTube, but we all have ham radio in common. So yes, absolutely everything Josh said. And Steve, this tonight is all because of the footwork you've done prior to tonight. So,
which is a great segue into my question.
Go ahead,
Steve. Josh and Jason and you and I have known each other for several years, but I don't know if I've ever asked you, and I definitely didn't ask you tonight, what started your whole desire to just, you're a teacher in Mississippi. What started you wanting to get involved in just getting kids into amateur radio?
So in Texas, Duncanville, Texas. And I tell this story every time I give a talk.
I don't know where that is, but
it's just right south of me, buddy.
It's
right here.
I was
right there.
It's right next door to Arlington.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
I was teaching school in Duncanville, Texas. I was a ham. Got my general license. Actually had to learn CW. And probably forgot it after one contact.
Yeah, we got to go back.
We got
somebody screen captured that shot.
Maybe 2001, maybe.
Yeah, so you got
okay.
that. Yeah, that.
The gears were having a turn for a minute there, but it's 2001-ish, I think. 2002.
You're teaching in Texas.
I'm teaching in Texas. Fourth grade.
This is a donate moment right here, boys and girls.
Yes.
And I started kind of getting comfortable with teaching. I was a probation officer before that, so it took me a year or two to, not think everybody was going to stab me with a fork or something like that. Because
I did not know. That is a wild.
I actually did get stabbed with a fork on my first day of school. So
could you imagine this man coming to come kick you for your parole violation?
I'm like, dude, I'd be like,
I like you better as a ham radio educator, personally.
I'm like, I give up. Yeah, just
by the way, the thumbnail of this video is to scale. Steve is
that's pretty close.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Steve is huge.
So,
he's a Sam Squam.
Oh my God.
So I start teaching some ham radio stuff. I'm kind of into the SETI stuff. I had a bunch of old Windows NT computers lining the back wall, and they were all searching for aliens and whatnot. And so all of a sudden I'm like, you know what? I asked my principal, I said, hey, can I do this ham radio thing with the kids? And she's like, what is that? And I kind of explained it. She goes, yeah, go for it. So I got the first 3 kids. I guess that was technically the year I got my first 3 kids license was like 2005, I guess. My first 3 4th graders got their license. I moved to Mississippi the next year. And this is the part of the story. I am the Brute Squad. This is the part of the story that is always in my mind. So, those 3 kids, when I left, I handed the club off to who I thought was going to nurture these kids and engage them. Because, I mean, they'd gotten licensed for a year. I left. I had gotten a grant for some equipment. We had a decent little station going. The next year, that equipment was no longer in the school. I was gone, and the ham that was taking over the club, I'm just assuming that's where the equipment went. 10 years later.
What would you say their name and call sign is? I'm kidding.
So, I can't prove it. I just know that it wasn't there anymore.
I'm kidding.
10 years later, you can guess what happened with all 3 of those licenses.
The ham radio gear.
Yeah. So, 10 years comes around. All 3 of those kids, their licenses expired because nobody was there to nurture them and to engage them. So, I'm in Mississippi teaching 3rd grade, and I started getting kids interested in amateur radio there, moved over to a different school district where I actually, the biggest lump of kids that, this most recent bunch is because the school board, one of the school board members' kids burned his finger on a soldering iron and promptly went home with a huge blister on his finger, and the school board member is knocking on my door the next morning, and I'm thinking, oh, I need to find a job. And she said, she's saying, what's going on in here? And I said, well, I apologize, this and that and the other. And she said, oh no, he had the most fun he's ever had. What are you doing in here? And I explained it, and she's like, why aren't you doing more of this? And I said, so it's not really in the curriculum.
Yeah.
And she said, it is now. And so she walked up to the principal, told the principal that this is what I'm going to do. And so now all of a sudden, I've got 2 class periods a day where I get to do nothing but teach amateur radio stuff. And it's lumped into a STEM course. So we're doing 3D printing, and the rest is where you guys picked up, where you guys started sending us gear for kids and stuff like that. So it's been something that my entire time teaching, I've kind of had a passion for. And it's when you realize at the end of it, these kids like Cody that are going on to do cool stuff, and these kids like Drew has that are doing cool stuff. And, kids excel when they do hard things. And, teachers, too many teachers and too many parents say things like, that's too difficult for kids. No, kids will rise to the level of expectation that we set. And so if we set an expectation that, it's okay to be mediocre, then they will be slightly less than mediocre.
Yeah.
But when they start doing things like amateur radio stuff and they start coding, Sunday afternoon at Drew's school, you want to talk about something that hit me it's like, it's Sunday afternoon and this cat's in here coding an Arduino that they're not even using. I'm just like, once you hook these kids, that's where, and so this is what, I'm starting to get a little preachy, but this is exactly the vision that we have for what amateur radio can do in STEM. We see it. We see it in Drew's school. We see it, Megan Tucker's in this chat, and she is doing amazing things. She's kind of our little space girl. She goes to all the space things. That's one of those, or several of those partnerships that we're working towards, is to partner with these groups that are teaching STEM education through space, because you can't go to space without radio. You can't do anything cool without radio. And so it's the thing that people
cell phone without radio.
No.
Great history of radio too.
Voyager 1 and 2, baby. Voyager 1 and 2.
Exactly.
Freaking radio.
The fact that we were able to beam a signal to reprogram this thing because it's, somebody kind of screwed it up, and do that with radio. The fact that, a diabetic person can now, in fact, there's somebody in the chat right now who has one. He's got one of these little sensors on his arm. And guess what? At a holiday party, he happened to have a little too much sugar. Guess what? His phone goes off. How in the heck does his phone get the signal from his arm? Mm-hmm. It's radio.
Right. Radio.
So no matter what field these kids are going into, radio is going to play a part in it. And even if it's not directly related to radio, the electronics component, the coding components, all of these things, they all tie into this. This is the perfect. I see Drew ready to start preaching with me. If he and I were in a church,
he's about to
it would get ugly and have to come around.
Can I get an amen?
Can I get an amen?
But
what do you think? What do you think Wi-Fi and Bluetooth are? Seriously, what do you think?
That's just it. And this is what. When I go to these teacher conferences, this is the light that these teachers have. They walk up and they're like, "Oh, ham radio, is that still a thing?" And I've got a Flex Maestro sitting right here, and I'm like, "Well, let me go ahead and show you a thing or two." Drew, preach, brother.
Drew's brain is about to explode. Yeah, go ahead, man.
I mean, Steve, you've heard me say this as well. Like, again, I know that in this amateur radio community, our proclivity is to say like, oh, it's amateur radio, but it's not, right? It's about all of the awesome things that the kids want to do that amateur radio affords them the opportunity to be able to do. Amateur radio is the tool. It's the mechanism. It's the gateway.
It is the system that we can use with kids to build it up.
Yeah. It is the marijuana of radio. It's the gateway drug. It's not my channel, so I can say that. So, yeah. So, hey, Mike,
He's gone anyway. You say what you want,
guys.
Oh,
my God. Okay. He's not even there.
Wait, I'm going the wrong way. It's this way.
Oh, my God. Josh in the chat has a cell phone has at least 4 radios going at all times.
That's right.
Yep.
That's very true.
I don't think we pointed out that, like, Josh Johnston, a mix between me and Jason Johnston,
because I get called Josh all the time. All the time. Oh my God, the J name.
We literally have the hybrid. Josh.
Josh Johnston. We got a picture with that dude at Hamcation last year. We got a picture with that guy.
Yep, crazy.
My God. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry,
but each one of these things that these kids want to do, and these things these kids want to explore, are these things they don't even know about yet. If they don't get into something where they're exposed to something new, somebody's going to innovate and come up with the next best thing. We just need to make sure it's our kids.
Right.
And when you use, and this is what I keep telling people, is amateur radio is that perfect tool. You can learn coding, you can learn electronics, you can touch every aspect of a curriculum using amateur radio. I used to use it in a classroom, and when the kids would have a contact, and I use this example, they talked to some guy in Italy, they dropped into Google Street View, and they started exploring around where this dude lived in Italy, and the guy actually corrected him on the pastry shop. They're like, "Oh, well, you live right next to this pastry shop," and the guy, I don't remember his exact words, but it was something along the lines of, "That one kind of sucks. Go up the street and turn left." And it's like,
nice.
So now all of a sudden the kids are like, "Whoa, this is cool." So they're jumping onto Wiki, and they're learning about this town this guy lives in, and they're learning about a whole different culture. And it's something that is a whole lot more meaningful than some teacher standing there saying, "Read chapter 3 in a textbook about Italy." And the kids are like, "Yeah, whatever." Instead they're learning these things and they're actually running with it. Somebody earlier,
Steve, let me interject.
There's been several questions.
Obviously, we want to thank all the donors for their monetary contributions. But what say, so like I've, as a YouTuber, I get radios sent to me. And I don't keep 99% of them. I give them away. And I've given many to you, and I know that a lot of us have. What if someone doesn't necessarily have the capabilities to give a monetary donation to this fundraiser? What if they have just extra HDs laying around? Could they send those to you? Is that a way that they could contribute?
Probably. What would probably be more, I guess, what would be easier to do would be to call me and I can find a school close by rather than ship them to me and me ship them back kind of thing.
Okay.
One of the very first things I do when a teacher comes through TI is I email their director, their division director, their vice director, and their section manager so that I can try to connect them to a club. Because, clubs are critical in amateur radio. The clubs, I mean, Drew's got a club of 25, 30 kids.
Yeah.
But clubs on the outside, they're struggling. Give them something to want to go to the club meeting for. Working with a school. The days of just Joe Ham showing up at a school and walking in, it's not going to happen.
No.
So you have to make those connections with the teacher and the club and let that club support the teacher. Yeah. So, if you've got a stack of radios, I promise you, there is a school teacher somewhere that has kids that don't have radios. I know of a certain school in Harbor Creek, Pennsylvania, that I imagine all of the kids don't have radios. So if you have an extra HT or an extra equipment,
look around your shack.
AC3D,
something you're not using.
He is good on QRZ.
Right.
I guarantee a kid would love to have an old Jason, what was that Yaesu radio that I found for you at Dayton? That old thing. That thing, yep.
That thing right there. Well, FT530.
That might be actually a bad example.
No, that's a great radio.
Only because of the battery. It's a cool radio, but you can't replace the battery. So I'm gonna redact that.
You actually can. I bought a brand new battery for it on Amazon right after I got home from Dayton.
Right.
Yep.
So if you can't contribute financially to this fundraiser, which, by the way, we have passed our $10,000 goal. Thank you, everyone. You can still donate. The donations are still open.
We've reset to 15. So
yeah,
we've reset to 15. So I guess the McAllen, every 500, we're $125 away from the next shot. Now we're $100.
Now it's $100 away. So, hey, Mike, I would like to give my spot to Carlos, who's waiting in the waiting room.
Yeah, okay, that's cool.
I'm going to drop, and I'd like you to give that to him. So,
all right.
Thank you for having me. This was fun. We're going to do this on my channel as well. This is
thanks for showing up, man.
Everyone should do this. This is a great effort. So thanks, guys.
Thanks for showing up, man. See ya. How do I get rid of Jason? He did it himself.
He
All
just
right,
got
there
rid of
is
himself.
Carlos.
So Carlos, before Carlos starts preaching, I want to brag on Carlos for a minute. At Dayton, Carlos, for those of you who don't know, he like jumps out of airplanes and talks on the radio on the way down, which is pretty stinking cool. And I was actually doing a youth presentation at Dayton, and one of the young ladies that was in there said, just so you know, I forget the time, it was like 10 minutes before my presentation was supposed to end. She said, just so you know, I'm going to step out because I want to try to work Carlos. And I was like, what the heck are you talking about? She goes, well, he's doing a jump. So instead, everybody left my youth. We all went outside and started trying to work Carlos. Carlos heard this, and he comes to me at the booth and says, hey, let's put together a youth jump so that we kind of kept the frequency kind of on the DL. And the next day, he jumps from an airplane, and every single kid who is standing around, we gathered kids. I mean, I take my wife with me everywhere we go, and she was fishing for those kids, man. We had 20 or so kids standing around out there, and as soon as he jumped, every single kid got to work him on the way down. Yeah. And then we started just grabbing random parents, who weren't licensed. We're like, oh, hey, boom. Because, I mean, it's now, granted, I might have implied to the kids that he wasn't opening his parachute until he talked to every kid. So we needed to talk quickly. But, it's just that was really, really epic. So thank you for that, Carlos. So, all right, I'm done.
Wow. Well, good evening, everybody. I hear the current target is 20,000. That's what I heard.
We can go for that, sure.
We can go for that.
My understanding is we're trying to do more than 3 teachers. We're trying to do 6, maybe 8.
There you go.
I like where your head's at.
See?
So there were a few questions in the chat that had popped up. One of them was for Drew, I think. Somebody was asking, how many of your kids that got licensed have a parent or somebody that was licensed, and how many of them are just organically interested in radio?
Sure.
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah.
So of the right around 30 students that we've had licensed in the past 2 years or so, I don't think any one of them has a parent or any direct relative in their family or immediate family that has a license. One student I know has an uncle that lives like 1,000 miles away that has a license, but that's it. Like everyone else, it's fresh, it's brand new for them, and they had no prior experience, before jumping into the club and checking it out and then getting their license.
So yeah. There you go. I mean, that's, a lot of times, and it's when you look at numbers, we know that when somebody in the family is a ham, the kid is more likely to be a ham than, just the random kid. This is how we expand the hobby, is through schools. Because if you want more people who aren't, and there's, in fact, Child Unit is writing an article for QST, I think it's in April or something like that, where it's about generations of hams. And, obviously we're a multi-generation family ourselves. Child Unit's a ham. I'm a ham. My uncle is a ham. My great-grandfather was a ham. And in fact, I've actually got pictures of his logbook. So, that's cool. That's one of the things she's writing about. And generations of hams are a wonderful thing. But at the same time, we need to create the start of new generations of hams too. These kids that Drew has, they're going to be in a position to inspire other people later to take an interest in this sort of stuff. So,
Steve, I'm gonna jump in there and say that, as you had made mention that, you got to go where the teachers are, right? And you're looking at the education conferences. In many respects, we've got to go where the kids are and where the kids are interested. Yep. And understand what their passions are. And so, oftentimes we get locked into the part of amateur radio that we're really passionate about, which is wonderful. But for every one particular passion that we have, the kids have their own thing, right? And I've got a kid that absolutely eats up the programming and wants to, have that perfect telemetry data all the time, right?
I love
and
that.
Then I've got another student that loves contesting, and I've got other students that desperately want to do, the digital modes, and I've got other kids that really want to build the antennas, and I've got other students that are, all about the satellite work. And so, it's really a matter of where they're at, what they're most interested in, and not limiting them to what it is that we're comfortable with and what we're particularly interested or passionate about. And which is, again, one of the great things about the ARRL's Teacher Institute, which is it's so diverse in terms of what they expose these teachers to. So when we're coming back to, all of the teachers that are coming to this, this workshop, this event, they're getting the wide breadth of all of these things that are amateur radio. And so they can go back to their kids and say, what is it that you want to do? And, be a little bit more prepared to facilitate whatever it is that they're passionate about.
Yep.
So
there was a
I had
question.
the privilege of.
So hang on. We just passed the $10,500 mark.
We did.
Bravo.
Amazing. Thank you, everyone. And as I said, your donations are tax deductible. What else have I said? I don't know. I'm getting
all of it goes directly to the ARRL.
Straight to the Teachers Institute.
By YouTube, straight to the Teachers Institute, focused like a laser beam to help this guy continue his mission, what he's doing, which is to bring technology to the schools and bring it to the kids who desperately need this type of stuff. They're obviously yearning for it. They've shown it via their actions of what they drive towards, what they find an interest in. And this is the man that's making it happen, and everything that the whole group of people that support Steve at the ARRL is making happen. So that's it in a nutshell. Right, Mike?
So again, 100% of your donation money goes to the ARRL Teachers Institute. I am making $0 for doing this.
That's right.
YouTube, which is a great thing.
They want that money.
Google.
They can't have
They
it
really
going
do.
all the
YouTube takes nothing because I set this stream up as a fundraiser. 100% of the donations that you guys and we have supplied are going to the Teachers Institute. And it's also a tax write-off. And I also said that for every $500 bucket, I'm going to regret this. Since we're at 10,505, I'm already on my good whiskey now. I had some Jameson. I thought I had a little more. Every $500, I'm going to take a shot. So we're going to take a shot of the Macallan 12-year-old, whatever this is, Island single malt Scotch whiskey here.
I'll pour myself some Macallan, but I don't slug it back like that. I sip my whiskey. I enjoy it.
I don't care what you do. So Carlos, actually, that's a great segue, Carlos.
Great segue.
Carlos and I, so earlier today, just out of the blue, I sent Carlos $30 on PayPal. And then I texted him and I said, hey, I just sent you $30. Hook me up. So Carlos,
I know where he's going with this.
Owns,
yeah.
And this, Steve can attest to this because Steve's the biggest contributor.
Me too.
Yes.
Me too. I'm my second bag, blowing through it.
I don't drink a lot of coffee. I'm a wake up in the morning and drink a Coca-Cola, a Coke Zero now because I'm 44 years old, right? Actually, I've been drinking Coke Zero, but who cares? Carlos owns a coffee farm in Puerto Rico. Did I say that right?
You said that right, Puerto Rico.
And
yes.
I used to work in the craft beer industry, which tied into the wine industry. And I used to travel around the country. This was my job. I'm not BSing. And I would go to beer tastings and wine tastings, and I met a lot of brewers and a lot of winemakers. So I don't have it anymore, but when I did,
tell it 12 we got in this joint.
I had a pretty good palate. One thing that I've always noticed is that coffee that you buy commercially is absolute garbage.
Yes.
Until, like, you got to find a place in your town that roasts their beans, like, there on premises. So I just happened to be friends with Carlos, who, by the way, his channel is Life at Terminal Velocity. Carlos, who you see on your screen, is insane enough to not only be a ham radio operator, but he's also a skydive instructor. And at some point in his life, he's like, how can I put these two together? What does it take to jump out of a plane and operate ham radio? So that's what he does. He jumps out of airplanes and he operates ham radio. But more importantly, he makes some of the best coffee that I have ever had in my life. And I am again, I don't drink coffee because commercial coffee sucks. It's bad. So at Huntsville last year, no, it was this year. It was this year at Huntsville. Just nary a few months ago, Carlos makes me a cup of his coffee.
Oh, yes, in the Airbnb. That's right.
No, nay. Oh, no. No, he made it to me. He made it for me at camp. We were at camp.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, because he was camped right across from me and Jason and Frank. And I was like, all right. So, Carlos, there's your introduction.
Kind of.
I think, are we giving something away, or let's go ahead and give your story? But yeah, let's do something.
So, kind words, very kind words. I appreciate it. To answer a couple of the questions, what does it take to jump out of a perfectly good airplane and play radio? It takes a little mental instability, I think.
A little bit.
I would agree. Yeah, I'm happy to agree with that. Yeah, let's. I'll oblige you.
But it's fun. Look, it's fun. So I enjoy it. There was a question that I don't think I'd addressed earlier exactly, and I wanted to make sure that it gets addressed. There was in terms of is there a VEC that Steve works with? I'm sure that Steve uses the ARRL's VEC for the Teachers Institute, right?
Yeah, if so obviously we are the largest VEC, and so we use our in-house VEC. But one other thing that we have that, and you know, I'm grateful for all the VECs that do testing. I mean, Glarg stepped up when I was in the classroom and helped me get my kids tested. But one thing I want to make sure I point out to anybody who's got kids and, you know, any kid, if you take your test through the ARRL VEC, our VEC manager has got it budgeted. Maria's got it budgeted where we reimburse that kid that $35 FCC fee. That's not a grant from any organization. That is taken out of that budget. So, you know, when people say things like, what are my dues paying for, and things like that, you are paying to lower the barrier of entry for a kid. Because $35, I just tell you, I lived in small town Mississippi. $35 is a lot of money for some of these people. So to have the ability to reimburse that. And one other thing that we're doing now is we are going to, you know, I'm a team leader now in our VEC where I can organize these remote tests. Any teacher that shoots me an email, calls me on the phone and says, hey, I've got kids that want to take a test at school, we will test them remotely straight out of my office. We'll put a test together right then. I mean, you know, whenever you're ready, you need it at 2:00, boom, we got you. We're gonna have a test. We're not going to charge any fees. They're going to get reimbursed their $35 fee. It is a completely free test for these kids.
That's awesome.
So they get their license.
That's part of where I was going with this. If you look up here, you know, over my shoulder, there's an HRCC logo, but when you look at the detail, you can get into it and go, there's a VE testing team that's under the HRCC umbrella. And this week alone, I've participated in a number of testing sessions, and I've seen this program at work. And that is, we had a young boy, I want to say he was 9, came in and tested. The ARRL refunded him or his parents the $35 FCC fee, and that's, you know, under the umbrella of HRCC. And I realize that this is Mike's stream, but Josh is here, and you know,
this is our stream, man. Do whatever you want.
It is, yeah.
It's. Well, I just want to make sure, like, yes, there's a VEC that, you know, that I'm certain Steve is using the ARRL VE team, but if there's ever a need for testing, the HRCC Discord has a testing sub in it specifically dedicated to the HRCC testing VE team, and we answer your whatever questions you might have, and we have regular sessions. So if you're on the fence and thinking about getting your license and whatnot, that's an easy one to reach at. Okay.
All right, hang on.
So I'm going to jump in real quick.
Caesar
just
Zaldivar Mott donated $250. Thank you, Caesar. I hope I'm saying your name right. I'm sure I'm not. Go ahead.
Caesar is a graduate of both TI1 and TI2.
Oh,
so
that
cool.
He has been to both. So, you know,
nice.
That just tells you this is the impact we're having. Caesar runs a STEM school in LA. He's got a few campuses. He's got kids that, you know, this is kind of their thing. He sees that vision where it's, if we don't find this way to engage kids with something. And, you know, I mean, I've been to LA. There's some rough parts, you know, and he's working with these kids to get them engaged in something that they can use to learn and to be inspired to go on and do cool things. So, yeah, Drew, awesome. You're chomping at the bit again.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is it pronounced Caesar?
Yes, Caesar.
Caesar. Thank you, Caesar. $10,785 have just been generated to the ARRL Teachers Institute Fund. Again, 100% tax deductible. 100% of everything goes to the Teachers Institute. I make nothing for this. YouTube makes nothing for this.
That's right.
100% of your donations go to Steve K5ATA and his team at the Teachers Institute of the ARRL. And because we passed 10-5, here's another shot. Thank you. Oh my God, thank you. This far exceeds my expectations.
Yeah.
In 2 hours and 45 minutes, we just did this.
The people that have donated, you guys, you should. We take our hats off to you. Okay. When I saw the initial message from Mike, which came, I don't know, maybe 2 weeks ago, on what he wanted to do, I was like, he wants to do how much in a 9-hour stream? Okay, well, I'll
hold
hop
up.
in
He
when
just
I
passed
can.
11 grand.
Well, here we are. Less than 3 hours in, 11K.
Oh my gosh! Anonymous, by the way, Anonymous is the biggest donator of.
Oh
of the
boy!
live stream. So that shout out to Anonymous.
Anonymous,
you guys are helping running this show.
$11,000. That's like
impressive.
Bravo.
By the way, everybody that's LA County area, reach out to me if you have like later, like afternoon-ish or something that I can come out and do a talk or whatever. I'd totally be down. Rio Hondo, you guys are in my backyard. I was born and raised in Whittier, so you guys are like my backyard type crew. So reach out. I'm happy to do some talks or do anything like that. And if it means come to the school, I'll try and work out a day where I can do that. Let's just plan it.
So to piggyback off what Carlos and Steve had said, whether it's the HRCC Discord or it's GLARG or it's, the ARRL's VE team, whoever it is, or if it's the local group that's doing the testing, whoever it is, get the kids involved, get the kids tested, give them a chance to get tested, to get that license in their hand, because once they've got it, it's a game changer for them.
Yeah.
But then that extra step of having to pay that $35, right? Which what the ARRL did was drastic in terms of making it accessible. So like at my school, what we do is it's either myself or one of the other advisors. We will pay for all of the $35 fees for all of the students so that their parents don't ever have to go into the FCC ULS system. We pay for it ourselves with our own credit cards, and then we'll get the reimbursement. So that way the parents don't have to try and figure out how to go through this process. We take care of it for them. And again, it's lowering that threshold for getting those kids that license in their hand. And, but again, with having, 30 some kids that have gotten their licenses or however many you get, it's not always simple to, to figure out how to do that. And so the ARRL, making it possible by eliminating that fee is huge for kids that otherwise could not do this. Like, I kid you not when I say there are many kids, numerous kids in my group that would never have been able to do it if somebody wasn't, helping out and picking up the tab for them.
Yeah, if I could take a moment,
And
when you look at no, go ahead, Steve, and then I like to say something if I can.
I was going to say, when you look at these kids and I'll use Drew's kids as an example. I witnessed these kids do hard things, and they did amazing stuff. They have their amateur radio license. As soon as they're licensed, guess what? That makes them eligible for ARRL Foundation scholarships. So, ARDC just funded more years of scholarships for us. So, we have a lot of donors that donate, and ARDC ponies up a bunch of money with that as well. And I know because Child Unit got one of them a couple years ago. But up to $25,000 scholarships for a lot of parts of the country, that is a full ride. For kids that don't necessarily have a chance to go to college to do these things, all of a sudden they've taken an interest. They've done something cool. They've documented on their QRZ page all of this cool stuff that they've done. They're hitting their senior year. They apply for an ARRL Foundation scholarship. This is what the foundation is looking to fund, and this is I mean, that's a game changer. You're not just changing a kid's, ninth grade year. You're changing a kid's life.
Mm-hmm.
I'd actually, this is the perfect jumping off spot on this is I'm kind of a byproduct of where ham radio has helped me in my career. And I echo Mike's statements this way. Mike's statements on like, if I had gotten this earlier, it might have changed my career trajectory, etc. So I think everybody knows I'm
You'd
an
be
engineer. I'd be a what?
You'd be a vagrant.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
If I am an engineer. I actually work for a large aerospace company that you know of. The first company that I worked for was Boeing, and I had an Elmer, someone that reached out to me and said, "Hey, you might be interested in this ham radio thing." I'm a software engineer. That was my college degree. Came out, started hammering code, working on this satellite thing that I didn't really understand how it worked or any other than that. I'm just making code, right? But it wasn't until I actually got my amateur radio license and started to understand the concept of antennas and how they work and the different frequency spaces and when is that important and why you only use certain frequencies when you are in space. I've made code for multiple geosynchronous satellite systems. I've worked on ground stations that communicate to those satellite systems. We're talking about constellations of satellites that I've worked on. And I attribute often my amateur radio knowledge is what gives me a leg up in not necessarily in my competition, but in my peer group. And what makes me successful as an engineer is it's not just my ability to speak software parlance that I was traditionally trained in, but having the application ability of looking at it as a whole and how satellites work and how all of that relates back to that humble antenna and that humble radio and what it does. And it is not without my knowledge of amateur radio where I would be here. There is no way possible that I could beat, regardless of the YouTube stuff. On my career side, like it would not be possible. And if I had gotten started earlier, my wife is constantly on the lookout for things that would just create a target-rich environment and let the child guide themselves to the thing that they'll find enjoyable. And if their targets are 3 targets, well, they have 3 choices. If you give them 15 choices, we've widened the aperture. They can pick something that more aligns to their skill set and their capabilities as a person. And doing what Steve's doing and all these wonderful people that are on the chat, Drew and Wayne and everybody else involved in it's opening up the aperture for these young people to decide where they truly will find joy in going to work. And this is like levels upon levels upon levels of things that you're doing to build upon the future, sure, like an abstract thought, but to literally enrich people's lives, like truly. And amateur radio has done that for me. And if I had gotten that earlier, much like Mike said earlier, I would have been even better off. So no question. I absolutely, this is just great. So I just wanted to say that because there's not just the elementary school, middle school, high school, but this turns into college. There's your grants. This turns into the actual practical use, deploying it in an engineering space. That's just my job, right? This could go to all kinds of different jobs where amateur radio is absolutely a huge value. And that's why I continue to support stuff like this. So yeah.
And what a great segue, Josh. Thank you. We still have 242 people watching. I'm sure we just passed the $11,000 mark. And what I want to do is show people what they can do to join the donations. So if you're watching on YouTube, you're going to see a screen that looks like this. You're going to see this chat here, and right.
Can you
down
focus
here,
on yourself? Are you only showing?
Oh, whoa! Hang on, I can do that. Maybe if I get to the right thing here. Yep. All right. So now we're looking at my screen, right? So you can see my mouse. Here's the live chat. If you want to donate to the cause.
What is this non-dark mode that you have going?
I'm not a dark mode guy.
Oh my god!
Right below the live chat. So like right here, here's where we see everybody talking. We can interact with one another.
Buddy, they loaded on their computer.
We go right here to where it says donate. We click that button. We can donate whatever, 5, 20, 50. We can hit other amount. You can type in $10 million, whatever you want.
Go ahead.
Maybe you can't type in that much. I'm certainly not going to do that.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what. Then it's money laundering at that point, right?
All right, so $9,999, and then hit continue and follow all of these links and put your credit card information and all that stuff in, and that is how we will help this channel, not this channel, this community grow of teaching. This is all about ARRL Teachers Institute. Again, 100% of your donations go to the ARRL Teacher Institute. I make $0 from this. YouTube makes $0 from this. Nobody's taking a cut. This is set up as a fundraiser for the Teachers Institute. And because we passed $11,000, cheers. Thank you, thank you, thank you, everyone.
What happened to Carlos?
He took a jump.
I'm not sure.
He got trackpad happy. He needs to hop back in.
There he is.
There you go.
I fell out of the plane.
That was it. Yeah.
Maybe.
I have no idea.
So
He went to go put his parachute on.
as a tie into this, Dayton, Hamvention 2024, weather permitting. If you have youth that might be interested in this thing, bring them out. Have them sit with Steve. Have them sit through his thing. I'm making a couple
We actually have something
jumps.
better than that, Carlos.
I'm making a couple of jumps dedicated to the Youth on the Air program that Steve is running. That portion of it. The only person I'm giving the frequency to is Steve, so that he can get the kids on the air. So if you have any kids that are even remotely interested in this, bring them out. Get that itch going, and maybe, just maybe, weather permitting, we can get a contact going, Parachute Mobile, and hopefully that helps them get a little more interested in this thing.
We are actually putting together a youth rally for Dayton.
Yes.
Where we're going to have a day of tracks for kids to come in, do cool stuff.
Hang on, Steve.
Some of the,
WQ9F just donated $250.
Oh, buddy.
I can't remember his YouTube.
Whoa.
I know who he is. He's in Chicago. He's friends with Ham Radio Dude. Just donated $250. This is
Cheers, man. Cheers.
This is so great. This is so
Thank
great.
you. So, that's
Kevin Duffy. That's Kevin Duffy.
Thank you.
Kevin
Thank
is
you
a
for that.
regular.
So,
Yeah, that's awesome. And as a teacher, it sounds like Dawn shouting it out. Shout out to Dawn, by the way. Appreciate you being in the chat this whole time.
I could be
and
wrong.
watching your comment.
I could be wrong.
Kevin is a regular. He is on all the streams. Yeah, dude, bravo.
There's a similar call sign that has a YouTube channel that does some POTA along Lake Michigan. If that's not you, I'm sorry. Either way, he gave $250. So thank
Kevin
you.
is in Chicago.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's who it is. Anyway, go ahead.
The chat will yield all answers if you give it time.
Yes, yes.
Fact check me, boys.
That is me. You have confirmation. There it is. WQ9F.
Yeah, see,
Give him the
I know,
shout.
I know
he's
my
been through
YouTube
Teachers
channels,
Institute,
dude.
so.
Listen, I'm Papa POTA. All right, if there's a YouTube channel out there that's doing some POTA stuff, I know about it.
I know.
I don't care about
I know
names.
I know a guy that's on YouTube that does.
I
POTA
have
videos.
never given myself a name. People have.
I think it's
named
Mike. I think.
And
I see what you did there.
You know what I mean?
No, but his parents
early
gave him the
days.
name of Mike.
So I just gravitated toward, like, dude, I've got in my iPhone, I have a list of notes of like what since POTA began, what people have called me. And I've just gravitated towards Papa POTA.
Jericho calls
in our
me
house,
Mike.
you're K-Murder.
Because James Hetfield, some of you may know who he is. He runs a little band called Metallica.
A little band.
Little heavy metal band called Metallica. He's called Papa Het.
Okay.
So when somebody called me Papa POTA, I'm like, done.
We've achieved the goal.
Papa Het, Papa POTA. I have never asked for a name. I've never. You guys
we've
know me.
called you a lot of things, Mike.
Like I'm a pretty
we've called you a
humble
lot of
guy.
things. I won't say them on the stream, but we've called you a lot of things.
But like to be fair, you guys know me in person. I and I hate talking about this because I hate talking about myself. I'm not into all that, all the awards and all the accolade. Like I just happened to hit record when POTA began, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then people started calling me different names: Papa POTA, POTA Daddy, whatever. I don't care. But Papa POTA, because of James Hetfield, and I'm a metalhead, right? Heavy metal. So that's it. Anyway, it has nothing to do with anything. $11,000, 325 we've raised for this stream right now of our $10,000 goal. Wayne, you've been quiet. Do you have anything to say?
Yeah, I just listening. So I did want to make a mention about one of the questions that came up. Kids that got licensed, did they had somebody else in their family that was licensed as well? So it's just interesting with my chances of getting kids licensed, and I don't think it's unique to the homeschool world, but I will actually have parents they'll sit in the class. They brought their kids to the class, but they'll sit in the class, and parents will suddenly decide, you know what, I'm going to test too. And then the next thing you know is that the kids and the parents got licenses. And what I really like too is when the FCC, when they issue those call signs, they end up being like in order.
Yeah, that's awesome.
The kids and the kids and the dad, or the kids and the mom, or whatever, all end up with sequential call signs, which is pretty cool. So anyway,
that's really cool when you're on a repeater or on like doing HF.
Right.
And this has happened to me a couple times doing a POTA activation. You'll get, like I'm calling CQ POTA, and someone will come back and they're like, hang on, I got another activator or another operator for you. And they're all sequential. And it's like, this whole family just got licensed at the same time. Like, how cool is that? They all have sequential call signs. How cool.
Yeah,
awesome.
That's pretty cool. Probably one of the most fun things we did. I did a follow-on class. I think somebody else does something similar to this. They call it the ham radio jumpstart or something. It's something that comes up often. Okay, I got my license, and now what? What's the follow-on to that? And I know Drew is doing some really good things there. And when we here where I live, we're in the process of getting a youth, like a homeschool youth ham radio club. I say homeschool. Just a couple nights ago, I was at a Christmas event, and this one lady walked up to me and says, "Hey, I know who you are," which that's kind of freaky, right? Because I didn't know who she was. But she knew.
I know who you are.
She knew everything.
Yeah,
about
you get
me.
used to it.
But it turns out that I ran a robotics club. We have a couple of private schools here, and I ran a robotics club at one of them. And her kid was in my robotics club. And apparently the only thing he could talk about was robotics club and Mr. Wayne. That's all. So she knew exactly who I am. And she let me know that she and her son right now they're studying for their tech. They're doing it together as a family. So, and she had made mention that, it'd be nice to have a youth ham radio club. And I said, well, it so happens I'm working on putting one together. And she did ask us, is it going to be closed to just homeschoolers? And I said, well, of course not. So I guess it's not going to be now. We call this area the Golden Isles. So it'll be something like the Golden Isles Youth Ham Radio Club, something to that effect. I don't know, but we're going to have our first information meeting, if you will, right after the beginning of the year, and start moving from there. But I was going to mention, as far as this other class I put on, I called it Hams in Space. It's an expensive class, but the kids they get an antenna, narrow antenna, a radio. It's a Baofeng. Several other things. I got a couple of bills that they do, but
Don't
I
hate
helped
on the
them.
Baofangs. They're the gateway drug to ham radio right now,
They
man.
are. And
Robotics don't happen without Baofangs.
That's right. I own two of the Baofangs actually. So, but anyway, I got them all in the football field. They got their first ham radio contact. No, they're not their first ham radio, but the first satellite contact, which was a load of fun. 15 kids out in the football field with antennas making satellite contacts. But I guess the most fun is one kid. Yeah, you guys know the FM birds, right? It's almost like full contact radio, right? You gotta jump in there. If there's a split second, you got to jump in there. So I was determined that this kid was going to get a contact. So I'm standing next to him, and as soon as there was a split second opening, I'm like, no, just go, 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 go. You know, so he gets on there and couldn't even get his call sign out. You know, it got that all bumbled up and everything. But somebody came back to him, and he's like, oh, I got something. Go, keep going, keep going, keep going. So I guess the fun part of that is that he had. I mean, if you think about it, he used an ARRL antenna to hit a satellite doing what was it, 17,000 miles an hour or something like that, 500 miles in space.
Yeah, something crazy.
Kid that was about 30 feet over. Yeah, that was the contact. But yeah, but yeah, a lot of fun. Anyway, but it's really great to be with the kids. I really enjoy it. Enjoy that. So
that's awesome. That's so cool. What a great story. And that's why we are doing this telethon, where our goal is to raise $20,000.
Yeah. Look, we already got 3.5 teachers there. Let's get 7 teachers there, right?
So we're at $11,330.
And you, my favorite viewer, you.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can make Mike take another shot. Just think about the power that you wield right now.
I might have to cut that up because honestly, like I don't want to drink all of this. Like this is kind of like my special stuff.
Yeah, I don't know that needs to be.
I might have to cut that off. All right, so $12,000.
Oh, geez.
I'm gonna take the last shot. I'm not killing this bottle. This is not last year's stream.
No, yeah.
Okay. This is
but you, dear viewer, you hold the power to make Mike take the next shot.
The cool thing about that, yes, they do hold the power to take me to the next shot.
There's old TC Fitz again. He got you.
TC Fitz.
Oh my gosh. There you go.
TC Fitz is gonna make you get
another $500. TC Fitz. Or collectively another once we reach $12,000. Holy crap. Sorry, can we just talk about TC Fitz for a minute?
Can we?
Because Josh, I know that you know that TC Fitz has been on your streams.
Yes.
TC Fitz is I don't know if TC Fitz has been on too many of mine. I can't say. I know who TC Fitz is. He's on yours and Josh's streams.
Jason. See, you did it.
Jason, excuse me.
You did it.
The other Josh.
You did it.
To be fair, I have always posted. I have always posted Joshua.
That's true. You always
going
said
there. I have always posted
my biblical name. Thank you.
In our we have a private chat in Discord where
don't tell them about the private chat.
They can see it. It's locked.
The first rule about the private chat is you don't talk about the private
Mike,
chat.
They can't see it because they can't get it.
Oh, they can't? Oh.
see it. They don't know, Mike. Mike, what are you doing, bud? What are you doing, bud?
Prank caller. Hang up.
Hang up.
Prank caller.
Mike, my man.
Satan told me.
Yeah, that's it.
There was, and it turned out to be wrong. So, $11,500. That's. I don't know what the hell we were talking about. Holy crap!
TC Fitz and how awesome he's being by
so TC
bringing the pain to Mike.
So TC Fitz, freaking awesome.
He
like,
shares
TC
the most love with Jason, by the way. Jason has been on the brunt of many of TC Fitz's little rampages of doop, 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 and then him having to drink every time. Pickle beer, TC Fitz's favorite.
TC Fitz is like that guy who wants to see you suffer. He reminds me of, was it you and I, Josh, or maybe it was Jason that I was talking? Remember Fred? Years ago.
I remember Fred. Yeah, I remember
Fred. Fred would just drop like $500.
Oh, yeah, that guy was wild.
Yeah,
that guy was wild.
TC Fitz, welcome to Ham Radio Tube. Please bring all of your money to donate to the ARRL Teachers Institute.
That's
because TC Fitz is the new Fred.
For all you know, TC Fitz is Fred.
TC Fitz is a bit of a sadist, though. So he's always the guy that he's totally anonymous. I mean, who the hell is TC Fitz? But when like Josh was like, was it you, Josh? I have this pickle beer. No, you would enjoy that. Maybe
again, that's
Jason.
No, I've not had a pickle beer. I keep
all right.
I
can't
get them. They're not available. I don't know why we don't have them here.
Is like watching Jason's stream. Jason, by the way, is Ham Radio 2.0.
That is him. Yes.
So TC Fitz would be there, and Jason would have like, here's the worst tasting anything ever, and if you leave a super chat, I'll put this in my mouth. And so TC Fitz is like the sadist who's like, I'll donate to that.
$1.
Whatever. It's $1, I'd buy that for $1. It doesn't matter. TC Fitz is always there. So I am so humbled that apparently Ham Radio Tube has now reached the echelon to get TC Fitz to know who I am.
Mm-hmm.
So this shot right here is for, I'm going to split it, TC Fitz. Don't hate me. This shot is for, we're at $11,600. This is for all of the donators, but specifically, or as Frank would say, pacifically.
He would say
not the Atlantic Ocean, the Pacific Ocean.
The biggest ocean. It's the biggest.
Pacifically, this shot specifically is for TC Fitz and every single one of you who has donated. Thank you so much.
Cheers. I have a question for Steve. By the way, I think we lost one. We're a man down. Is there anybody waiting in the wings? Otherwise,
Drew said he'll.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get rid of Drew. If I did that, I'm sorry.
Drew's back.
And Drew, you can't leave, Drew. You've got too much to.
I do have Tank Radio waiting in the wing.
So this is a hypothetical, right, Steve? And this is for everybody in the room here. So, Steve, if you had like unlimited amount of money to do whatever you wanted to grow education initiative in ham radio, what would you do with that money?
Ooh.
I'm hitting you totally blind on this one. So I'm hitting you totally blind. So yeah.
So obviously, I'm a firm believer that we have to go through teachers to get youth.
Obviously,
you've
developed a track record for that. Yes, yes.
Having a space at headquarters that is a true STEM feeling space, but not just at headquarters. I would like. I mean, ideally, give me one on the West Coast. Give me one, kind of strategically placed around where. If I have more spaces in more places, it conceivably costs me less to bring teachers in.
Oh,
so
okay. Sure.
So somebody had mentioned earlier, like for that half teacher, get somebody local. And so we've had a couple Connecticut teachers come, and they do. Those people cost me less because I don't pay near the travel money. So it's finding venues that I can use.
I have a question for you, Steve, then. And
the answer is 42.
Always. The answer is always 42.
42.
But here's the thing. You mentioned something and it just clicked in my head, and you've said it already before. and that is that part of what the Teachers Institute is doing is they're funding everything, travel, the whole kit and caboodle. If anybody's sitting on the fence or perhaps doesn't have the cash flow to do it, but they have airline miles, could they donate the airline miles as a ticket for teacher X to go?
So ironically, I had this conversation this morning with our CFO. I would just say call Kevin at headquarters. He and I had this conversation.
In the chat, right? Can we talk to him directly? Can we?
I don't know if he's in the chat. Christina was in the chat.
So really, the bottom line is, if there's any way we can help, what we need to do is just contact headquarters and see if we can make it work. Whether it's monetarily or with miles or with hardware or whatever the case might be, the idea is if we are able to help in any way, if it's not directly monetarily, contact headquarters and let's try to make it work.
So yeah, obviously,
does that sum it up?
Well, let me poke at that a bit. You mentioned remote locations, right? And I know you and I have talked a little bit about how do we do something on the West Coast? I think that actually is kind of an interesting nut that we can probably crack is do we have spaces available where we could have satellite locations for this type of event? Are you looking for those type of locations where the ARRL can,
absolutely. I would love to. That the hard part is there is just something cool about being at headquarters. That's what we keep running up against is, and we've historically for the last several years had sessions in Dayton, and nothing against Dayton at all. Dara has been extremely helpful getting us, a space. They've got a great space. But there's just something about those teachers being able to walk out of their class, walk across the parking lot, operate W1AW and put 1,500 watts across or anywhere in the world they want. That, But yeah, I would love to have a satellite space in the Los Angeles area, Orange County area. A space somewhere in Texas where, we're pushing hard into Texas. I'm attending teachers conferences in Texas every year right now, and Texas is a big state, and Texas is also very proactive in a lot of their STEM stuff, what they want to do. A lot of people are moving to Texas, companies. Mm-hmm. So we need to engage those people, but I have to have reliable venues, and realistically, I'd like a place that I could store stuff. The one downfall of having a remote venue is I have to ship everything, which is not a huge deal.
Well, we know the ARRL's consistency on shipping things to shows, right?
So, now, honestly, the shipping problems we've had were the carrier. They lost an entire pallet coming back.
It's not ARRL's fault. It's not their fault. It was
that's
the carrier's fault. Yeah,
but that's the thing. If I ship, $20,000 worth of stuff for teachers, and then it ends up on the wrong boat or on a boat when it shouldn't be on a boat at all.
So Steve, what you're saying conceivably is that if I'm just using me as an example, and this is all hypothetical. I'm just using, let's play a pretend game, right? I find, let's call it 15, 20 teachers in this area that are interested, but the idea of taking them to Connecticut is a little bit much. If I found you a venue,
you get me 15 people in. You get me 15 people in your area. I will. Wayne won't be too busy.
They'll fly Steve out.
That's what I'm thinking.
They'll airdrop him. I can have you tandem jump Steve into the location.
You know what's going to happen? Let me hijack this. What's going to happen is we're at $11,600 for this telethon.
Yes.
We need $400 more to get to $12,000, which is 100% going to the Teachers Institute for the ARRL, and it's totally tax deductible. $400 more to get to $12,000. $12,000. Our goal was $10,000.
Blowing the doors off that.
We're blowing the doors off it. What can we do to get to $12,000? Is it there? Can we get to 12,000?
Oh, we can totally get to 12K. So, Steve, what you're saying is we get the teachers, we get you a venue, you fly. You send the stuff to, let's say, my house, and I bring it in my pickup truck to the venue, and I'll save you the lodging fee, and you stay in my guest room. Right?
Carlos is literally going to do this tomorrow. That's
I'm legitimately thinking about this, right?
Yeah,
because look, here's the thing. I know that I'm not the only one with a house with a guest room. And I know that I'm not the only one watching this that has a population of teachers that might be interested in it. And the only thing that's holding them back is, well, I can't leave my kids for a week. I can't leave my house for a week, and whatever the case might be, right? So if we can flex the viewership into helping with the process, right? You don't have to host Steve, right? I can host Steve because I know Steve, and I know that he's not going to wreck my place. He's not going to party all night.
Yeah, but you don't know Wayne, and Wayne's who I'm going to send. I mean,
if you don't have coffee, Steve's probably going to wreck your place.
That's
who has the coffee plantation.
Wait, hold on, Carlos, hold on.
In Puerto Rico, Steve is in freaking Connecticut.
Hold on. It sounds like if we had to drill it down to a point, Steve is looking for good remote locations that they can work with the ARRL in finding a place where they can bring the teachers together. And they could be teachers from the local communities, or just something that's a little less expensive than flying them specifically to Connecticut, because it's a lot easier to bring 12 teachers that are local to a location and fly Steven or Wayne to that location and then do the education there. Am I paraphrasing that correctly, Steve?
Yep. Yes. So, that would be, it's just much, obviously, I flew a whole bunch of West Coast people to Connecticut. Mm-hmm. That's an expensive ticket. And it's honestly,
you never
it's
flew
hard
me,
on those.
Why?
So go ahead and take a job in a school, apply for TI, we'll get you.
You got me on that one, Steve.
So, but
Steve, what is your typical TI class size?
All right, Wayne, close your ears.
Oh, wait, Wayne wants to answer. Wayne is laughing like that's the laugh of knowing.
So here's the thing. I have
Wayne hasn't
really
said anything in a while.
Wayne doesn't want to hear this part because I have a really hard time saying no to qualified candidates. I mean, when we get people that apply, I also know when a teacher applies, if I tell them no because I'm full, and we had to tell several people no this year, they don't apply again. They mentally they're like, nope, I didn't make it, I'm out.
Really?
So I try to say yes to as many as I can. So what had happened was October came around, and we started offering TI in October because a lot of schools have to pay their teachers. If they go to a staff development in the summer, they have to pay them an hourly rate. And, that's more expensive than it is to pay for a sub. So they would rather the teacher go during the school year and pay for a sub. So I threw October in here. We did it last year, and we filled it up with, I think, 12 people, which is my normal number. We try to keep it at 12 because the conference room kind of sort of fits 12. And then October came, and I kept calling Wayne saying, so Wayne, would you be okay with 14? And then it was, so Wayne, how about 16? Wayne ended up with 20.
Oh, wow. You're a
you said that earlier when you guys were soldering. There was like 20 people in there.
Yes. So I kid you not, we brought tables down here. QRP Hannibal's back again. We brought extra tables down. We shoved the conference table over. I mean, it was jam packed. But at the same time, it was an amazing class. So, ideally, give me an annex or something with a big room where I can set it up as a STEM center, and then I'll just bring a couple instructors in, and boom, we can knock it out. But
what I'm hearing,
I typically try to do 12.
We need a West Coast annex.
We need a wing.
ARRL. I need a West Coast annex.
Josh is thinking here. Look at him.
I'm rubbing my hands together deviously.
I know people, Steve. I can work on a space easy.
But I think that's kind of the thing here is that, like, if you think about the logistics, right? If you bring it down to, okay, let's take the number here. Steve's mentioned $3,000 to bring a teacher to Connecticut, right? Where they're
well, that includes cost of gear and everything like that too.
Sure.
That's not just travel, but yeah,
but
that's the whole package.
But there is a significant amount of that includes travel and all kinds of other things. Lodging. So there could be, right. So, I mean, Steve, you're probably aware of the concept of like capsule classrooms, capsule schools, all that kind of stuff. Like, I could almost see this being, franchise is probably the wrong word, but extended
time out.
Yep.
David Minster just put
David
us
Minster!
over
Yeah, buddy! Yeah, let's go!
So
that's awesome. $300 from David Minster, guys. That's impressive.
And that's, I believe,
I'm sorry.
I saw his name earlier in the roll too.
We are over 12K.
Holy hell! We
blew through that. That's right.
We just reached ARRL like domination, right? Like
Mike,
David.
I'm going to hope that him throwing that in while Josh and I are having this discussion is his affirmation of, hey, I like this idea. So let's roll with it.
No, so I mean,
brought to you by Ham Radio Tube. Don't forget that, David. It was me, Mike, K at MRD, that did this first. Okay, sorry.
But this concept, and
so humbling.
Obviously, I'm not in your shoes, so I don't know how to best handle this. But obviously, if you could put Steve in a box or Wayne in a box, that would be the best solution.
Box.
So it's almost like you have the TI-1, but it's almost like we need a TI.5. Is that even a possibility that you could start with, like, how do we
like
send
a quick
out
introductory 2-day thing?
Or how do you send out a syllabus with like a splash of like the STEM stuff and like splash this into your regular kind of thing, and then that could almost be your feeder to get more teachers involved. Does that make sense? I love when I hear I see heads going like this. I'm like, yes, I'm on the right point. Yeah, does that make sense?
So that's actually been a topic that's kind of been discussed among the instructors. Is, right now we have TI-1, TI-2, and we're building TI-3.
Mm-hmm.
But what we're kind of looking at, and I mean, kicking around at this point, the TI program and the education program in its entirety looks entirely different than it did 5 years ago. So instead, making it just kind of like what you're saying is having an introductory course and then branches of where's my interest, space, APRS, remote sensing, but having that quick little 1 or 2 day staff development thing. And
I'm thinking businesses.
Consider what I'm allowed. There are plans that are happening.
There are plans among
that
plans.
that are extremely similar to what you're saying. I think we're on the same page.
Okay, so as things scale, right? As things scale, you are now at the point, I heard you say this earlier, where you have more teachers than you can put in seats that are available, right? So to me, that's like, okay, great. We have a vibrant, rich community of people that we're bringing into Connecticut. It sounds like we need the 0.5 option, where we have like some kind of primer to build the baseline that they can bring to their classroom starting now. Right now, obviously, the problem with a lot of this stuff is that it requires hardware and radios and all this other stuff, but SDRs are cheap. Amazon has SDRs.
SDRs are cheap, and
we can start now.
And
you know what I mean?
Yep. So another quick shout out, since you said SDR Play and RTL SDR both did wonderful things helping us get this stuff in hands. So you're right. SDR is a great way. Make sure you behave, Frank. SDR is a great way to engage kids. I mean, you stick an antenna out a window, or the little dipole antenna that it comes with,
almost
and the kids can the kids can start exploring the spectrum. And that's what kids, half the time they'd sit there on the 7300 and just spin the dial and then find some funky noise, because general coverage, they can go wherever they want.
Right.
And just start listening to it. Then they start Googling and saying, well, what is this? And they start doing research and taking an interest in it. SDR is a great way to do that. I agree.
Well, I mean, if you think about things like the ISS SSTV events that happen, right? Like that is just a slam dunk from my point of view, right? Oh, I'm sorry. You just received an image from space. How does that sound?
You know how that sounds? It sounds like we just raised $12,150 for the ARRL Teachers Institute. So we're going to take a shot because that's what everybody. I'm looking at the chat here.
I've been keeping up in the green room.
$12,000.
Thank you so much for doing that, Tank.
We just brought Frank Tank Radio online. I'm sorry. You know, we got to interrupt the stream here a little bit. We got to change it up a little bit. 12,000.
Oh, Carlos is heading out.
100. Yeah, guys. Carlos. I kicked him.
Thank you, Carlos.
Drew, Wayne, thank you guys for staying on so long. Steve, thank you for being here. Steve knew he was in for the long run. I don't think Drew and Wayne knew what was in for it.
So Drew made the mistake of saying,
he's locked in. I like it.
Yeah.
Drew made the mistake.
Like, oh yeah, I'm there. Whatever you need. I was like, he's like, I'm there. Whatever you need. I was like, okay.
Like, here's the deal. Like, I knew that Steve was on board, and so when I set this up, and when I say I mean like Josh, myself, and Steve set this up. But Steve was because it's hosted on my channel, Ham Radio Tube, which you're all watching. You should subscribe. Steve's like, "Is it okay if I bring on some teachers and stuff?" I'm like, "Are you kidding? This is what it's all about. Yes, bring everyone." So, but
$200 by
Hike and Hammond. Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Thank you.
So, Steve's like, "Can I bring on some teachers?" I'm like, "Dude, that's literally what this is all about." Like, we had no aspirations. As every single thing that I do, I wing it. Mm-hmm. And the fact that we could bring all of these teachers together, all of the YouTubers, all the ham radio community together, and raise $12,350 already in 3.5 hours is just incredible. And now we have Tank Radio,
yes,
KG5AHJ. If you guys don't know who he is, Frank, do you want to give us welcome to the channel, Frank? Welcome. After 3.5 hours, you're finally welcome here.
You're worse than the clubhouse. Oh, love that.
As a compliment.
Yeah, I'm Take Radio. I have a YouTube channel. It's my adventure and journey through amateur radio. Through this stream, I finished this bottle off. It's not impressive. It started right there. That's gone. Plus, though, you were showing off some whiskey before, so I had to go downstairs and get my collection. So are we ready? I have a Williams Creek. This is the Williams Creek bourbon finished in a Port Nor cask. So wine.
Drew is
wine
like
finished.
Salivating there.
I know. Old Foster's 1910.
Oh, that's also really good.
Yeah,
Old Foster's very good.
Then I'm going on the floor here. Woodford Double Oaked Reserve.
Are you trying to drink all that tonight?
Oh no! I had to get my stash.
You should take over for Mike at this point for the
Frank,
shot.
the idea is just kind of
an Eagle. An Eagle Rare is really good.
Yeah,
that's really good.
We're still more focused on ARRL and getting.
Oh yeah.
So
and here's my prime. Here's my baby.
Not done, Mike. He's not done.
Sorry.
Knob Creek.
Just kick him.
2001 bottled special
We're
edition.
losing viewers now.
Oh yeah, because the whiskey's even better. But right now I'm drinking my Woodford. This is just the nice cheaper bottle.
Let's stop talking about whiskey.
Yeah.
And
yes, sir.
What
he
could
was trying
you
to talk
say?
about your channel, man. This is where you're supposed to talk about what you do.
Oh,
this
is part of my channel.
Yeah. All right.
I mean, now it
I'm
is.
sorry.
No. My channel is about my adventure through ham radio. Right now, I am building my ham shack out. My last video was about me installing my ground system. I installed 3 ground rods, and the last video showed my misadventures on getting a underpowered power tool.
So,
And
Frank, having
sir.
known what you know now,
yes,
what would the ARRL's Teachers Institute mean to you if you were a kid, or as you are now
I would have gone into it.
40 something, even though I think you're still in your 30s. Like what could someone of your age learn?
My age.
I don't know how to interview you, Frank. Steve,
we can
K5ATA,
so long.
Can we just mute Frank? Steve, do you have anything? How can I do this better? Or Wayne, go ahead.
So you were asking how would the ARRL STEM programs affect me if I was in college or high school back then? I would have put them in all over it. I started learning programming, C++ in high school. I was part of some of their STEM programs doing that. Y'all talking the Arduino?
Slow down. It's okay. Take a breath. Now tell us. You gotta understand, you're talking to me. I don't know anything about this. So you're talking STEM. So Frank, how old are you, Frank?
Still 30 for the time being.
Okay, he's still gonna think about it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry I brought Frank onto the stream. We're at $12,420.
Keep it up. Another $100 donation.
So Frank, let me ask you. Let's. I said every $500 increments, I would take a shot. I'm almost through my Macallan now. So if we hit 12.5, what shot are you doing? Or excuse me, we've already hit 12.5. So we've hit 12.5. What shot are you doing? Next shot's $3,000. 4
this
roses.
Is the 4 roses.
All right.
This is the only bottle that's opened. I got empties below the desk, a lot of them.
And I want to say, let me give, because there's only 186 people watching now, but there's still people coming in. There's still new people. This entire live stream is 100% going to the ARRL Teacher Fund. I'm not making $1 off of this. Nobody is. Google is not making $1 off of this. YouTube is not making
what? Mike,
holy crap. Whoa. Arthur, hang on.
All right, you pronounce it. Go ahead, Mike.
Arthur,
do it. You got it, man.
Specifically, can you say that name?
I'm going to say Gilbaum.
I thought it was Zieglerbaum, but I could be wrong.
It could be Zieglerbaum. Hang on.
Arthur
Zieglerbaum. However we say that. $1,000.
Who's pronouncing it right? Zieglerbaum? Is it Zieglerbaum?
Zieglerbaum.
Or is it Baum?
No, it's definitely not cutting off the first half of it and saying bomb.
It's Arthur. Arthur.
Holy smokes, Arthur! I am shocked, man. That is.
But
amazing.
I went to a.
I'm glad I came back just in time for that. Holy smokes!
Dude, we've had a couple thousand. That's the second $1,000 donation we've had tonight.
Yes,
$13,520.
And Steve was not even here for this one. Oh my God, he's gonna be shocked when he gets back. That's amazing, Arthur. Cheers to you, man. Cheers.
Thank you, Arthur.
Yes,
I'm gonna say, Arthur, email me k8mrd@icloud.com. The phonetics of how the hell you say your last name.
So I will say, as a recipient of the TI program, like, thank you, Arthur. Thank you for what you are doing for teachers, because that is huge. I've been very fortunate to be on the receiving end of this event and this process. And
Frank, get ready.
Everything that these folks at the ARRL are doing is phenomenal. And so thank you for helping other teachers to get into this. So thank you.
Cheers, Arthur.
Is that Dr. Z? Somebody's saying Dr. Z. Way to go, Dr. Z. Shout out
that
to
is
Dr. Z then. That's amazing. So, Steve,
Yeah,
you
so
just got here. That was $1,000 drop.
Yeah, by another member of our board. So
okay, so can you help us pronounce the last
name? I say it
name?
every time.
Help us pronounce the last name so we say it correctly.
Ziegelbaum.
Ziegelbaum. Okay, good.
Ziegelbaum.
I was close.
Ziegelbaum.
I was close. Good.
So
Ziegelbaum.
great guy, but
it's that
you know,
easy.
it's like I say, I can't do this without support.
Amazing
from the board. So
okay, can I just take a second to shout out how many board members helped to fund this? So it's not just like we literally have alumni of the program in this chat. We've heard from people. I mean, Steve, you already talked about people like children who've been helped from this, but then there are board members of the ARRL who are actively helping fund this. Is like I know no better charter to say, Steve, you are doing the right thing. You are going like I cannot think of a more amateur radio sense of like, Steve, you're killing it. Keep doing it, man. This is awesome.
Thank you. It's like I said, I mean, we changed a lot of things when we came in, and just having everybody support. I mean, HQ Josh is still in the chat right now. I mean, there's people across the organization that we all see that this is, well, to sound kind of Mandalorian, this is the way. So, you know,
it's a good way of saying it.
So, Steve, if someone had, okay, so let's come back to this remote site thing, because I think this is kind of my hidden dream, I think, somewhere in my mind. The ARRL is obviously has to work within business practices and all kinds of other things, right? But if someone has a space, not like a buddy of mine's got a space, but an actual space that they could potentially help, how could they reach out to you to, to at least start that conversation?
My call sign, K5ATA at ARRL.org.
There you go.
So, you know, drop me an email, give me a phone number, and let's have a conversation, because we absolutely need to expand. I mean, like I said, I could probably run. I bet I could run 10 or 12 of these this year alone if I had the funding to do it. I've got the people. I have no doubt I'll have the people.
But we could help reduce the cost if we distributed the location of where they were at.
If we distribute
right?
the location, we can. Yep, absolutely. Which is why I reached out to you about your area, because a densely populated area.
Yes.
That's I can draw. I mean, you're in Orange County, so I can draw from a geographically relatively small area and reach a whole lot of teachers.
We're gonna continue to work on that next year, because I do have a location, but I got to figure out how to like secure it in the right way, that it's going to be something that the ARRL can use appropriately.
Yeah,
it's not just like, oh, I got a guy who's lets you slide in the back door. No, it's like, no, this is like a full week or multiple days where you can have this committed space, because it's a learning space. Right, that's what you guys are creating here, and that's what that's what we're looking for, right?
Here's a good question: what other ARRL groups need some YouTube love? I mean, for me, it's
by
what
groups,
we're doing right now.
Yeah, but by groups, I'm assuming you mean like areas of the organization, and I think the answer is kind of yes. It's like, instead of what other groups. There are a lot of people that give to Spectrum Defense. There are a lot of people who give to all the different areas. Diamond Club, for people who just want to give to help support all of the groups. That's a great way to do that. Those are unrestricted funds that they can use wherever they're most needed. So, everybody, we all, every area's got a mission, and they all are working hard to do it. And I mean, it just call Kevin. That's Kevin will gladly help you find that next area to reach into.
There's a thing that I talked about on the podcast last night with my wife, and I think people don't avail themselves enough about this. So for all the ham radio operators that are listening that are dealing with RFI problems, and we all have RFI problems, we're all going to experience RFI problems. There is literally a group of people that are waiting for you to call them. And I'm going to scroll down here, and your member fees, and you don't even have to be a member necessarily to call this number. It is 860-594-0392. Or you can contact Stephen Anderson or Steven Anderson, the RFI engineer at the ARRL, and they will literally help you deal with RFI problems. And I don't know if you're like me, but I live in a world where RFI is my nightmare. And this month in particular, RFI is everywhere.
You don't say.
Everywhere. So that is one of the best services and underused services at the ARRL from my point of view right now, that I cannot share that enough. Please call them.
And the technical information service also, which any technical question you have, I mean, you can call and talk to the lab. You call. I mean, it's if they don't know the answer, they're gonna dig through the books and help you get there. I mean, I've heard these guys on the phone for hours helping people solve problems, and it's everything from, how do I set this up on my radio to, I mean, it's just everything. So, I mean, there's a slew of things that can be done. So.
I can't say enough that there's I can't say enough to tell people or remind them that if they're paying for the ARRL, if they're a member of the ARRL, they should be using these services, and they're available to you.
Absolutely.
You should use them. You should call. Pick up the phone and literally call people who are there. And it's not like you're going to get hit with a phone bank. There's literally people that are going to pick up the phone and help you out. And for everyone, I'm going to reiterate this again because I don't know if it's stuck. We all live in suburbs. Most of us are HOAs, even worse.
Ooh.
The RFI problems are a nightmare, and the ARRL will help you at least understand what is going on. At the bare minimum, understand what is happening.
Are there tips and tricks for talking to your neighbors about their newly installed solar panels and how to change the inverter?
That's a great question, Frank. And
you gotta call them. You gotta call them.
Call the technical information service.
I think the answer has to do with the fact that this is a fundraiser for the ARRL, and that your donations are 100% tax deductible. Nothing goes to me. Nothing goes to YouTube. Give your money to the Teachers Institute to help the ARRL Teachers Institute, specifically Steve K5ATA and his team.
Yeah, and again, let's dispel the myth that the ARRL doesn't do more than just make magazines or books. I think that's one of the big things that we should start walking away from, that there are so many different aspects of the service that is provided that you just have to avail yourself of. And in this case, this is something that might be transparent to you, but it is definitely impactful to young people's lives that you probably may be around. And literally, it's this man. Again, we cannot say this enough. It's from Steve and Drew and Wayne and everything that they're doing that makes this possible.
And I will echo what Josh has said in that I have called the ARRL numerous times for a whole host of different things. And I have had support every single time. When it was a student that their license did not come through for whatever reason, got on the phone, had somebody within a minute and a half, and had that resolved on the phone with the FCC within 7 minutes. Whether it's talking to Steve about whatever it is, and then Steve driving 8 hours to come out to our school to show support from the ARRL to our kids, and handing them all sweatshirts and hats and everything else, and the kids are loving it and seeing the ARRL in practice. Or it's calling or emailing and talking to Joe and asking Joe, hey, how do we do this with this particular antenna setup? And what do we need to worry about as far as wind loading on this? And, how are we supposed to deal with interference between, multiple radios? Because these kids want to be on the radio. And how do we deal with multiple kids on multiple radios simultaneously? And, the interference that happens as a result of that. And so they come through every single time, which is phenomenal.
So
Talking about
we've got
other
a building
programs.
of people who live for this stuff. This is, it's literally, you call and you get people that it's not like calling, an insurance company where you're just getting the next operator. You're getting people who live amateur radio. And that's what, so, Drew, we get excited. You get a teacher who's calling saying, hey, we want to do this, this, and this. You start getting 3 and 4 different departments trying to figure out how to help Drew do this because Drew is into it. So by his excitement of being into this, all of a sudden we're energized and we're like, hey, let's make sure this is up and running. And, the number of people, go ahead and brag on Drew again for a minute. After he left TI, he went back to his school and they launched a weather balloon or a high altitude balloon. Those kids went, they launched it, they recovered it. The kids did the whole thing and they did their own YouTube stream doing it. The kids managed the YouTube stream. So, and that was what, late June?
Yeah,
I think it was late in the month of June.
But the killer
school was
part
out.
of that one, right? School was out. But the killer part of that was that the kids were bent on doing what they thought, and maybe it is true, the first full HD beginning to end live stream of a weather balloon launch. So they started live streaming at the beginning, but then they had the live HD video being streamed from the weather balloon all over amateur radio frequency, right?
I love it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. It was ATV.
It was awesome.
To burst, to drop, and the kids were on site, on Skype.
Recovery.
Oh,
that's amazing.
Picking it up out of the tree, all of it, beginning to end. But that was not possible without help from a lot of folks. And the kids did the programming. The kids were able to figure this stuff out. But there's still a lot about amateur TV, right? That is, unless you're into it, right? Unless that's your thing,
right?
It's hard to be able to figure it out and sift through the really complicated articles about, the detailed level minutia of it. But being able to pick up the phone and call somebody and ask somebody, and then having Joe be able to say, hey, I will check that stream for you and I will see it from Connecticut while you've got it launched over, northwestern Pennsylvania and western New York. It was phenomenal.
I need an ARRL campus, a satellite campus here in California. That's what I need. I need that. I need that capability. So I cannot stress this enough. There are so many times where I get emails and I get comments on YouTube, asking me for more information. And I do the best I can, but you're literally going to the central hub of knowledge. I can just call them and I can tap into the mother brain of knowledge. That is, again, a valuable aspect of what our ARRL membership goes to. And you can literally pick up the phone and make that happen, right? From Drew, your experience.
Yep, absolutely. And all of the more reason why that unique experience that my students created for themselves, that was their thing, that was what they wanted to do, and they did it, right? But all the more reason why the Teachers Institute level 2 or level 3 is so important, because we're just one school, right? We're just one set of kids in one small part of Pennsylvania, right? There are 10,000 plus schools all over the place, all with their own sets of kids that all want to do this stuff that just don't have the opportunity. They don't have teachers that have been trained. They don't have teachers that are exposed to it to understand that it is a possibility to do this ridiculously complex project, and it can come to fruition. And in the grand scheme, it's really not that expensive. I mean,
that is a really good point. And I think that there are plenty of schools who have already they've figured this out through like the process of like having kids going through engineering school, like New York and Rochester, for example. New York and Rochester comes out with some of the best engineers. We end up hiring them all over the place because they come out with all kinds of these baseline skills that go beyond the curriculum, the ham clubs, all these other things. That was a school that adopted that. That was a school that was like, yeah, we're going to dial in on this. And there's plenty of schools that do that. But here's an opportunity where if your school is not dialed in on that, if they're not dialed in STEM, it's not that hard of an argument or just find a teacher that would be susceptible to understanding the importance of this and get them involved in this, like what this is. That's really what this is about, I think, right?
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And the more teachers that get into it, honestly, the better, because it is to a large degree, schools look for other schools doing something and they feed off of that. This week, after doing our ARRL contact 2 weeks ago, this week I had 2 conversations with 2 separate school districts saying, hey, look, we see it now. We get it now.
I love it.
We understand, and they were
that
like
pipeline, that
right.
the community outreach is like, this school's doing this thing with the antennas. Why are we not doing that?
Because they know that
and schools are very much like that.
Oh, yeah. They totally are. They are. I know, because my wife is screaming at me about, like, why don't we have debate club? I'm like, no, that's the wrong answer. Like, we want amateur radio club. That's what we want. We want that in the elementary school. Let's do that.
Yep.
Wait, Drew, keep going.
No, I was just gonna say, like, again, that idea of the more schools that do this, it will become self-perpetuating, right? Like these 2 schools locally that have reached out and said, hey, we're interested. We want to know more about this. We see it. We get it now. We understand, because we have those same students in our schools and we're not reaching those students. You guys, my school has figured out, at least in part, how to help those students along in that process. But like, they know that they're not capturing it, right? Like some schools have robotics programs. A lot of schools have robotics, right?
Sure.
But a lot of times it's, something really big where the robot costs.
But it's encapsulated robotics. It's a concept of like they're boxes that you put together and they do a thing. We did the thing. So all my love to my mechanical engineers, but there's more to it than that, right? And there are deeper avenues that you can go into, and amateur radio leads to more of those avenues, software development, all that stuff, right?
Yes. And even if it's not just like the boxed robotics, right? Even if it's something much bigger, like a FIRST robotics, where it can cost $10,000 to $20,000
seriously
to build a single thing, right?
True.
One time, 1 year, and you can only have a certain number of students that are doing it. Radio and all of the connected projects that come with radio, because really it's those things that the kids are interested in. The radio part initially isn't the thing that,
because they don't get it yet. They don't get it.
Right. They don't
see the connective tissue.
Right, exactly. So when you talk space to them, or you talk contesting to them, or you talk about the, radio astronomy, or you talk about all
or
sorts
the
of
simple e-device that connects to their phone, it's like, oh, what is that doing? It's
what's the great thing to talk about is the fact that this is a fundraiser to raise money for the ARRL Teacher Institute. Every dollar that you donate on this stream, when you click the donate button, goes to what these guys are talking about.
Yes.
So please donate early, donate often. It is a tax write-off. I don't make anything off of this video. Nobody on this video makes anything. YouTube, the biggest FU is to YouTube.
So slight spoiler alert.
Google doesn't make anything off of this video, because every single dollar that you, my favorite viewer, donates, wherever it is, goes to the ARRL Teachers Institute, and it goes directly to what these guys are talking about. So please donate your money, whether you do it now or you do it after this stream. This donation is open. You can donate. Just please donate to the cause.
You say often. James has donated another like 3 times.
He's a QRP guy. So if you want to donate QRP, if you want to put in $5 now, $5 later, that's fine. If you're like, I love QRP. So sometimes I will donate $5. Sometimes I'm like, you know what? I'm going to do 100 watts. So I'll donate $100. I don't have an amplifier, but those of you who do may.
Somebody has a legal limit amplifier that puts us over $15,000 though.
You may or may not have an amplifier that could put you over 4,000 watts. You know, whatever. Whether it's $1, whether it's a penny, whether it's $1, $10, $100, whatever. Click the donation button below to support getting money funded to the ARRL Teachers Institute.
Steve, what were you trying to say a second ago?
I was going to say, Drew just basically, Wayne and I kind of conferred offline, and Drew basically just described where we're going with TI3 with his talking about space, and because that is pretty much exactly where we're going with this. So, it's the robotics thing, and I've taught a lot of these little robotics kits these teachers get. They are one and done things. They build it, and it's like, oh, look, okay, I did it. Now what?
No,
whereas
these kids
with something like amateur radio, with something like amateur radio, they do that first part, and then they see, oh, look what I can do next. And that's what scaffolding is in school. You have a broad base that supports it. That is what amateur radio is. It's that broad base of a learning system where kids can explore, and they get that common knowledge, and all of a sudden they're like, hey, look, I can do this. I can learn coding, and they start learning about coding, and then like, oh, wait a minute, I can learn about this, and they slide over and they start learning. Maybe they get interested in contesting or circuit design or kit building. But whatever they do, when they don't ever fall all the way out of the system, they slide back down to that base level of that foundational knowledge, and they start sliding around.
Well, that's amateur radio in a nutshell.
That's exactly what it is. And so next thing you know, you've got a well-rounded kid who's got a good basic knowledge of a lot of stuff, but that kid now knows exactly what he or she really wants to dig farther into, and that's where they start really excelling. And if we don't give kids that opportunity to explore and discover, and instead we have teachers who are like, you will discover this, and hammer, this is what you're going to do, instead of giving them those choices. My wife used to complain about my classroom all the time because it was a hot mess and it always stunk like solder. But I had 8 or 9 stations around the classroom where whatever the kid wanted to do that day, go. You feel like soldering a kit, go. The kid's learning something that day. MFJ sent me, I don't know how many rolls of ladder line because, one kid cut an entire roll 3 inches too short for every antenna. So they sent me another roll. They're like, oh, well, the kid learned something here. So, but that's the point, is give them those choices, and that's amateur radio serves that purpose perfectly. Go, Drew.
It absolutely does. And I do not mean to demean or diminish the significance of robotics in any way, because there are a lot of kids that really benefit from strong robotics programs, right? And there's a lot of great things that are happening in robotics programs. For me, a lot of times it's about scalability, right? And how do you reach the most number of students with the greatest impact, right? And how does that actually play out for those kids with hands-on activities? And for some programs, for some robotics classes and programs, it works perfectly. I know at my school, we have a phenomenal robotics teacher, and he does amazing work with his students. Absolutely love it. It's a question of how many, because there's still other kids that really want to do things that just don't have that opportunity, because there is a limit, right? There's always
also like a physical hardware limit, right?
Right.
So if you're talking about robotics class, they have the equipment. If you're talking about all that stuff, right?
Right.
This is I'm hearing you, man.
But the beautiful thing is to be able to bookend to work off of those robotics students, even because like right now, one of the big things that my students have been talking about has been telerobotics, right? Like they are determined that in the next 6 months, they just set this goal for themselves at the meeting. What was it? What's today? Friday? They said it on Wednesday afternoon. They said in the next 6 months, they want to bounce a signal off of either RS-44 or SO-50, and they want to have the signal come back down, and they want to control something here.
That is wild.
And
wow.
Because, but that's their thing, because they've already.
Why not? Yeah, why not? If
Right.
there's no limits, go for it.
Right, exactly. And so they can do that, though. Like they can figure out how to do it. And it branches into all sorts of really interesting stuff, like low signal analysis, right? In terms of like, how do you deal with a signal that's coming in that's all kinds of broken up? Because we're not going to get a perfect reception, right? It's like that checksum, right? Like we're not getting the complete package all of the time. And so how do you manage that? And how do you work with that? And so it's a whole set of other issues that they get to work through as a result. But again, radio is the mechanism, and
right. Yeah.
Teachers
it's the vehicle. Right. Yeah, exactly.
So can I just jump in real quick and
Yeah.
And then I got to punch out. So Drew is showing everything now what the Teachers Institute is all about. That guy is like fired up. When these teachers come out they're fired up like that, you talk about limits. There are no limits. And Drew, he did like the perfect thing. The kids did everything. And of course I know he mentored and guided them and such, but that kind of energy, that's what comes out when these teachers leave the Teachers Institute and they come back and get some more and then they just want more. So I just want to say that is it right there. You want to reach the kids. Steve is right. You want to reach the kids, you got to do it through teachers. And whenever we get teachers to come out that's like that, the kids get all the benefit from it. So that is awesome. So.
And the passion that I have and the model that I use, right? Like it is completely demonstrated in what Wayne and Tommy and others have done in the Teachers Institute. Because when the teachers go there and they participate in this, it's not passive, right? They're not sitting there. We didn't sit there and just watch somebody do something. Every single second of that time was hands-on. The teachers were doing it. They were learning. We had the oscilloscopes, those picoscopes going, right? And we're doing that stuff. Yeah. And we're working on it. And sometimes, we're like, I don't know exactly what we're doing, but we're doing it. And that is the model to turn around to, work with students on. It's like, here, have at it. Here's this awesome thing. I can help to guide you. I'm, off to the side here, but the Teachers Institute models that beautifully.
And we pack what 20 pounds of sugar into a 5-pound bag. I mean, there is a lot of stuff that happens. I know the first question is what happened. What does a typical week look like? I'll tell you, it is busy, very, very busy. But there is a lot of laughter too. That's same thing with my kids. I do have this thought that if laughter is happening, then learning is happening. Yeah. And then what's neat is the classes, they gel together, they work together. And I have right now, I set up a group text for all the classes that I do about a week or so out. And I've got group texts that are still active from classes that happened last year. People just,
that's amazing.
Teachers sending back information back and forth and ideas and such. So anyway, this is fun to watch. I've absolutely enjoyed watching Drew just like you can see him in there wanting to get him, but that's awesome to see. So cool.
I can't understate the excitement of Drew in it. There are so many moments where we talked about this where he's just so locked in and excited about this. And I think I hope everybody watching, I think we can celebrate people like Drew and all the people that have gone through the Teachers Institute to better learn this technology. It's immediately impactful to the kids that are experiencing this because they're going to look at technology differently. They're going to look at the things around them in a different way than they never have. I grew up when like Captain Crunch, we were blowing whistles in a telephone to make quarter sounds, right?
Right.
Phone freakers and all that stuff.
Uh-huh.
Right.
Yep.
But technology has evolved. Things have changed. And we're now at a point where this hacking mindset, we call it, well, it's been dolled up in all kinds of different ways, but the hacker mindset really just boils down to, how does this all work? How does this all really function? We take for granted our phones and the way they do the things they do, and that we can get our message from our mom and wherever. But we never really stop to think about, like, how does it actually function? And the reality of it is, it all comes back to radio. It always has. And it will continue to always come back to this fundamental understanding of how we move information over a wire or anything like that, right? And that is in essence what makes me so happy about, again, what Steve's doing and everything they're doing at the Teachers Institute. That is just, yeah, you guys are the best, and I'm just happy to be here to support.
Thank you.
Right,
and just picture a room full of Drews, because I'm serious.
We really should.
That's
what multiply him and
well, no, but that is what TI is. It is a room full of Drews. These are people that willingly gave up a week of their summer. Generally, most of them are in the summer. They gave up a week of their summer to come up and basically try to sip out of a fire hose. I mean, these folks are, and I posted pictures of them. These folks go to the hotel and they grab something quick to eat because there's a satellite pass in 42 minutes and they can hit it from the parking lot. And so, they're like,
is that true?
That is very true. I posted a picture of it on Instagram.
Awesome.
I mean,
that awesome.
That actually happened in my class. Is we had a pass. I think it was going to be at 7:30, and I just mentioned, hey, there's going to be a pass tonight at 7:30. If anybody's interested, and I'll be in the parking lot. And they were like, oh yeah, we're going to be there.
They were there, all of them.
The entire class was out there.
That's awesome.
Chasing the satellite in the parking lot of the hotel. So yeah. Sure enough.
It's stuff like during TI2 this last year, we worked out with ARRL and Frank Bauer at ARRL to do a SSTV experiment where we transmitted a specially designed image for a Teachers Institute through the voice repeater on the ISS. And so, the teachers stayed. I mean, what time did that thing actually happen? Like 5:45 in the evening or something like that? Yeah. They skipped dinner. I just ordered pizza from the place down the street. They stood around and had dinner, and then the news shows up. I mean, people are and they're all pulling these images down off of the ISS. And when they get the image, it's actually a car that celebrates Teachers Institute, and they're like, "Holy cow, this is targeted at me!" And it's every one of them's pumped. So
we all made the tape measure antenna for that. So yeah. It was cool. There you go.
Right there. Tape measure.
One sitting in Steve's office right now.
I hope everybody watching this
I've got a mess in my office right now.
I hope everybody understands this, watching this, is that it literally turns into children that are seeing things in a different way. They're exposed to, well, not exposed, but like mom and dad are rolling around with their cell phones and doing everything else, and there's so much technology all around them. This is literally breaking it down and understanding what it's doing and what it is. It's incredibly valuable.
So
I have heard.
I need to punch out of here. So
what's
I want to go ahead and say a Merry Christmas to everyone. Hope you have a
Merry Christmas, man.
Christmas, Wayne. And thank you for being here, Wayne. I know this was far longer than you anticipated when I roped you into hopping on.
I hope to see you in the future Southern California ARRL satellites.
I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, looking forward to it. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, you guys,
Wayne, thanks so much for coming out. Thanks for sharing your knowledge and your experience and helping us grow and share the ARRL Teachers Institute. Thank you so much for coming out.
Thank you, guys. 73 to you.
73 and 69. So we are, let's see if I can do maths, $360 away from $14,000 in donations.
All absolutely amazing. I mean,
tax deductible.
Wow.
100% of your
Tax
donations.
deductible.
Listen, there's only
We're getting
157
close to
people
paying for
watching
half
right
of
now.
a TI.
This is insane. If you have the means, if you have $1, if you have $2, if you have $4, $8, $16, $32, $64, whatever. If you can spend $1 or $100 or $1,000, we've had, what's the most we had? $1,000 donation. We've had a couple $1,000 donations tonight.
Pretty amazing. That's
we
pretty
had
amazing.
we had a $500 donation tonight. The goal.
No, we had multiple,
$300
but I was one of them.
An untold Cordy QRP $5 donations.
The goal was $10,000.
Who knows what the QRP?
And I set that as an arbitrary number to help the Teachers Institute. I had no idea what to expect. Like I said earlier, I'm like, do like $1,000, a couple grand? Josh, you saw this before the stream even started today at like
we were at $200
at like 2 p.m. Central Time.
Yeah, Clint Bradford was one of them.
Yeah, Clint Bradford and I don't know if
Alabama something.
Alabama. Nope, my chat won't go back that far.
Hang on,
Alabama
I
Andrew.
I screenshot it because I was so
really Alabama
shocked.
Andrew. Right,
I think it was. Yeah. There were $200 donations before this stream even started. Hours before this stream even started. So like that's so cool to just like, especially on my channel. Like I'm not a huge YouTube channel, you know. We're growing here, right? But to do a fundraiser like this, to bring the ham radio community together, this is just beyond my wild. We're at $13,651.
Oh yeah, this is amazing, man. This is awesome.
Insane. Frank, what do you got going on?
Man, I'm just relaxing, enjoying the stream. I'm still building my ham shack. That's what's going on right now.
Again?
Oh,
what are you doing to build your ham shack? Your radio, what's your coax, what's your plan, what's your power supply? What are you doing?
Funny you say coax, because I got a big old load of Messian Poloni cables.
That looks like Hyperflex. That looks like Ultraflex 10 Sahara.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be ran outside because Texas. I am going to be running the Yaesu FTDX10 as for the main radio inside. And the next big part I'm trying to plan on how I'm going to do it is I'm going to install the junction boxes outside for all the pass-throughs into the house. And those have the copper grounding plates that's going to tie into the grounding system that my videos last Monday dropped. See me building and going and getting a larger.
So that sounds like a pretty awesome, just like new ham shack install. How might one follow along with you in that journey in case
I'm so glad
someone's wanting to do that same thing?
First, you grab a whiskey tumbler, not any whiskey tumbler, a Tank Radio whiskey tumbler, and head over to a Tank Radio and subscribe. And if you really like what I do, hang out.
So if I were just on YouTube and I typed in Tank Radio, that would bring me to you and what you're doing?
Yes, sir.
Nice.
It should be like the first one.
Yes. So full disclosure, Tank Radio, Frank is a good friend of mine, and he lives in Dallas. We won't hold that against him, but
the better part of Texas.
Well, I live 70 miles north of Houston, in the middle of nowhere. So I mean, that's kind of where, if you want to,
Sam,
Strep, don't move to Texas. Stay away. Especially
we love Texas.
Especially if you're from California, don't move to Texas.
Yeah, stay here.
Bring all your.
You got everything already. Why are you going to leave?
Yeah, don't. I mean, Josh, you're welcome. I mean, you could sleep on the couch.
Yeah.
minute,
I know where I belong. I know
You
where
got
I
to get
belong.
the fuck out of here, dude.
Hey,
And I
Mike,
say that like Josh and I are really good friends, but no.
Oh no, yeah, I snore really loudly, as Mike will tell you.
Oh
so
shit.
I have to sleep in a shielded coffin.
Earplug.
By the way, we have $13,759 that we've raised for the ARRL. What can we do to get to 14,000?
Well, so two things, Mike. So one, how was it where you met the YouTube inspiration is me, and then you got to sleep in a room with him, and all he did was snore to the point that you could not sleep. So that's one. Two, I have somebody that would like to hop on and talk about the impact of the ARRL Teacher Institute.
Let's go with that instead of my answer.
Let's see if he's still around. He's on the on my Discord, so let's see if he hops on.
My advice would be while Josh is doing his thing, do not become friends with Josh.
Don't be my friend.
I mean, be friends with Josh, but it's like Josh. We had a lot of fun last year.
I think that's in part to the alcohol that I imbibed in that particular event. Personally,
don't blame the alcohol.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, okay. The only person that snores louder than me is my wife. That's why we are perfectly matched. We're
really
so deeply. Oh yeah. We're.
The truth is coming out.
Yeah,
11:30 at night. Here we go.
No. She will admit this on the podcast. I generally will just get my own hotel room just because my wife has told me, it's like, yeah, you're a really loud snorer. My dad was a really loud snorer. I got tested. I do not need a device or anything like that. I did. I tested myself.
So all right. So let me interrupt
medical
you.
professional.
I didn't know any of this.
Yeah. No, he didn't.
So last was it? It was
Orlando.
It was
year.
Florida Hamcation. Yeah. So Josh, Josh and I have known each other a couple years prior to this.
Yeah.
We've become good friends.
Oh yeah,
and
you're a good friend of mine. I agree. I am on board with this.
I don't know how it happened.
Well, I know what happened. I started
somehow. How it happened is irrelevant. Somehow Josh was like, "Hey, Mike, I got a room. Do you want to? It's got 2 beds. Do you want to shack up?" I'm like, "All right, cool, whatever. That's cool, whatever, you know." And to be fair, like Josh is not. How can I say this? Josh is like the greatest dude. We stayed up like till 3:00 in the morning.
I'll shoot any video you want. We'll do it. Yeah,
dude, we did that. Like you had that Pico APRS thing.
Yeah, man.
Boom,
I'm
14,000.
Running an antenna
like,
on the. Yeah.
It's like if you can picture 2 ham radio nerds
just hamming out. Yeah,
in a hotel room who are like just the answer is yes. That's me and Josh. Like let's just
straight up.
Oh, screw going to bed.
You want to throw an antenna in that palm tree down the street?
Yeah,
yes, I do.
So
At
it's
2
like
a.m. Yes, I do.
What?
It's like 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
And this is like right when was this only last year, Josh?
Yeah, this is last year.
This is right when that Pico APRS thing came out.
Yeah.
And Josh is like, we're in Orlando, Florida, like the home of like just RFI city, right?
Yeah.
And Josh, it had to have been 2:00 in the morning.
At least,
maybe 1:00 in the morning if we're
maybe. I'll give myself credit.
Like it's late,
2 a.m.
right? It's late.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was late. It was really late.
So we're like, and we got the door up because I was smoking cigarettes at the time, so we got the door open, right?
Them cigarettes. Yep.
Yeah. And we're having a cocktail and just enjoying life, and then Josh is like, I got this little Pico APRS.
Yeah, I cannot understate
4,000.
I enjoyed just hang out with a guy that was like, let's do some radio stuff, and they're like, yeah, buddy, let's do it. And that's literally what it was. That entire weekend was like, let's just do radio.
What celebrity were you mistaken for?
No, there's none of that. Hang on, that's a whole different thing. So
That's
just
a whole
me
other
and
thing.
Josh's roommates, we're just like, let's nerd it out, right? So
Hardcore.
Josh is like, so it's like 2:00 in the morning, right?
Easily.
And like we have to get up in 3 hours.
Yeah.
To
Well,
go
who cares?
to the freaking Florida Hamvention.
Yeah.
Like to get in early and shoot B-roll and do
As
it like
one does. Yeah.
all of that goes out the window. We're like, let's Josh is like, let's do APRS. So we set up was it the Ed Fong
we set up an Ed Fong J-pole. That's right. And I got that beacon out. I did. I beaconed out.
Holy crap, we're at $14,000 now. Hang on. That deserves a shot. We just made
great.
$14,000. All right. So while I pour this,
good.
So Josh and I were just like we're two ham radio nerds, right? That's all it is. It's all it is. That's all this whole story is. And Josh is like, I just got this Pico APRS. Let's set up this Ed Fong J-pole. And he tied it to the
curtains. The curtains.
Was it the
I
curtain?
literally hopped up to the curtains and started.
We tied it to the light. The flush mount light in the ceiling, I think.
Also possible. Completely within my range.
That didn't work. So we tied an Ed Fong J-pole to the curtains. And then you started beaconing APRS. $14,108 we have just raised.
Boo, 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 boo.
Holy shit. There's your shot. Amazing.
Now to keep people engaged, as much as I love just two dudes hanging out running ham radio.
Two dudes in a radio. Go ahead.
I don't think many people have really heard the story, and this may be the best place. This is probably the best place for the for our Irish friends that we met.
There's that. There's that. Yeah.
Yes.
So I'll kick this off, and then I'll let Mike fill in the details here because I think he's probably the better storyteller.
No, I'm bitter. I'm too bitter. But go ahead.
So I got invited to a dinner, much like Jason. Jason KM4ACK, Ham Radio 2.0. Got invited to a dinner, really nice dinner, and I brought a jacket. I had a pretty audacious coat that I was wearing. It gave a vibe, right? And I think I had pink pants on, or salmon colored pants, which totally, from my point of view, again from California, completed the ensemble. But I rolled up into the to the after hours bar in Orlando, and I was wearing this ensemble. And there was a couple of people we met from Ireland that confused me, I think jokingly, as being Conor McGregor.
Oh no!
Mike, feel free to fill in anything there.
No, there was no. They legit, that was legit. They thought you were Conor McGregor.
No, they did not. They did not believe
they were drunk as shit, and they thought you were Conor McGregor.
So I got into a photo op with all of the family. The dad was a taekwondo guy. He had
yeah, that's why they were there.
And he was hold my leg up as I try and kick you in the face, Conor McGregor. And I'm like, I'm not Conor McGregor, but I'll hold your leg up. It was wild, man. It was the wildest ham radio experience. Yeah, dude, if you were not there, this is the wildest thing I've ever experienced.
That wasn't on the podcast.
No,
this is Leia
knows all about this.
Leia knows about this because you called her afterwards.
I literally had to hold my phone up to Mike to explain what happened. Leia, do not be mad at me. I am not Conor McGregor.
No,
please.
That's not how it happened.
Okay.
So
there you go.
So there was this girl that was there as the party that thought that Josh was Conor McGregor.
Right.
I think her name was, let's just go with Colleen or Stacy or Sherry. I have no idea.
Colleen is a very Irish name.
Let's go with Colleen was her name. And she had this green dress on. And she and I hit it off. And Frank, I see you in the waiting room.
No,
not you, Frank. The other Frank.
Yeah, Frank.
So Kyle. Oh, can we? Yeah, we only have 6. All right, sir. You're Frank. All right.
Yeah, you can bring him in.
So Kyle.
Frank.
Kyle offered to
Kyle AA0Z because
AA0Z. Yeah. So Kyle offered to give Josh his bed. Kyle had a second bed, I guess, in his room, and so myself and I think her name was Colleen. I really do. I think legit, like she was from Ireland. This chick was like, I'm a. This has nothing to do with what we're doing, but
Steve's on his phone.
I'm an itty bitty titty committee guy.
Oh my god!
I like the petite women,
and
she was one of them. We were about to go there, but then her mom was there, and it's like, no, we're gonna not do that. So
any reference to Jameson earlier in the show, that's what that joke was from. So if anybody doesn't know that, okay, now you're somewhat inclined. But there was only a couple of people there. It was Steve.
Yeah.
Steve from Ham Radio Clubhouse. I think was it Steve? No, it was Mike.
I don't know who was there. Dude, I was not paying attention.
N8YO was there. N8YO was there, and Kyle was there. I have never, I was literally doing a photo op as though I was Conor McGregor. And it is the dumbest thing I've experienced in my entire life.
Oh, legit. These people, was there a stage there?
There was a where people could perform, and they're like, no, let's go to the stage. And I'm literally doing a photo op. It was the most ridiculous thing I've ever experienced in my entire life. And I blame the salmon pants.
Dude, these people were like, oh my God, you're Conor McGregor. And legit for 30 minutes, we're all sitting here I'm here, Matt, AE4MQ, Mike, and
Matt was there. That's right.
All of us, never mind the YouTubers, all of our friends on the back end are there. And we're watching, and these people come in, and they're like, we're all watching Josh just get paraded around.
Literally.
They're making him their bitch.
Literally.
You are Conor McGregor. There's pictures of Josh. I don't have any, but that's as far as I can go. But they're like, give us a kick. And they're like,
the dad had a kick that was at my head. He was literally a Taekwondo professional. He was there for a competition, and he was like, just hold my leg up, my leg up. And I was literally holding a dude's leg up.
And you know what's even better than holding a dude's leg up is donating
I don't
to
know.
the ARRL
What could be
Teachers
better?
Institute. That's it. 100% of the donations for this foundation or fundraiser go to the ARRL Institute. I don't make a dime off of it. Nobody makes a dime off of it. YouTube, the greatest thing about what we're doing is that YouTube makes nothing off of what we're doing. So if you have it in your heart, hit that donate button, whether it's $1, $10, $100. We've had $1,000 donations.
Two of them.
We've had two of them. $1,000. My goal was $10,000, and we're at $14,128 right now. So hit that donate button. It's a tax write-off. It is a charitable donation, whatever.
Charitable expense.
Josh, you and I have been chatting on. Let's bring on Frank, and then we'll go back to Steve because I know he's probably got some coffee to say. But Frank, KG6NLW, welcome to the stream. What's going on, Frank?
Oh, hey, Mike, you got my call sign right. Fine.
Well, I can see it right there. So
yeah, okay, fair. Nothing much going on. I wanted to say what Steve does at the Teachers Institute and what Wayne does, and all of them, absolutely fantastic. I know of at least 3 teachers here in California that attended it at one point or another, and they absolutely love it. They're still hams to this day, and they're worth it just to get the kids involved, even if the kids don't last forever, just to get them into that technology side of things. The Teachers Institute is the way to go for it.
Right on, man. Thanks for the what are the thank you.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
I'm trying to think of testimonial. There it is. Jesus.
Yeah.
Use my words. So let's bring it back to Steve, K5ATA, or Drew, if you guys want to say anything. We're at $14,128. What can we do to get to $14,500 to donate to the ARRL Teachers Institute?
So, Steve, could you tell us a little bit about like when the next Teachers Institutes are coming up? You know, how many happen a year? Can you kind of give us a little bit of a lay of the land, so that way if people know someone, maybe that they could make a recommendation, or where to even go to get more information about this, so that way they can share it with someone else? You're going to have to unmute, though.
Yep, I can have to unmute. So we are that was I had to mute it because of the shock of some of the I'm just kidding. We just finalized the schedule for next year. So, expect in early January for that schedule to come out. They can find it at arrl.org/TI for Teachers Institute. We are going to have 7 sessions this year. At this point, with us being at, where are we at? Almost $15,000, that almost pays for half of a Teachers Institute. So, that's almost, like I said, it's about $3,000 a teacher. I mean, it's, like I said, it depends a little bit. The idea is to keep scaling this up. I mean, I could easily run far more of these if I had the funding and the locations to do it. And, I can probably run easily 12 or 13 of these this year if I had the financial capacity to do it. And I honestly anticipate that number just getting bigger and bigger every year, because as we get more Drews out there in the world, people notice, I mean, excitement's contagious. So other people have already started calling Drew about what he did. And we've got, we ran 65 teachers or so through this year. If half of them have the excitement that Drew has,
and
we've
Drew's
got
in
30
Erie,
teachers.
Pennsylvania, right?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if that happened in like Detroit or LA or Houston, or Miami or Fort Lauderdale or like Wilmington, North Carolina, right? Like,
or in Nebraska where the ape lives, I mean,
well,
so, but it's
maybe not Nebraska, but yeah.
So, but now seriously, the more teachers that we get out there that do something awesome like this, the more other teachers want to do it, because schools are incredibly competitive. They see a school doing something and they're like, well, wait a minute, I want to do that too. And so next thing you know, they're hitting it up. And KK4TXB, thank you. So just ponied up another $100. Thank you very much. And Pete,
we're so close.
We're so close. We are so close to 15. So it's just one of those every dollar. And Mike has said it over and over again. $5 is $5 more than we had yesterday. And each little bit, I mean, it adds up. A lot of people, are like, well, what do you mean it's just $5? Well, a drop of rain is just one little drop of water.
Let's break that down.
The river's flooded right now from all the drops.
Let's break that down though, Steve, because you've said that you've got a discount from Radioddity, and they've given you some like Bofang radios, right? So you can go on Amazon and buy a Bofang radio for like $20, right? But I'm just picking a distributor. So if 5 people donate $5, that's probably 2 UV5Rs that are clean, because it's coming to the ARRL that's going to a student, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And so, for each it's like for each $100 or so, that's a handheld radio. I mean, you're right. For $20, you're buying a Baofeng. For $100, you're getting awfully close to what I'm paying for that FT70. And that's
there's not
the Arrow antenna is roughly $100. So each little bit just puts another piece of equipment in a student's hand.
Yep.
So
I love the idea of I love the idea of spreading it out a little bit. Like let's get those satellite locations set up. I would love this where we have different locations, and I mean, I'd be willing. Let's make something happen in California where we have a meeting location where we can bring those teachers together, bring Steve out or Wayne or I don't know, Drew. You seem like a busy guy though, but like that's even a thing that could happen. Let's bring out some of these alumni of these of this like education process, bring them out and do that there at that location. That will make all of our money go much further, right? So some of this is true. Let's crank up the numbers, but also let's build the network. Building the network, I think, is actually a really valuable thing here, and everybody in every one of your go ahead.
No, I was going off on the networking thing, so keep going.
No, but I mean, the networking point is, I think, one of the more valuable points here is let's drive into the municipal spaces that you might have available to you that you can bring the ARRL in and have an actual really good meeting location. That's what we need here. We also need all the funds, but we need a space. Go ahead.
Yeah, and we're working to create a network of these teachers that have already come through. Also, as far as like, for example, every teacher that comes through, they write a lesson plan on doing something amateur radio related, and we put those lesson plans on the Learning Center. Don't have to be a member or anything to get to those. It's any teacher in the world can get there and pull those down and teach that stuff. We've got a groups IO. We're trying to get these teachers to move out of some of the group texts that they're doing and start participating in discussions in a groups.io so that everybody can benefit from those discussions and have those connections. For example, Drew with his antenna questions and stuff that he had, if we can start moving some of these conversations there, then everybody benefits from it instead of just, I mean, we all know how searching works. You look for an answer, all of a sudden you find it in a groups IO and somebody stumbles in and goes, holy cow, here's a bunch of teachers doing this. And that's where we're going to create that network and, get a network of digital repeaters for all of these school kids to work. I mean, have a, DMR, whatever talk group you want, however you want to work it. And it's a bunch of school kids that when they're having it, they can sit there and talk to a kid wherever they want. Anyway, go ahead, Drew. You're chomping at the bit too.
Well, as I'm hearing Josh talk about like a distributed model, right? And the satellite campus location ideas, like that is what's going to naturally happen as a result of the Teachers Institute. It's going to happen because the schools already exist. The schools are the places where this will be able to be hosted. And as
the
soon as
syllabus is shared.
Right. Well, as schools start to develop the programs, as Steve interacts with more and more teachers, and then you find the ones that can run with it more than others, right? And they can become the hub points for different locations because for whatever reason, the stars align for them and they are able to, put up a whole bunch of antennas at their building and they are able to get a whole bunch of radios together and they do have the right space because out of 20,000 high schools across the United States, like it's going to happen in different spots. And so the more
Drew,
go ahead.
Drew, I want to find an administrator that is 50% as energized as you are right now.
Right.
Like you are so I agree with everything you're saying. The problem I have is how do we scale it, right? And I think I think you're right to a degree that the Hamfest can grow, or not the Hamfest, but the Ham Club like the ham club that we don't talk about, it can grow. But you need that seedling in the teachers that are capable and skilled and ready to be able to deal with that, right?
Yes, but yes and no. So like,
okay,
yes,
here we go.
So the yes part of it is that as Steve and the Teachers Institute captures, 12, 14, 20 kids, 20 student or teachers in their one particular session, right? As they capture those 14 or 20 teachers, out of that 14 or 20, they might get 2 to 5 that really start to run with it, right? Like there is a point where it's not realistic to think that every single school is going to be able to pick up it and run with it really quickly. They're not.
Right.
But if they can get 2 or 5, and if they run 10 sessions over the course of a year, they're picking up 20 to maybe 50 teachers over the course of all of these, all of the United States and all of these high schools. And then out of those 50 in any given 1 year, if 10 of those 50 can all of a sudden do something big, if they can do something complex and they can start to become the exemplar schools, right? And they could be the exemplar programs, then those are the ones that are going to drive other schools to then start to say, oh, well, we can do it too. If they could do it, then we could do it. And so then it just starts to snowball from there. At least that's just my view of it. But I really think that the satellites are going to happen in via like the grassroots actions that Steve and the Teachers Institute are taking. It just takes a little bit longer because education moves at a glacial pace. It really does.
Drew, if we could consider you for a moment as lightning in a bottle, how could we encapsulate the lightning that you have as the soul of energy and spread that out to all the teachers? Like literally, the way you are speaking is the best front person that I could put forward is like, I'm going to let Drew talk about all these things that I want to do. But like, how do I condense that down and to make it something that teachers that I could spread it around to everyone and make them see the importance of what you're saying?
But I will argue that I am not unique at all. And I will argue that like I happen to have a unique opportunity, but I am not unique. There are teachers everywhere that are dying for this, that they just don't realize it or know about it quite yet. And so the more that the Teachers Institute is able to run, the more opportunities those teachers have to be able to go to TI1 and TI2 and then TI3. The more they're able to level up, the more that will naturally build itself. And that's what the programs everywhere in every school need. They need time. Like no teachers have that a great abundance of time to be able to understand everything just intuitively very quickly and just to be able to do it all really, really fast. They don't have the money, they don't have the time, they don't have the expertise, they don't have the support structure. And all of those things are true. And so it starts slowly, but it will gain steam and it will gain momentum, but it has to start with the support structure that the ARRL is doing through these teachers programs, because again, it's not about the 10 or the 15 in that one session. It's about the 2. It's about the 2 that will come out of that and that they will affect the ones directly around them. Like the 5 or the 10 or the 15 are awesome. Yeah, everybody benefits. Every teacher is a win. Right. But like the 2 or the 5 that can really, really run with it from there, they're the ones that are going to gain a lot of traction, not just in their own school, but in 2 years from now or 5 years from now, they're going to gain traction with the schools around them. And then we'll get regional hubs. We will get, because even if people came to Erie, Pennsylvania for, a session of something, right? We're only going to draw people from Cleveland and Buffalo and Pittsburgh, right? We're only going to draw people within a 2-hour-ish radius.
Right.
We need those satellites all over the place. But it happens. It happens all of the time through school sports, and it happens through, robotics programs, and it happens through all sorts of other school-based maker spaces and everything else. It takes a measure of time, and it takes some dedication on the part of a group like the ARRL or ARDC to help fund things, or all of the people that are giving right now to make these things happen. Like you might not see the results tomorrow, right? You're not. You're not going to see it, probably all of the results in the next year from now, but it will pay dividends in 5 years from now, or 7 years from now, or 10 years from now, and it will just grow.
And what a great segue, Drew, into the fact that we're at $14,338 for donations. What can we do? Come on, guys. Let's get to $15,000. Our goal was only $10,000. They're tax deductible. Come on. This stream ain't going to last much longer. What can we do to get to 14.5? But let's get to 14.5. Let's do it. This is go ahead, Frank.
I know we don't do math on stream, but according to Steve's math, that's 5 teachers that we could send to the TI Institute.
That is roughly 5 teachers, yeah.
5
and
teachers.
And Josh and Drew were talking about if we could bottle Drew's energy. Well,
seriously,
I actually, if you picture Drew as being 2 years old from when he came out of TI, I have a freshly born Drew on Staten Island, New York. He last year, when he started, we licensed 32 of his kids remotely. He's got 34 ready to go this month, in January. He came to TI1. He is Drew 2 years ago. So it's working. People are noticing these things and people are running with it. And so now picture this. Drew is in or near Erie, Pennsylvania. Reasonably sized town. This guy's name is Everton. He is in New York City. Imagine the number of people that are going to notice when he starts doing stuff. He's got, we just funded an education grant for him to get a station set up in his school. He's already doing some of this stuff. They're going to notice. And now all of a sudden, if, I can go down to his school and host a TI there. It's just a couple hours away. I can drive the stuff there. But then all of a sudden, I have a less expensive means to pull in from New York City. I mean, I don't know that we get a whole lot more dents in the United States as far as places that are going to notice and see.
Yeah, I love the energy of Drew, but I think a greater point should be made that there are tons of educators throughout this country that have this energy that Drew has, and they want to bring it to kids that they share their knowledge with, that they have the capacity to bring this to them. This is literally the capacity to do it. What you're seeing right now in this fundraiser is your way to make this happen. Literally.
Holy cow.
Scott Gibson just got us
Woo!
Right.
Way to go.
Way to go, Scott. I appreciate it, man. But seriously, as much as I love Drew's the best. Like I love the energy. But I do not think there's anyone who enters into the world of teaching children that lacks that energy at some point. They all have that bottle, that lightning in a bottle. They walked in with it.
Yep.
And they just
walked in with it. They need a place to put it.
They need a place to put it. They need the knowledge to share to younger people about what this technology space is. And the ARRL is the one doing it. So that's why we're here. That's literally
and
why
Scott
we're here.
Gibson with his donation of $162 to got us
hit
$14,500. Thank you, Scott Gibson.
$14,500. $14,500.
Do you guys realize what we just did? Like
this
all
is
of
amazing.
us.
This is amazing.
Awesome.
All of us. This is amazing.
It is.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait a minute. Frank, I gotta get rid of you. Sorry. We have Greg K6EGG here. Wait a minute. Frank, I gotta get rid of you.
Radio.
Yeah, go ahead and mute the YouTube there. K6EGG.
Oh my god, Greg.
What's up, boys?
Explosion.
Do you guys know who K6EGG is?
What's up, boys?
We'll know in a second once he clears out all the audio.
All right, I'm gonna mute him until he gets sorted out.
No, I think he's good. I think he's good.
Hold on
You
here.
good?
Oh, go ahead. Keep going.
He knows what he's doing.
Okay.
He's an audio guy.
He's not ready. He's not
So
ready.
Greg K5ATA is I won't say a good friend of mine, but a new friend of mine. He does live streams just like randomly. And he's like, let's get on FT8. Let's get on DMR. Let's get on D-Star. Let's get on Fusion. And I really enjoy his channel. This guy, I think he works for a really bad hockey team that is not the Detroit Red Wings. He does hang on, let me unmute you. Are you ready, Greg?
I think I'm ready. I don't think my viewers on because I'm actually doing a dual live stream. I'm trying to get
No, you're good. You're good. You sound great. He's got great audio, but so I think he works for like is it the Anaheim Mighty Ducks or whatever? What do you do?
I do. I work for the broadcast partner that airs the Ducks. Ducks. Yeah, I do audio for a living. Yeah.
Yes. He's being very, very humble. Greg is a very smart guy. If you don't watch, I subscribe to Greg, and you'll just see like he's doing a live stream from. He was just on holiday in Florida, or he might be doing. Here's how the the Anaheim Mighty Ducks was at the.
I love
the person on ice wasn't having good reception with their in-ear monitors. Is that what happened? So you made an antenna with some better coax pointed towards them. Is that what happened?
So I took a little bit of my amateur radio experience, so to speak, and I kind of floated that to my professional world. And I bought a Yagi antenna that was basically it was set for the same frequency range that I was using what they call an interrupt fullback wireless transmitter, IFB transmitter. And I took that and I used that ham radio knowledge and I used that for my work and made my on-air talent very happy. She can walk through basically anywhere throughout the Honda Center and be able to hear the entire program wherever she walked. I wouldn't have been able to do that if I wouldn't experiment around with some stuff at home with stuff. I used a Yagi antenna, some LMR 600 because it's on the 900 megahertz range. And yeah,
you said LMR 600.
LMR 600 because it's 900 megahertz. It's only got a 3 foot a 3 foot path, but I wanted to get the most out of it. And it's only 100 milliwatts. So I wanted to make it work as best as possible. But she was very happy. Part about being on the air is you don't want to miss any of the action when you're walking anywhere in the arena. Sometimes a goal can happen. Somebody can go into a penalty. So she'll know exactly what's happening throughout the broadcast. And part of the challenge was for me to make that work. And I was pretty happy to doing that. I wouldn't be able to do that if I wouldn't experimented around with some stuff at home on the ham radio. Sorry. I've had a couple drinks here, so pardon me.
And I'm sorry I missed your live stream because you told me. So Greg and I have become friends, and I knew that he was live streaming, but this live stream came first. I generally try to watch Greg's live streams. We're at $14,500, Greg, that we've raised for the ARRL Teachers Institute. Isn't that amazing? But Greg is he's just let's get on the air. Let's have some fun. He does a lot of well, you've done some HF. You and I have a pretty good kind of like connection just over HF, like on 40 meters. We've got a pretty good skip zone here. And anytime he gets on FT8, we can usually work each other. He's always on he's a big digital guy. So but then he works for a hockey team. me being from Detroit, like, I mean, I'm a Red Wings fan, right? Because, I mean, the Red Wings have won more cups. We're not gonna get into Montreal, but the Red Wings are.
The Ducks are a younger team. Come on, man.
Yeah, there you go. They're a younger team. So anyway,
they're rebuilding.
So I'm a hockey fan, dude. I love hockey. So anyway, Greg, great to have you on here. I think we're gonna wind this down. We've been going for 5 hours. It's 5 hours and 2 minutes now. We've only got 149 people going. We have raised $14,500. My goal was 10,000. I set an arbitrary number of $10,000 to raise for this whole thing. Oh, there it is. Hang on. How can I let's do this. Solo. There it is.
Puppy.
Look at
If this doesn't get another $500, I don't know what will.
This is it. I'm
there's your $500.
I'm pulling out all the stops
if
here.
You've been holding out on donating, if you've been waiting, the stream's not going to get any better.
This is it.
The donation button is open indefinitely. So I would beg and I would encourage you to donate to the ARRL Teachers Institute aside from your ARRL dues. Your ARRL dues nothing for this. Totally funded.
And let's also make a statement. You don't have to support the ARRL. You don't have to be a subscriber to give funds to the Teacher Institute. I'm not saying that's all of you.
The link is also pinned in the chat to donate
if you
directly.
take the link and you donate, or you donate right now on the live stream, these funds will go directly to the Teachers Institute and everything we talked about tonight.
100% of them. I am making nothing. YouTube is making nothing. This is a fundraiser. It's a nonprofit. So whatever you donate is tax deductible. You will get an email from YouTube once you donate your money. And they're like, hey, here's your receipt. Deduct that shit.
What, Greg, you had something to say?
So when I was growing up, I'm actually live streaming. This is like a dual live stream right now. I'm live streaming this on my channel as well. We should do like a telethon, like the Jerry Lewis telethon I used to do back in the day when they used to have like.
None of us have enough amount of tails for tuxedos to be a Jerry Lewis.
And you could wear the torso, whatever, the tie hanging down. But when I was younger, I was really interested in the radio. I used to like try to listen to like Skip on my AM transistor underneath my bed, or underneath my covers in my bed. And to me, my dad wasn't really in the radio. He had a CB and stuff. This is actually pretty cool that, you know, it's giving some younger people out there an opportunity to like, hey, I'm kind of interested in this. I'm like listening. I'm doing something similar to what I was doing when I was younger, like listening to radio with my little transistor radio. I don't know if they have those anymore like they used to, but somebody might be interested in this and they don't have an outlet to go to further that. So I think this is a really cool deal. I wish, I'm not knocking my father or anybody when I was younger, but I wish I had somewhere to go to figure out how can I get into this and figure this out and get to the next level. Cause it took me to my 20s to get my ham radio license. I knew I was interested in it. I was in a CB here locally on channel 33. Josh, you're close to me over in Cerritos. I think I'm over in Chino.
I was never a CB guy, but yes.
Sideband was a big thing here. And AM was there's a lot of people out here on AM with the truck stops here in the local area here in Ontario, Chino. Talked to a lot of those truckers going in and out. I wanted to take it to the next level and get into ham radio. I just didn't know how to get there. So with this, I think this is a pretty good deal to get some youngsters out there if they want to get into it.
For sure.
Sweet.
Absolutely, man.
Great stream, man. I think I polished off a half bottle of whiskey.
Oh, Jesus. Well, I only drank 1 or 2 beers, so guys,
only.
I almost had a bottle of wine here, so I'm
$14,500. We just raised.
Yeah.
That is
thank you,
not
guys. Thank
an
you.
insignificant amount, and I truly appreciate that. There's many causes that we could have pointed our collective efforts towards, but I think that it all comes back to Teachers Institute and bringing more people into that.
Yep.
14,600. Woo!
Oh, Frank finally donated. That's great. So, like I said, you can still donate after the stream has ended. This is a perpetual donation, and the ARRL Teachers Institute would significantly embiggen themselves for that. So,
such a good word. I love that word.
Drew, do you have any final thoughts?
In the room go.
No, I just want to say thank you to everyone that donated. I genuinely appreciate the opportunity that was afforded to me because other folks donated and made it possible for me to participate, and all of my students that have benefited as a result of folks that have given generously. And so thank you to everyone that gave generously today. Kids will be directly impacted as a result of your consideration and your generosity. So thank you to every single person that gave tonight.
Absolutely. And
Steve, go ahead.
I can't reiterate that enough. Is we are completely donor funded in this program, and for us to essentially have paid for half of a TI. I mean, we paid for almost 5 teachers tonight. You have, when you look at it, that's 5 teachers that have anywhere between 20 and 70 kids. So do the math on that. I know mathing on stream is kind of, against the law, but look and see how many kids you're directly impacting.
Yeah.
That's a bunch of kids that are going to be allowed the opportunity to explore amateur radio and wireless technology. $300 to go to hit 15 grand. Anybody want to
come on, guys?
Pony
we
up
got
and
$300 to
make
go.
it to $15,000. Every let's see, we have 139 people in the chat. If everybody in the chat throws,
think about it this way.
Cents.
Think about it this way.
Right off.
It's not like a year and you're done, right? This
Boom,
year
there it is.
that you potentially bring out someone is going to fund many years of enhanced education. There it is. Anonymous did it.
Will you jump out of the plane now?
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, will you jump out of a plane with Carlos now?
No.
Come on. You can do some HF with him.
Listen. Again, I'm going to repeat this. This is to educate teachers. The impact of teaching one teacher who is going to teach many children throughout many years is going to be felt for generations. This is a very important thing. It should be, I've always said, outreach is going to be our biggest thing, and then continuing to fight to protect our bands. This is the first leg of outreach. This is literally one of the biggest things, and continuing to move forward and hold and bring in really good examples of outreach. This is it. What Steve's doing, and Drew and Wayne, he's gone, but everything we've heard tonight, there's no doubt from everybody talking that we've heard that this is not a successful thing to support.
And the greatest thing is that this whole community has come together to raise
amazing
$1,000 in 5 hours. In 5 hours, we've raised $15,000. So, I have to end this. Steve, good game, K5ATA. Is there anything else you want to say? Oh my gosh.
you know, just thank you. You know, I mean, the support, and a lot of you guys are the same folks that supported me when I was in a classroom doing the same thing.
100%.
So, you know, it means something. You're impacting a bunch of kids, and so thank you.
That's the goal. That's the goal. So again, the donations are continuously open. If you want to contribute to the ARRL Teachers Institute, please do. I encourage you. So thank you everyone for coming on board. Josh, Steve, Drew, Tank, Greg, Wayne, Frank's in the background. Another Frank is in the background. Carlos.
You're going to jump with Carlos, right?
Yes.
No, I'm not going to jump with Carlos. So can I just say again, we just raised $15,000. You guys, thank you so much. This far exceeds my expectations, and it does not exceed my expectations of the ham radio community, because I know that we are an amazing community. But my gosh, thank you on behalf of all of us, and I will say 73. I hope you have a Merry Christmas. I will see you guys. I'm going to do a live stream on Christmas Day, and I will see you there.
One around there too.
And Frank
tomorrow.
Is there.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, and don't forget, I'll see you on
Saturday.
Josh on Ham Radio Crash Course. That he's got a tiny channel. Ham
Here's
Radio
the antenna.
Crash Course.
Here it is. Built it while we live stream, buddies. We got it.
I can't say thank you enough to everybody who has supported us, and for that, Merry Christmas, and we will say 73.
73.
73.
Merry Christmas.
Take care, guys.
Congratulations.